That day, our hero's family was killed by a monster, and he swore to himself that he would become an adventurer. Skills are powers given to weak people by the gods to fight monsters, and usually abilities appear at the age of 12. But the task of adventurers is to reach rank S and fight monsters to protect innocent citizens. He bestows glory and honor on heroes, and our hero also dreamed of becoming the same, and he prayed to God very clearly, so that he gives him strength even if it is strange, but let him be able to protect others. And soon this dream was not destined to come true, but at one point our hero saw the skill on his notification window, and he ran up to his abbot and began shouting that he had finally acquired a skill. But the abbot immediately approached him and began to look intently at his window. But he soon realized what was there, and told the boy that with this skill he would never be able to become an adventurer. And a little time later, a small group of 3 people walked through the dungeon, and one of the guys started shouting at Arthur to go faster. But Arthur answered his leader that he was trying as best he could. But suddenly the leader turned his head and began to say that he had hired an incompetent person on purpose, so he should be at least a little useful. Our hero's skill is called resurrection. When he is on the verge of death, he can return to life only once, and in other words, he can return to life only once, and for adventurers, the skill is akin to a weapon. Her skill is one-time use, and it is absolutely useless, so there is no way he could become an adventurer. Although he did not become an adventurer, he worked with them, and he is something of a 6 who accompanies other stronger adventurers. And even though he is just an errand boy, he is proud that he can contribute to the defense of his country. And the other guys mocked Arthur, saying that he was abandoned by his own younger sister because she had enormous magical potential. And for others, these words were simply mockery. But at the same moment, the leader saw that a threat was approaching them and turned his head. He saw a strange monster that began to run towards them with all its might. But the leader was not taken aback and began to summon his flame armor skill, and his comrade began to call on the superpower skill. And in one moment they were able to finish off that monster. And after a short battle, they began to discuss that for their level these enemies were like insects. Demons are difficult to outwit, but they are weak before a direct attack. And at that very moment the leader began to tell Arthur to collect loot. And as soon as Arthur lifted the magic stone, he realized something. And turning around, he began to say to the leader that if they did not follow the given route, it would be difficult to return back. But after these words, the leader got angry and started shouting at Arthur that how dare he reproach him and he should shut his mouth and hurry up. As soon as they walked a little further, Arthur looked up and saw that someone was looking at him. And many creatures that were sitting inside the cave began to show their aggression. And at the same moment, the leader saw that it was a lair of cannibals. But still he hoped that they would cope, and soon they began their battle against huge monsters. But still the leader realized that there were too many of them, and along the way they were very cold. But suddenly the leader's face, which was frightened, immediately changed and he began to smile strangely. And at this time Arthur saw in front of him a huge monster that attacked him. But holding his sword in his hands, he waved it in different directions. But he soon realized that he couldn't. After all, his level was too low and he wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. And at the same moment he felt a push in his back, and turning his head, he saw the leader who pushed him off the cliff. But Arthur managed to grab the edge of the cliff with both hands and began to tell the leader to help him. But the leader, turn around, said that even if he dies once, nothing bad will happen, and now he only needs luck for him to show his resurrection skill. But Arthur understood that resurrection in the lair of cannibals would not work. If he was resurrected, he would die without help. And as soon as the leader and his comrade ran away, Arthur began to experience terrible pain from being destroyed by monsters. And he didn't understand if he was going to die like that. And a little time later, the notification window began to show our hero that his resurrection skill had been successfully activated. And starting to open his eyes, Arthur could not understand that he was really alive and could resurrect without problems, but still he did not understand how he would survive in the lair of cannibals. But suddenly Arthur was surprised when he saw that his hand was without flesh, and looking into the reflection of his sword, he saw a skeleton, and couldn't understand why he looked like that. But as soon as he wanted to scream from this surprise, he realized that he could not speak. For Arthur, it turned out to be some kind of bad dream, but he still decided that he needed to check his skill panel. And as soon as it opened, he saw that he belonged to the Lich race. His skill was never obtained, and the fact that his 9th level disappeared, and the fact that he belonged to this race, that the soul was reborn with evil magic living in the bones of the deceased, and a fairly strong body but weak in attack and brainless, and in other words, a walking friend. But Arthur couldn't understand if they were making fun of him, and he actually knows how to think, so he's not brainless. And I remember the words of the mentor that he said that at least this skill was special to her. But for an adventurer, it was useless, and this skill was very rare. So he never learned all of his abilities. But now, Arthur is invulnerable and has become something of a monster in the dungeon. But he now doesn't care about it, because such a body is as useless as a dead one. But suddenly Arthur began to smile strangely, because he realized that he had died, and only the bones remained. And even though his life wasn't all smooth sailing, he wanted to help his country, and that's what he got in the end. They risked their own safety and left him here to die. But remembering the words about his sister who told him that if he stayed with her, he would be in danger and it was better for him to leave, and even if it hurt him to admit it, but maybe his sister was right. Well, Arthur began to sob furiously because he understood that if he could become a better adventurer, if only he was lucky with the skills at birth, and he realized this a long time ago. But at that very moment he exploded out of the ground and screamed in his head that this was not true. After all, monsters have evolution, and the higher the level, the stronger he becomes. Even his appearance changes, and perhaps he will continue to gain levels, then he will be able to return his human appearance somewhere, and then he can become an S-rank adventurer. But suddenly, Arthur thought about the fact that this race of monsters is quite weak and whether he can increase his level. And unlike other leashes, he can think, and now he has no other choice. He needs to at least try. And thanks to his appearance, ordinary monsters pass by him because, in their opinion, he died a long time ago, and he knows the area. So this plays into his hands, and all he needs is to collect information from the surroundings. A little time later, Arthur saw a goblin wandering through the tunnels. But as soon as the goblin heard a sound behind him, he began to turn his head. And at that very moment, Arthur began to act. And running up to the goblin on the other side, he struck him with his sword. And soon after this operation came successfully, he was able to earn 3 experience points and increase his level from 1st to 3rd. And as soon as it was all over, Arthur realized that he was able to defeat a monster of a level higher than him. And of course, after all, he is not just a monster, but is capable of thinking, which makes him superior to all the other monsters in this cave. And he needs to reach the 5th level in order to evolve, and the fact that he has already died one day and is no longer going to die and will definitely raise his level higher. A little later, Arthur met a goblin slime who was several times larger than him. But Arthur didn't feel any more fear because he wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible. And by swinging his sword, he was still able to defeat the slime goblin and gain 1 experience point. But as soon as Arthur saw this, he realized that he would need a lot of experience to increase his level. And soon, his strategy of liach and pretend to be a corpse will soon not be so effective. And he must stop stronger in the end. If they give him experience like this, he won't be able to improve in 10 years. A short time later, Arthur sat down near the nearest wall and began to think that at least he didn't need food and sleep in this matter. Although if he doesn't at least sleep, he will lose the remnants of his humanity. And to tell the truth, in this place where I was, there wasn't even anything to eat. And also because he was in the dungeon, he was completely lost in time, and most likely a week had passed since his rebirth, or 3 days, or maybe 2. Well, maybe even half a day had passed. Arthur didn't know for sure. And his sister Cornelia, he wondered if she was worried about him, and she was. So he didn't show up at home for several days, and she didn't care at all. And the fact that she once told him that it would be dangerous for someone like him to travel with her, he had better leave. And now Arthur knew for sure that his sister didn't even think about him. But suddenly Arthur began to shake his head because he realized that stop thinking about it, and maybe it's because of the gloomy dungeon. But if he continues to think in this way, he will completely go into depression. And now he would like to get out of here as quickly as possible. But until he sets the level, you shouldn't leave this place. And a few hours later, a red-eyed wolf of the 7th level appeared near Arthur. And as soon as the red-eyed wolf approached Arthur, who was lying on the ground, Arthur tensed a little because a thought came to him there, that if she defeats him, she will gain several levels at once. Only there was a small problem. The wolf was superior to Arthur in strength and in speed. After all, he had the 7th level and Arthur had the 3rd, and he did not understand whether he could even defeat him. But without thinking twice, Arthur decided that he would definitely succeed. After all, he is not a mindless corpse, and he will use tricks to defeat him. And he was lucky that he believed in his death and did not show any interest in him, and thus he could study his habits by watching him from afar and placing marks on the walls. Arthur realized that this was the territory of this wolf, and then he decided that he would develop a plan to destroy his enemy. A little later, when the wolf had made several circles, he began to return to his den. But suddenly he didn't understand where some skeleton and scattered things had come from in his place. Only the wolf approached the things to sniff them. Arthur immediately jumped up and, taking his sword, began to attack the wolf. And ultimately Arthur managed to wound his opponent, from which the wolf began to bark furiously in different directions. But Arthur knew that all he had to do was pretend to be dead next to the bags, and he immediately decided to check the area for food. But at the same moment, the wolf and Arthur began to fall from the cliff, and as soon as they fell off the ledge, Arthur continued to inflict damage on the wolf. And the fact that Arthur consists only of bones gives him special mobility and lightness. And he was a good opponent, but his song was sung, thought Arthur. But suddenly the wolf seemed to get a second wind and began to rise from the ground, and with his sharp teeth, he was able to grab onto the sword that Arthur was holding. And after that, the wolf threw Arthur to the ground and began to gnaw his bone hand. And as soon as the wolf tore off our hero's bone hand, Arthur realized that he could not simply give up. And hitting the wolf with his hand, he realized that now the end would come to him. After all, experiencing such pain, the wolf could no longer fight normally. And as soon as Arthur finished, he began to rise and look at the motionless wolf who was lying near her feet. And the fact that Arthur won and was finally able to get 11 experience points, his level was raised from the 3rd, and the fact that he reached the maximum level. And Arthur could not believe that he was able to achieve such progress in just a few days. And his new body contributed to the increase in his level. And somehow, instinctively, he understood what needed to be done for evolution. And as soon as he approached the strange lake, his first evolution began, and his whole body began to glow with a bright color. Her bony body began to change, and after a bright green flash, Arthur began to become closer to human form. Well, as soon as his transformation ended, Arthur looked into the reflection in the lake and saw that he had evolved into a ghoul. This is the demonic form of a corpse-eating demon. It has sharp claws and fangs. Its biggest advantage is the ability to regenerate. And this small body has elongated facial features, and Arthur realized that he was definitely becoming more human-like. And now his hand seems fine, and apparently this is due to evolution. And the fact that Arthur's parameters have become much higher and he finally has a good regeneration skill. And the fact that Arthur finally received a useful skill, although for this he did not want to become a monster. But the ghoul had a maximum level of 12th, and when he raised his level, he would be able to evolve again. And for him, it was at least some kind of happiness in this dull place, and he needed to continue in the same spirit because he now has no choice. And he must raise the level in order to evolve and become a human again, and then the most powerful adventurer in the country. And in the next test that appeared in front of Arthur, it was a level 5 mouse monster. And as soon as Arthur swung his sword, he realized that it was difficult for him to hold this sword because his claws were too much in the way. And now he didn't fully understand how he needed to fight. But while he came up with his ideal plan, the monster mouse hit him right in the stomach with its paw, because of which Arthur began to jump to the side. And as soon as he stopped, he threw his sword straight at his opponent. But soon the mouse easily deflected the sword flying at it. And Arthur immediately after that rushed at her and began beating her with his bare hands. And then he realized that he would have to kill this monster with the help of his claws. But as soon as he defeated the mouse monster, he received 7 experience points. His level was raised from 5th to 6th. And immediately after that, Arthur began to pay attention to his notification window and realized that although his evolution would not be soon, he needed the 20th level. And the fact that at the moment his body was wounded, he began to use his regeneration skill and heal the tyrants that the monster mouse gave him. Not that being a ghoul was certainly better for him than being a skeleton. But now Arthur felt hungry, and now he needed to figure out how he could quench his thirst for hunger. And a little time later he solved this problem still near the monster he killed. And the meat he ate was a dirty rat monster, but he was so much more hungry that he couldn't resist the urge to eat it. And now Arthur found out that he had finally become a monster. Although in fact he got up more humane, and now he feels the need for food. And the fact that he became even closer to his goal. Therefore, he does not intend to die from the cold here. And a few days later, Arthur was already facing his next opponent, who was an orc of the 14th level. Well, this battle did not last very long because Arthur was now very dexterous and strong, and with the help of a few blows, he was able to defeat his opponent and was able to gain 33 experience points. Her level was raised from 13 to 14. And the fact that he continues to successfully raise his level all the time, he was not one for this and did not want to stop for a second. And thanks to his regeneration skill, he may not particularly plan battle tactics. And that may be because of his racial characteristics. Arthur still didn't feel tired, and in the meantime he had 6 levels left to raise before evolution. And thanks to his new strength, he raised his level quite quickly, and now he is even stronger than before. He was only level 9. And Arthur, who sat down near the wall, thought about the fact that maybe in the next evolution he will be even more humane. But now he thought about his sister. He was very interested in how she was doing there. After all, they used to be very close, but over the past few years they have lost all contact with each other. Because of his skill, he never became an adventurer, and he had to work as a guide for others. And he didn't earn that much, and needless to say, he couldn't provide for his family. But unlike Arthur, his sister was able to awaken magical skills and became an adventurer. And while they were at home, Arthur was talking about his sister that she had really risen to the rank of S. But suddenly she stopped then and began to turn around to face Arthur. Arthur continued to say that this is wonderful because he doesn't even reach rank D. To which his sister replied that being a weakling clinging to the ridiculous dream of becoming an adventurer makes him look too pathetic, and such a stupid person would be better off living an ordinary life. And this situation is a talentless brother and a promising sister. As soon as she became an adventurer, she began to look down on him, and then they began to communicate less, and he began to stay longer at work, feeling insignificant against its background. But Arthur didn't understand, sitting in the cave, whether his sister was worried about him at all. Of course not. And if he comes to her in this form, she will finish him off immediately. And the fact that now he can't even speak normally, and now he should practice his vocal cords. But at that same moment, Arthur began to feel something strange. And at first he thought it was some kind of goblin, but by the sound it was not him. But as soon as he turned around and looked around the corner, he saw 3 people. And at that same moment, Arthur became scared. After all, these were not just people, but his sister Cornelia was there. But spying on them, Arthur could not understand, because this dungeon was next to their city. But why did his sister come here? And if they see him, then the end will come for him, and he must leave here now. But at this time, Cornelia asked her subordinates that the medicinal drugs had really run out, to which the guy apologized to her and said that it looked like it. But another girl with their company began to say that it was good that she took extra drugs on their trip. And Cornelia began to say that this is the basis of the principles. If they are bitten by a monster, how else can they save their lives? But that other girl continued to say that this is not so critical because, in any case, if she is wounded by monsters, she will not turn into a monster. So the potion can save a person. But Cornelia still began to tell the guy that she didn't care. But how can you trust him? He couldn't even prepare properly for the hike. But after hearing this, the guy began to get angry and answer her that he actually responded to her sudden request, and she could at least thank him a little. And Cornelia answered him that he himself agreed to this campaign, and that people's lives were at stake, and he didn't even understand that. And the fact that apparently he behaves absolutely like this with everyone. And all this time, Arthur overheard their quarrel. But suddenly he turned around and began to think about the fact that she could behave more softly with people and that she was, of course, right, but still. But somehow Arthur, swinging his arms, caught the edge of the wall. And a detachment of people heard this sound, and they could not understand if it was some kind of monster hiding around the corner. And at the same moment they began preparations for battle. And Cornelia began to use her ice arrow skill. And even though Arthur understood that her sister's skills were related to ice magic, and as soon as Cornelia began to use her skills, her magical ice shots began to fly towards Arthur, who was hiding around the corner, and soon she was still able to wound him. And as soon as they all went around the corner together, they saw Arthur in front of them, and the guy started saying that it was just a ghoul, and he is not very strong, although he is tenacious. Arthur, standing in front of them, could not understand what he should do now. After all, they found him like that anyway. And the worst thing is that it was Cornelia and her friends who discovered him. Lena immediately began to say that ghouls have the ability to quickly regenerate. But Drake, standing next to her, decided to attack Arthur altogether. But Cornelia was the smartest among them and said that if they beat thoughtlessly, then he will attack back, and the success of any battle lies in attacking and defending against the attacks of a monster, and relying only on one's strength is stupid. And then Adam realized that everything was bad because he couldn't cope with just one person. But here, there were 3 of them at once. And he also noticed that his sister was level 18, and he couldn't understand when she became so strong. And yet, Arthur decided that he needed to somehow distract them and avoid them. But Drake still decided to act and activated his skill. He decided to turn Arthur into coals. And at the same moment, using his flame-coating skill, he began to attack Arthur. Following Drake, Lena also began to act. And at the same moment, Lena, using her levitation skill, was able to jump over Arthur and end up behind him. But Arthur did not expect such speed from this girl and turned around. He saw that Lena immediately began to attack him with her sword. But Arthur managed to put out his hand, thereby protecting his face. But still, there were 2 problems now, and he realized that he could not dodge that guy's fire. And if he ignores this acrobatics, he will die immediately, and he cannot be distracted for a second. And the fact that there is immediately a strong gap in their levels, but he cannot escape because he will now have to fight them. And the fact that Arthur didn't want to fight them, but now he realized that he had no choice. And at the same moment, Drake began to shout towards Arthur what he would say about this, and began to swing his fiery sword. But Arthur was not a brainless monster, and unlike a monster, he can think about how to win. And at the same moment, Arthur threw a stone that was lying near his feet straight towards Drake, but he raised his sword and was able to defend himself from it. And Drake started saying that he was also throwing stones. Apparently, he didn't like this situation. But Arthur at the same moment took the chance and approached the Drake right next to him. And at the same moment, Arthur hit Drake with his hand straight on his head. And Arthur also realized that his claws are truly a deadly weapon. But while his enemies were in confusion, Arthur decided that it was time for him to run away. And the fact that it is unsafe to chase monsters in the dungeon. If he runs away, then people will have to leave him alone. But while Arthur was running away, Drake began to come to his senses, holding his chin where he had received it, and his partner Lena began to run straight using her skill. But while running away, Arthur realized that if that girl would pursue him, then he will need to install it faster than she uses her skill. But Lena tried to catch up with Arthur at all her speed, but suddenly she saw that he began to turn around. And at that moment, Arthur realized that thanks to his incredible regeneration, he would be able to take her direct attack. And after that, he will throw her blade aside. And as soon as her sword got stuck in the rock, Lena was in complete confusion as to how this could even happen. But Arthur was pleased with such an unexpected turn, because the ghouls are not so brainless as they thought about him before. And at that same moment, Cornelia decided that she would not simply stand and watch her friends be beaten, and decided to use her hail of ice spears skill. And as soon as Arthur noticed this, he turned around and realized that now he would be in great pain. After all, a huge number of ice spears were flying straight towards him, and although some of the copies flew past, the other two still touched his left leg. And having fallen to the earth, Arthur stopped moving because he was seriously wounded, and his sister standing behind him decided to act for sure. But at that moment, Lena ran up and began to say that she did not expect anything else from their Snow Queen Cornelia. And Drake, who began to get to his feet, said that he so wanted to finish off this monster himself and finally raise the level. But Cornelia replied to Drake that he acted like an aggressive idiot and for which he himself paid. And if he had been more restrained, he would have won right away and they would have avoided this unnecessary fuss with a simple ghoul. Machine Earth Arthur understood that he would die if he didn't do anything, and at that very moment he began to rise to his feet and was seriously wounded. Well, Arthur realized that he couldn't even get up because his bones were also damaged. Yes, and the muscles came to an end and were so heavy early on that if he had not been a monster, he would have died here already. And the fact that Cornelia took off his legs with just one blow, and the fact that he was lucky that he had a useful regeneration skill in his arsenal, and with the help of it, Arthur began to heal at that very moment. And the fact that even though he was cured, he couldn't stay on his feet for long. He only had enough to escape. And at the same moment, while Cornelia is in her spell, Arthur realized that he only had one chance to do so. And at the same moment, Cornelia began to use her ice magic and summon a huge ice trident from your magic sphere. If Arthur can't escape now, his sister will finish him off. And while Cornelia was preparing her ice trident, Arthur began to understand that if he couldn't escape now, who would his little sister finish her off? And until his leg completely regenerates, he will not be able to do anything, and attacking her head-on is stupid because she immediately uses her magic. And now Arthur will have to think carefully about what to do in such a situation. After all, if he is attacked, he will only have to pray that regeneration will heal him completely. But suddenly Arthur remembered that he wanted to practice his speech skills, and at the same moment he grabbed his throat and started screaming for his sister and me, because of which his sister began to understand that this was the voice of her brother. And at the same moment there was a huge explosion from her ice spear skill. But still, Arthur was lucky that the ice spear did not fly straight at him, but flew in and crashed right next to his feet. And Drake, standing near Cornelia, began to shout why she missed from such a close distance. But Arthur, lying on the ground, realized that it was too close and just a little more and he could say goodbye to his life. And he was lucky that even though I was his sister, it saved his life. But still Cornelia could not understand why she suddenly hesitated. And at that moment Arthur realized that finally yoga was in order and he could quickly escape. But Cornelia suddenly began to use her ice skills again. But Arthur still changed his mind about running away and jumped straight to his sister with a stupid expression on his face, because of which he so scared Cornelia, and she began to lose her balance. And falling straight to the ground, Cornelia began to say that she was in pain. But Arthur took advantage of this moment and began to run away. And Cornelia, who was watching him, could not understand why this monster scared her, and immediately began to run away, because he is too intelligent for a monster. But her comrade Drake was still irritated and began to ask Cornelia what was wrong with her and why she let that monster escape. But still Cornelia didn't listen to anyone and was only in her thoughts because she began to guess about the fact that an undead human corpse is resurrected after death and turned into a monster in a dungeon. And she heard about it, but still realized that this couldn't happen. And a few minutes later, Arthur ran away from those guys and hid around the corner. He realized that it was too close and just a little more would have been the end. And the fact that he was unlucky to meet high-level adventurers. But still, Arthur was very grateful to the Lord God for the fact that using skills like mana from heaven regeneration is such blood, and the fact that he needed to avoid meeting with adventurers and focus on finding monsters. But still he could not believe that he could meet his sister here, and even in such a guise. And for a long time he had not seen his sister walking around the dungeon. After all, he usually took her with him to explore the territory, but she quickly raised her level and stopped going anywhere with him. And all this was in the past, and now Arthur must avoid them like fire and hide very well so as not to catch anyone's eye. And watching his sister and her friends, he realized that they decided to take a different path. And Arthur decided that then he would better go in the other direction and they would definitely not meet. But as soon as he began his journey, he realized that in that direction was the deepest part of the underground and she was going to go there anyway. He didn't understand it. After all, ordinary people are not capable of staying in dungeons for a very long time because the human body is different from those monsters and they cannot withstand the local conditions. And for people to stay here for a long time is equal to a death sentence, and the body is very quickly depleted due to the magical pressure in the air. And a trip to a dungeon is always a clear planning process. Adventurers often take guides with them who offer them safe and quick paths, and if they go further, they will definitely die. But still, Arthur realized that if he tried to stop them, this time he would definitely finish him off. If he exists, he will just watch them from afar. Then maybe this plan will work. But a little time later, the adventurers saw in front of them something that they did not expect to see here. It was the adventurer's friend lying down. But Cornelia decided to go down and check if he was still alive. The real Drake next to her, together with Lena, decided that his friend had been cleaned up and even the money was stolen. But at the same moment, Cornelia stood up and told her comrades to follow her further. But suddenly Jake began to panic and asked Cornelia if she still wanted to continue walking. And Lena herself began to say that this could be dangerous. But Cornelia told them that this was not her first trip to the dungeon. I'm not prepared enough to move on. If they continue on their way according to the original plan, then everything will be fine. But Jake thought about the fact that she still thinks of herself as the local leader and what a bad habit she is of putting herself above others. And Arthur, who was watching them from around the corner, could not believe that after what they saw, they still decided to explore further. The deeper they go, the more monsters they meet. And most monsters live in the depths of the dungeon, unlike people. Monsters adore places with a huge concentration of mana, but this does not always happen. And the fact that anything can happen in the dungeon, so you always need to be on guard and not take risks. And Arthur expected that his sister would not be so stubborn, but he could not understand why she was ready to risk her life. And at the same moment, a huge hand with a huge log appeared in the path of the adventurers. And at the same moment, Lena jumped to the side when she saw such a huge monster. But this was a high-level ogre, and his level was 22. And as soon as Arthur saw this, he realized that this was all he had thought about. Monsters of this level are usually found in the depths of the dungeon, but he appeared much earlier than his habitat. And this ogre scared everyone except Cornelia because she was ready to move on. But suddenly, a huge orc began to shout very loudly and seemed to suggest that he was in charge here. And the three adventurers stood and looked at this huge monster, not knowing what to do next. But also Arthur, who was hiding around the corner and watching the interesting ones, and he could not understand what his sister was going to do. After all, they have too much of a difference in levels and they cannot defeat this huge orc. And the fact that Arthur should help them. But he soon realized that this was a bad idea. After all, if he comes out, it will turn out that, for them, he is an ordinary monster, and the fact that he comes out will only cause panic in the video. And now all he can do is watch them from around the corner. One of the adventurers, Drake, could not understand what they should do now. After all, he had already said that they could not go further. But Cornelia answered him that with the help of magic they can easily cope, even with an ogre of this level. Moreover, there are many more of them and they can work together. But still, no matter how skilled the adventurers were, they doubted whether they would be able to cope with this game of muscles, and that if they try to escape, this ogre will catch up with them and kill them, and now there is no choice. And at the same moment, Jake began to use his flame-coating sword skill. And as soon as he began to act, the huge ogre also swung his weapon and threw Jake aside. And then he realized that he couldn't even approach him normally. But Lena also began to act, and with the help of her levitation skill began to gain enormous speed, and run straight behind the huge ogre. But such speed was not enough because the ogre managed to notice her, which is why Lena was confused. And at the same moment the ogre hit her with his sledgehammer, which is why Lena began to lose her balance. And noticing this, the Drake began shouting to his partner to be more careful. But Lena already understood this because she had just been knocked off her feet by simply fucking her, and she realized that this monster was very strong. But at the same moment, Cornelia began to act, summoning her ice arrows. And one of the arrows flew straight into the ogre's weapon, while the other one crashed straight into his ribs. This was not enough because the ogre grabbed the ice arrow and began to take it out. And at the same moment, he was able to easily break it into pieces. And Cornelia, who was watching this, could not believe her eyes because his skin was so strong that even ice magic could not take him. And watching this, Arthur realized that now everything was developing very badly. And he's interesting, of course. They're only strong at working in a team. They don't know how, and he didn't understand why his sister even decided to go with them so deep into the dungeon. But Cornelia stood in the same place and began to decide whether she needed to act right now. And clutching her staff, she decided that she now had no choice, and she would have to use the most powerful spell. If it didn't work, then at least they could escape. However, this spell has a short range and can be easily dodged, and the two must distract him so that he does not pay attention to her. But Drake believed that this was unrealistic. After all, they couldn't even strike him. They didn't have enough awkwardness or magical power. If this continues, they will all die here. But Cornelia continued to shout to her comrades to distract the monster, and if they stood still like that, she would not be able to do anything. And Cornelia decided that she could not die in such a place. After all, they still have a chance to win. But Drake couldn't believe that she still wants to fight, and is she really crazy? Yes, she has a wonderful skill, but now it's useless. If he tries to escape now, the ogre will catch him and finish him off. But thanks to Cornelia, they will still have a chance. And at the same moment, Drake called Lena over to him and began to whisper something in her ear. And as soon as she heard these words from her comrade, they began to act. But Arthur, who was standing around the corner, could not understand what they were doing. At the same time, a huge ogre began to act and attack the adventurers. While swinging his huge weapon, he did not allow anyone to get close to him. And Cornelia, standing behind, thought only that if her comrades had lured him even closer, she could have used her technique. But she realized that this was their maximum, and the fact that now it is risky. But she decided that she would try to hit with the ice trident now. Well, as soon as Cornelia began to prepare her spell, Drake cried out loudly that now was the time to act. And at the same moment, Drake and Lena exchanged glances. And while Cornelia continued to accumulate magical power to use her ice spell, they began to run away in the other direction at full speed. And Cornelia could not understand what they were doing. But while running away, Lena told Cornet not to be distracted now because in front of her is a huge monster that is ready for her. Finish off. And Arthur, watching from around the corner, realized that these two were going to abandon Cornelia at the last minute. But Cornelia had already decided that she would continue to fight. After all, now she has no choice other than how to defeat this terrible monster standing in front of her. And with the help of her ice trident, she decided that she would finish off the monster with one blow. But as soon as the ogre saw this attack, he decided that he could dodge it even though his face was scared. And at that same second, the magic trident flew almost to the target, but Cornelia missed a little and hit straight into the hand, because of which the huge monster began to scream in pain. And at the same moment, Cornelia was glad that she managed to defeat him. But this was far from the end. After all, the ogre had another hand in which he held his weapon and waved it. He hit Cornelia with all his might, and she flew away with great speed. And at the same moment, the huge monster began to frantically scream right at the entire cave. And noticing this, Arthur began to run towards his sister to help her. But suddenly Drake, running away, began to shout to Cornelia that it was all her fault and she herself decided to go so deep, although they warned her. And she will not find her brother in this dungeon, and he must have died long ago. But Arthur, hearing this, could not believe his ears. But at the same moment, the huge ogre began to continue attacking Cornelia, who was lying on the ground, seriously wounded. And lying on the earth, Cornelia could not understand why Arthur even came here because he is such a weakling. And where is her empty-headed brother now? And at the same moment, the huge orc decided to finish off Cornelia with one blow. But before he had time to swing, Arthur ran up and hit him with all his strength straight on his huge head. And as soon as the blow occurred, the ogre could not understand what had happened. Well, Arthur stood in front of him, ready to fight to the death and asking for forgiveness to his sister, who lay unconscious on the ground. Arthur decided that now he would be the opponent for such a huge thug. Well, Arthur still stood there and didn't understand how he should act now. And the fact that a huge monster now stands in front of him. And as soon as the ogre swung his weapon, Arthur dodged in time. And after a successful evasion, Arthur ducked down while that monster swung his huge club. But Arthur understood that not only was he inferior to him in terms of level, but his arm was also torn off. But this did not affect his strength. And what was more important, if he loses, her sister will also die. So Arthur can't escape now or lose to this monster. And as soon as Arthur moved, he ran up to the ogre and managed to wound him. And after this, our hero picked up his sister's ice stone and threw it straight at the ogre's head. And while the ogre was confused, Arthur decided that now was the time to act. But as soon as he approached him, the cook swung his weapon and hit Arthur straight on the arm. And because of such a heavy blow, Arthur realized that his arm was now broken, and he thought that if he attacked him from the side of his severed arm, he would have a chance to somehow harm him. But the task has not become any easier now. And the fact that even without one arm, he is much stronger than him. And Arthur will not be able to get to him from the blind spot, and he needs to come up with another plan. And as soon as Arthur began to run towards the ogre, he struck with all his might with his weapon. But Arthur continued to dodge all of his attacks. And soon he realized that it was still difficult for this monster to move with only one hand. And his attacks have no effect because he is much more agile, although his endurance is not eternal. However, if he continues to be his blind, he will quickly get tired. But still, Arthur understood that even though he had been reborn as a monster, he was still a man. And people understand this much more stubbornly than other monsters. But continuing to swing his huge club, the ogre was unable to catch Arthur, which is why he began to get very angry and growl. But Arthur understood that for him, who had lost his hand in fangs, this was the only weapon with which he was able to stop him. And the fact that Arthur was just waiting for his patience to run out, because at that moment he flew into the air and pounced straight on the ogre. And having hit him with all his might, Arthur was still able to knock out several of his teeth. And although she did not sacrifice her left hand, it's worth giving him a fatal blow. And the fact that beating him seemed to be a bad idea and he wouldn't lose his head. But he clearly didn't expect this to get into his mouth and wound him from the inside. And at that same moment, Arthur still managed to inflict the final decisive blow on his opponent. And a moment later, Arthur was able to defeat his opponent and the huge orc lay immobilized on the earth. And at the same moment, Arthur received 128 experience points, and his level had increased since the 14th year of the 18th, and the fact that he still defeated him. But now he needed to use his regeneration skill to heal his wounds. But as soon as his arm was healed, Arthur realized that this skill was incredible and that it would appear before his death. But suddenly Arthur turned his head and began to thank his sister for everything she did for him. And even though she looked down on him, he was still worried about her and he wanted to become an adventurer, but he couldn't even defend himself. And a little while later, Arthur carried his sister on his back. After all, he decided that the most important thing now is that Cornelia needs to be taken out of the dungeon. But on the way to the exit, Arthur discovered a sword which he threw into the dungeon. And at the same time, two adventurers who were wandering around the dungeon heard a strange sound and turned their heads and did not see that a monster was approaching them and was slowly approaching the girl lying on the earth. And they were not at a loss and immediately began to attack Arthur with their arrows. And at the same moment, Cornelia began to come to her senses. And those two guys approached her and started asking if she was okay, to which she replied where she was now. And one of the guys started saying that she was attacked by a ghoul and she lost consciousness. But she couldn't understand what he was saying. What kind of ghoul is this? After all, she recently fought with a huge orc. And did someone really bring her here and save her from the ogre? But Cornelia began to remember the one who carried her on his back, and it was her brother. But still, this cannot be, because she understood that if it had been him, he would have stayed with her. But suddenly, one of the guys asked Cornelia about the sword she was holding in her hands. But as soon as she looked at him, she realized that this sword was her brother, on which it was written that she should wait for him. And after she read this inscription, she began to cry, because she knew that her brother was alive and now she would be calm. But Arthur, running away through the cave, knew that they would definitely meet again. In the meantime, he must continue his journey, and one day he will definitely become a man. And a little time later, Arthur continued on his way, chasing the cannibal monsters. And when he caught up with them, he began to destroy them and thereby increase his level and receive 15 experience points. And a little time later, when he had finished exterminating the monsters from the cannibals, he sat down on a stone to rest. And when eating one of the monsters, the taste was disgusting for him and he smelled of rust. And its tentacles were like rubber. The skin was very dense, like metal. And the insides are rotten like a dying animal. And after death, Arthur began to eat cannibals who devoured him. And if someone had told him about this in the past, he would have considered what was said as a joke. But of course he hates them because they actually devoured him and left only his bones. And he never wanted to become like them and devour them. And usually monsters of the same rank do not fight each other, and people do not stay in dungeons for a long time due to the high concentration of mana. But now what was more important was that Arthur had reached level 18 and that he had transformed from the Lich Ghoul, and he was becoming more and more like a human. And Arthur wondered what his next stage of evolution would be, and whether he would be able to go out into the city in a new guise. But in reality, it wasn't that important right now. After all, he only has 2 levels left before the next evolution. Only after it, his new evolution will not be very soon. If he only kills low-level monsters, then you can't even dream of fast leveling. And on the other hand, he doesn't want to face monsters from the rank, and the fact that there should be no high-level monsters here. So Arthur decided that he could relax a little. But who knew that right behind him someone was slowly flying up to him? And at the same moment Arthur felt something and was able to jump to the side, and he realized that it was too close. But he did not understand what kind of force it was. And looking at this monster, he couldn't understand what level he had. But the gargoyle was level 21. And at that very moment she began to fly straight at him, waving her weapon. But Arthur couldn't believe his eyes, because he knew that in this part of the dungeon there were monsters of the 20th level. But as soon as the gargoyle flew too close to him, she began to open her mouth, from which something bright began to appear. And as soon as the gargoyle released its bright flame straight from its mouth, Arthur fully felt the pain that the gargoyle gave him. But Arthur also noticed that after this flame, the gargoyle began to fly straight at him with his sword. And a little more she would have been able to finish off Arthur, but he turned his head to the side in time. But still, such gargoyles were able to cause damage. And flying to the side, Arthur crashed into the nearest wall, and he began to realize that he barely dodged the ball, but she managed to hurt him. And not only does she spew out flames and blind him with this, but she also flies without making a sound. And the fact that he defeated the ogre thanks to the help of his sister. But now, even if his level has become much higher, he cannot take such risks, and continuing to run away from the gargoyle, he thought that he would be able to break away. But the gargoyle was the same fast as his, and continuing to run away, Arthur realized that he could not tear himself away from her, no matter how fast he ran. But still, the gargoyle continued to strike many times, and no matter how hard Adam tried to dodge, he was still able to hit back once. But after the blow, he realized that he couldn't even scratch it. And at that same second, the gargoyle began to continue attacking Arthur. And then he realized that she was too much superior to him in skills and level. He needs to quickly run away from her. But continuing to run away, Arthur finally reached the end of the tunnel and saw that an abyss had appeared in front of him. And turning his head, he saw that the gargoyle began to spew out its flames in his direction again. Because of the bright light of the flame, he could not see anything. But the gargoyle did not stop and continued to attack Arthur. But at one moment the gargoyle rushed straight at him. But as a result, she realized that no one had appeared in front of her. Well, all because Arthur was able to grab the ledge with the help of his claws, because he had once seen a fight with a similar opponent, and he realized that he couldn't be driven into a dead end, and he was a former guide after all, and jumped straight onto the gargoyle's back. Arthur began to shout that she should not underestimate her low-level brothers, and as soon as they landed on the ground, Arthur began to beat her with all his strength. And yet he was able to defeat the gargoyles and received his 108 experience points and increased his level from 18 to 20. His knowledge from his past life was still useful to him, and it would not have been easy for him to defeat her in the usual way. But still, Arthur began to realize that he was able to reach the 20th level, and the notification system began to show that the maximum level of the Urka race had been reached, and the next level was available. I was very happy about this message from Arthur because a strong enemy who appeared out of nowhere did him a great service. But first, Arthur decided that after the evolution, he immediately wanted to see who he turned into, and he began to hope that he would finally be like a human, and at that very moment, evolution began to occur, and everything in his body began to change, as if a huge force was appearing. And after the bright light, the notification window began to show that a new stage in the evolution of mimics had been reached, and as if nothing had changed. But now, some strange mask appeared on Arthur's face. Despite his reflection in the water, Arthur realized that he had sharply increased in height and that his clothes were already torn. And for some reason, the mask that was on his face did not come off, and now he looked even more like a monster. And there are rumors that the evolution of monsters brings them closer to the strength that they need. And Arthur, with all his soul, wanted to become a man. However, he will inevitably remain a monster forever, because this is a race of undead that imitates people and attacks them. And they say that people who manage to see the essence hidden under the mask did not return alive, and the mimic is much more dangerous. And at that same moment, Arthur decided to look at his characteristics and saw that he currently had the 20th level and skills. He still had regeneration and added transformation. And now his parameters have become much cooler than they were before. It was not surprising because now he has become a monster from the rank of, and they create much more problems. Adventurers of rank A and B are usually collected on such monsters. Moreover, this new skill is transformation, and Arthur thought about whether, with its help, he could become like a person. And at that very moment he decided to test this new skill of his. But suddenly he noticed that his mask began to fall off. And after the bright light, Arthur began to notice his changes. And looking into the reflection of the lake, he saw that he was still able to reincarnate into a man. But he could not fully believe what he saw in the reflection in the lake, and the fact that he still has a hoarse voice, but he can also speak. If it goes like this, he will soon be able to transform into an even better human. But the longer he remained in this form, the faster he lost his strength. And as soon as he decided to check how much mana this skill consumes in the notification window, he saw that the transformation skill temporarily allows you to take on a human form by consuming 1 unit of mana in 10 minutes. Her maximum mana reserve is 26 units, and simply put, this is 4 hours of continuous use of the skill. And in the city, he definitely won't be able to live with such a limit. Then he should increase his mana reserve. And Arthur realized that as he evolved, his mana points would become even greater. And at the moment, the goal was clear to him. He needed to continue raising the level and not get discouraged. But at the same moment, Arthur began to feel some kind of strange earthquake. And bending down, he began to look around because he didn't understand what was happening. And at the same moment, a huge stone flew near him. But literally a few minutes later, everything stopped, but Arthur didn't understand what to do now. And was it really an overpopulation of monsters? And there are rumors that deep in the dungeon, there are the remains of a huge monster. And the space created by the evil mana of this monster is a dungeon. An anomalous phenomenon occurs in dungeons that have not been cleared by adventurers for a long time, and this is called overpopulation of monsters. And that's why monsters of rank C change their usual habitat. And most likely this is just the beginning. But at the same moment, the same gargoyle monster appeared in front of Arthur again. And as soon as the gargoyle saw Arthur, it began to take out its weapon. Well, Arthur was not, "You are leaving such a meeting," because, as always, it appeared at the wrong time. And before Arthur could come up with his new plan, the gargoyle had already begun to attack him with its sword. And the fact that he can attack him without the sword and claws, he took a huge stone and began to throw it straight at the gargoyle. But the gargoyle immediately became angry and began to stare at Arthur with its red eyes. But our hero still realized that through his human form he had no strength left. But at the same moment the gargoyle began to spew out its flame and Arthur began to become hotter and more painful. But following the fire, the gargoyle began to attack him with her sword. But Arthur had already managed to transform into a monster and hit his opponent on the head with all his might. Arthur knew that they all had the same battle tactics and that he had already defeated someone like him. And continuing to deliver many blows to his opponent, Arthur still realized that he was able to defeat him. After all, the head of a huge gargoyle flew to the side, and because of this, Arthur was able to get his 90 experience points. And the fact that he was lucky that after the evolution he still had regeneration in his arsenal and he could easily heal his wounds. However, this time he dealt with it a little faster, and it looks like getting levels will become even easier for him. And the monsters are of course strong but mindless, unlike him. And even more so, he will finally be able to dive deeper into the dungeon because he has become a monster of a rank that is resistant to magical energy. And Arthur felt that the next evolution would happen very soon. And now the gargoyle was no rival to him, no matter how many of them appeared here. But before he had time to rest from the last battle, 3 more gargoyles immediately appeared in front of him. And starting to run away, Arthur screamed that he was taking his words back. It was time for him to leave. And hiding behind the nearest stone, Arthur realized that he had finally broken away, and the gargoyles did not notice him. And the monsters began to change their usual habitat, and their level of strength is adult, and something terrible is undoubtedly happening in this dungeon. A little later, Arthur fought against the gargoyles, and with the help of his incredible new fangs, he was able to defeat his enemy. And the last of the long battle, Arthur received his 90 experience points. His level was increased from 20th to 21st, but suddenly he realized that mimics were really powerful monsters, and he would not have dealt with the enemy so quickly with a ghoul. But suddenly he saw that his hand was wounded, and with the help of his regeneration skill, he began to heal his wounds and realized that high physical indicators, claws and fangs, endurance, a lot of skills, and the body is much stronger than a human one. And the next evolution is at level 50, and maybe he will finally be able to get out of this place. But still, who would have thought that he would see monsters of rank so often, and monsters of maximum rank D and below lived in this area? But now it's all to blame. Definitely the overpopulation of monsters. This began long before the appearance of the ogre in the territory of low-ranking monsters. If this continues, monsters will get to the surface and will terrorize the nearest Earth. And the only way to restore it is to defeat the main boss living in the depths of the dungeon. And how many problems and who knows how many victims there will be if the overpopulation of monsters reaches its peak. Well, suddenly Arthur heard something that was behind him. And then he realized that these were the steps not of monsters, but of people. And in the group of 3 guys there was Frank, who began to say that there is no doubt that the reason for the appearance of the Kurguli swarm at this level is overpopulation in the dungeons. His partner David told him that if this is so, then they need to return and inform the guild master. But the girl couldn't understand what he was talking about. After all, they must defeat the boss before this disaster begins. But hiding around the corner, Arthur realized that he was Bleck. He had better get out of this place as soon as possible, and that the level of these guys was definitely higher than that of his sister's group. If he tried to fight them, he would definitely die. And at the same time, David began to tell his comrades that they did not think that it would be just the three of them to go to the boss in the dungeon. But their leader replied that the numbers could eventually get out of control, and they would no longer have the best opportunity to stop it as they do now. David once again asked his leader if he was sure that they could cope with the local monsters if the process of overpopulation had begun. Then he sounds too self-confident. If overpopulation does begin, then the level and appearance of the monsters will change, and it would be stupid to go to the boss without any information. But Frank decided that they would be the first to get materials from the boss and sell them at a high price. But his partner realized that he was definitely hopeless. And if this place becomes a haven for monsters, many people may suffer and the losses will be significant. This will not only affect their economy, but unemployment and hunger may begin. And at such moments one can be a madman. After all, they are adventurers and their duty is to protect people, to save all sorts of girls from various monsters and destroy the enormous danger that will come to people. And that's why they should warn about this as soon as possible. But the leader still stood his ground that Shaylee's hometown was destroyed, and because of the overpopulation of the nearby dungeons, and the fact that now they can't just leave everything like that and suddenly the same thing happens. Arthur, who overheard this conversation, realized that this girl was the same as him. Although he was much luckier, his city was able to be restored, and the leader continued to say that he was right in not risking their lives. But if they leave now, they will risk the lives of many more people. But at the same moment, one of the guys began to sharply turn his head behind the nearest stone, and immediately began to pull the string of his bow and shoot in the same direction. And in an instant the arrow flew near Arthur's head. But who would have thought that Arthur would be discovered? And the guy who was shooting from a bow began to tell his comrade that his godly skill of the hunter's eye reacted to those stones, and was there really someone there? But Arthur did not understand that if he appeared in this form, he would have to fight him, and he had no choice now. He would have to use his new skills. But the leader was already ready for the attack and began to tell his comrades that on his command, and not all together would attack the monster that hid behind the stones. And at the same moment, Frank began shouting to his comrades to attack. But Arthur had almost completed his transformation. And at that same moment, he raised his hands and began to tell the guys to stop attacking him because he is also an adventurer. And suddenly, Frank saw a man in front of him. Tell Arthur that he scared them a lot. But David could not understand why he was hiding. But Arthur replied that he thought that they were local bandits, and after all, they themselves know what happens in dungeons and they need to be careful. But still, David noticed something strange because from Arthur's voice he was somehow too nervous, and it was suspicious that he was doing here alone, and looked closely at Arthur. David could not understand. Should he shoot him right now or let him go? But the leader saw that Arthur was all in rags, and was he really showing excessive caution? And at first glance, he realized that Arthur was not a simple adventurer. But suddenly Arthur began to think about the fact that he thought that if he were reincarnated as a person, they would immediately believe him. But those guys turned out to be not as simple as at first glance. And the fact that he used transformation to avoid unnecessary suspicion. But now everything turned out to be much more complicated. And suddenly the leader began to tell Arthur that David always behaves rudely to strangers, and he should not pay attention to him. But the leader, immediately after what was said, began to think that this guy who appeared in front of them was not injured at all. And maybe it was because of his skill that he asked a question. And judging by his dirty clothes, he has been here for several days, and more importantly, where is his group now and what is his level? And he's probably overanalyzing this guy, but maybe David's skepticism isn't so far-fetched. And Arthur immediately realized that things were bad now. If they continued to interrogate him, he would not be able to find the necessary answers to their questions. And if this continues, they will simply attack him, and he will have to take the initiative to scare them away and run away. But at the moment, he did not fully understand how to do the right thing and what to do. But suddenly the girl started running up to the carter and said that there is an overpopulation of monsters in this dungeon, and you can't walk through the dungeon alone, and is he generally okay?" Well, Arthur didn't understand how to answer her because she appeared so suddenly next to him, and the fact that this girl was not afraid of him at all. And David immediately began telling his partner to move away from this guy because he could be a robber. But the girl answered him that there are no absolutely bad people, and even more so, by one glance you can determine whether he is a bad person or not. But still, David thought that she was the same naive fool that she was and remained. And at that moment she began to ask Arthur, did he really go into the dungeon alone, and where was his group? If he is alone, then she and her group can get him out of here. But at the same moment Arthur shouted that there was no need and began to turn around and quickly run away in another direction. And the leader of the detachment began to tell David to lower his bow. But the girl standing in the same place could not understand why he ran away and whether everything would be okay with him. But David began to tell the girl that she was too trusting. Any person could simply fool her. But suddenly the girl, who turned her head, began to tell David not to say such things, because even if he looked strange, she did not want to judge him only by his appearance, and he was here completely because of the overcrowding in the dungeon. He could get into trouble. But suddenly, the leader answered her that maybe this was so, but she acted too recklessly, and he could have attacked her, and he had a lot of questions for that guy, because he could just be a criminal who kept him out of the city. But still, the girl thought that he was not a bad person at all. Fights between people in a dungeon are a dangerous thing for both sides, and even if he is a criminal, you shouldn't chase him in order to start a fight, the leader decided. And David Kostia is careful, but he should not immediately show his true intentions to the enemy. And in this situation, none of the opposite sides could take the first step, but thanks to Shelley's kindness, the guy felt awkward and ran away, and besides, she easily removed the tension flying in the air. Suspicion and prudence are important qualities of any adventurer, but Shelley's faith in people is also very important for an adventurer, and this guy still escaped. So now they need to decide what to do next, continue on their way, or retreat to the city, and the last word will be with David. But David suddenly began to think because he didn't fully understand how he could solve this situation. And although he supports the ideals of the leader, and it's not that he thought about Shelley's feelings, but perhaps he was right. If they so want to play heroes, the flag will be in their hands in a critical situation. They will be able to escape in any case. And after hearing what Shelley heard, she began to beam, and the leader immediately jumped up to David and hugged him, and began to say that he turned out to be such a good guy. But David replied that in such a case of danger he would use it as a shield of meat, and he must keep this in mind. But Shelley began to say that everything would be all right, and they were a strong team, and they would definitely cope. And now they will make every effort to achieve victory. And that tragedy in the dungeon is already in the past. And now Shelley decided that this would not happen again, and she will never allow a repeat of the disaster that happened not so long ago. And at the same time, Arthur ran very far from those guys, and at that moment he decided to stop to somehow catch his breath. But suddenly he wondered, wasn't he too suspicious, and why didn't they chase him? After all, I remember that conversation with the girl who said that you can't walk through the dungeon alone, and is he okay? And the fact that quite a long time has passed since he was treated with such concern. And he died more than a week ago and then turned into a monster. And his crew left him for dead in the doves of the dungeon. And they were talking about the boss who was in the very depths of the dungeon. And Arthur didn't understand that they were really going to attack him with 3 of them, and that they looked much smaller than his sister's group. But the 3 of them won't be able to cope with the boss. And now he shouldn't worry about them because it's not his problem. And the fact that this time Arthur managed to escape. But if he meets them again, now he will have to fight. And they came to the dungeon confident in their abilities, and, unlike him, he would only cause them problems. And even more so, in human form he is damn weak, and if he shows his true appearance and does not attack him. And at such moments you can be a madman, and they take a long time to protect people. But still, Arthur had a lot of thoughts. Therefore, he could not completely find the right decision on what to do in this case. And a little time later, David was ready for battle and saw that a huge sensation was pressing on him at the sight of who was standing in front of him, because it was the owner of this dungeon. And the leaders began to tell them to be convincing because this is their strongest opponent. And the one who stood in front of them was the 30th level Gargoyle King. And at the same moment, he opened his third eye and began to growl hugely towards the adventurers. As soon as Shelley raised her head to the notification window, she saw that the Gargoyle King was level 30 and higher than they expected. But still, she cannot afford to retreat. And suddenly the leader began to say that he would attack first and Shelley should attack after him. And now they cannot drag out the battle with an enemy whose level is higher than themselves, and they need to act very quickly. And with the help of his leader's skill began to attack the boss with a cutting wave. But immediately the boss in the dungeon was able to repel his attack, because of which the leader could not believe his eyes that he was able to reflect his skill with such ease. But immediately after that, the leader began to continue attacking because the monster had opened up. But as soon as he hit him a few more times, he was surprised that he couldn't even really scratch him. And immediately after the leader, Shelley also began to attack the boss. And suddenly she realized that although the level is high, it is not so fast, and in sword fighting she has no equal, because with the help of her sword princess skill, she will be able to increase her fencing talent. And waved his sword. She realized that the boss had opened up again. And thus she was able to strike him straight in the ribs. But suddenly she had the feeling that she had not caused him any damage at all. And at the same moment, David began to use his weapon and shoot an arrow straight at the dungeon boss. But as soon as the arrow flew and crashed straight into the boss, it suddenly crumbled into small pieces. And then he realized that there was no chance and his arrows were also useless against such an enemy. And this monster has high defense but low speed. And this monster is definitely too tough for them, and it is impossible to damage it with a sword or arrows because of its high defense. And if so, the only way to defeat him is to aim straight at the eyes. But suddenly, the dungeon boss began to raise his huge paw and swing his sword at the group of adventurers. And with his swing, he aimed straight at the leader of this detachment. But having blocked his blow, the leader began to think about how to proceed. Some strange pentagram appeared near him, which began to glow brighter and brighter. And then the leader realized that the situation was very bad, because the Lord of the Earth also owns magic. And with the help of his fire roar skill, the master began to attack the adventurers more and more, because of which a huge fire wave threw the leader aside. And as soon as he came to his senses, he began to look at his hands, which were wounded by fire. But at the same moment, he turned his head to see if his partner Shelley was okay. But he saw that she seemed to be losing confidence with every second, and squeezed his sword even tighter. The leader decided that if he showed weakness, then the end would come for them all, and now they could not retreat. And with the help of his cutting wave skill, he continued to attack the boss on the ground. But now they need to attack as quickly and as hard as possible. And finding himself in the flames of his enemy, the leader of the group endured all the pain in order to quickly inflict more and more blows on him. But suddenly Shelley noticed that her leader Frank began to act aggressively. And just like that, the dungeon boss himself also noticed that his opponents were moving faster and stronger than before. And at that very moment, the leader of the group decided to use his strongest blow and decapitate his opponent. And as soon as the dungeon boss got distracted, Frank started yelling at David to act now. But David fired his bow and began to tell Frank that he was acting too aggressively. And at the same moment, the arrow flew and stuck straight into the third eye of the dungeon boss. And the leader noticed this and realized that everything was going according to plan, and they were finally able to fully attack the dungeon boss. And now all that remained was to deal him the final blow. But as soon as Frank raised his head, he saw something strange in front of him. And the fact that this huge monster began to glow bright red and become more and more aggressive. Suddenly Frank's sword flew out of his hands, and he began to fly to the side and feel enormous pain in his body. But at the same moment he began to lose consciousness, and David started screaming at the girl Shelley to forget about Frank and they need to run away. But the dungeon boss standing next to the leader was ready to finish him off. And Shelley, who was watching this with tears in her eyes, began screaming at Frank to wake up, and stood in front of him. She was already ready to accept all this power standing in front of her. But David, since he was an archer, stood behind and began to get angry because Shelley did not listen to him. But Shelley was also tired after a long battle, and she realized that she could not stop Frank from this reckless attack, so she could not leave him here to die. And she knew that she had to run, but she could not do it. And at the same moment she began to forgive David because he did not want to go after this monster. But David, also seriously wounded, began to talk about his partner so that she would not talk nonsense. But David was not going to blame anyone for this because he himself made the decision to fight, so she should not blame herself. But suddenly he turned his head and saw that David had also lost consciousness. "Well, sir, I didn't want to just leave them alive," and started swinging my huge sword. And Shelley was already ready to say goodbye to her life. But suddenly she heard someone run up to them and take the leader's sword. And at the same moment there was a loud sound of swords. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she realized that she was still alive. Arthur in front of her, who held back the attack of the dungeon boss and began to say that he still could not stand and watch others die. And turning to the boss of the dungeon, Arthur said that now he is his opponent. And as soon as Shelley saw that Arthur withstood the blow of a huge monster, she was in complete shock. And as soon as she was able to see Arthur, she realized that this was the guy they had recently met in the dungeon. And at that same moment, David was able to come to his senses and began to ask Arthur why he came for them. But as soon as Arthur heard these words, he himself began to think about why he was here. But a few hours ago, Arthur, sitting deep in the cave, was thinking that it was too risky if he followed them. They would quickly understand that he was a monster and would have to fight them. But Arthur himself did not fully understand what he was thinking about. And now he needs to pluck up courage and go help those guys. After all, the point is not what is right, but how he himself wants to act. And that's why he connected his life with adventurers, even though he didn't have any talent or useful skill, and he dreamed that one day he would be able to fight monsters while protecting innocent people. And these guys are risking their lives to save millions of lives, and why should he leave them? And immediately Arthur realized that he could help these guys and would not be a burden for them. And as soon as their blades met, a loud sound was heard. Arthur suddenly realized that at least those guys were able to wound the dungeon boss. But still, their difference in levels was simply colossal. After all, now the level of the Gargoyle King was level 30, and Arthur's level was only level 21. And as soon as the Gargoyle King struck again with his huge sword. And after this, the king began to carry out several more blows, and Arthur had to retreat back. And then he realized that he could not cope with this monster alone, and now they need to run away from here right away. But turning his gaze to the leader who was lying on the ground unconscious, he realized that they were now in no condition to move. After all, the other guy and the girl could barely stand on their feet. And look at the king. He realized that they beat him up a little and were not able to wound him so much, even though they wounded him in the head and the eye on his stomach. The boss himself is very strong, but his main weakness is his stomach, and you need to aim at him. And as soon as the king hit Arthur a few more times, at the same moment the king began to smile somehow strangely. After all, his next attack was able to immediately wound Arthur. And the shell girl standing behind Arthur saw that he had been dealt a mortal wound. And they all could not understand how Arthur could stand on his own 2 feet after this. But Arthur was determined and was still able to survive. After such an attack, his eyes began to glow with anger for such a blow. But still, the king of the dungeon began to growl very loudly and attack further than Arthur. Although he was distracted, Arthur knew that he was stronger than he seemed at first glance. And swinging his sword, he was still able to wound the Gargoyle King right in his eyes on his stomach. Following this, the king began to swing his swords in different directions, thereby driving Arthur back a little. But still, Arthur began to heal his wound with the help of his regeneration skill, and he understood that the mimic had a very strong body, and with regeneration, he could not be easily killed. And now the second round against the Gargoyle King will begin. And as soon as Arthur was ready to attack him, suddenly the king began to activate his fire roar skill. And noticing this, Arthur realized that he had cast fire magic directly on himself. And jumping to the side, Arthur realized that he would definitely not get close to him. And now he needed to come up with a new plan. But after making a few more jumps from side to side, Arthur realized that he was driven into a dead end, and now he needs to come up with something, or he will die right on the spot. After all, the Gargoyle King was already swinging his huge sword to finish off his opponent, and seeing this, Arthur realized that he would not be able to evade such an attack. And the girl Shelley, who was watching this, realized that he would now begin to act. And at the same moment, a bright flash appeared that illuminated everything in the cave. And at the same moment, Arthur's hand was visible and was able to grab the enemy's sword. But still, the Golem King was furiously angry that Arthur was able to stop his attack. But Arthur himself, standing in front of him, knew that he couldn't just end it with him. And at that same second, Arthur swung his sword and was able to bandit it right into the third eye of the monster standing in front of him, due to which the Golem King began to feel a huge pain in his stomach. And the girl Shelley could not believe her eyes that Arthur was able to stop the enemy and even wound him. And at the same moment, she wondered who he was. But still, the Gargoyle King began to activate his fire skill again. And at the same moment, Arthur had a hard time because the fire went straight through the sword to his hand. And he began to experience enormous pain due to the fact that he was too hot. But as soon as he looked at his opponent, he saw that the Golem King swung his huge sword again, but Arthur was able to duck and dodge. And the fact that the Golem King was not so simple, and the fact that he inflicted a mortal wound on him and he can still stand still and fight. And although the King of the Golems was wounded several times, he still continued to attack Arthur, who jumped from side to side and realized that he could not attack him back, and thanks to regeneration, he was able to attack him without being harmed by the fire curtain on his mana, which was almost zero. And now, everything is very bad, and not only can he not use regeneration, and at this rate he will not be able to use transformation, but this stone idiot is almost at his limit, and now it will be clear which of them will fizzle out first. Because of this covering, Arthur could not get too close to the king, and if he turns into a monster again, it will only scare those guys. But definitely not the king, and now there is simply a stalemate. But literally a few seconds later, the Gargoyle King again pressed Adam against the wall. He had nowhere to dress. He just stood still and didn't know where to retreat. And the other guys began to understand that if they didn't do anything, that guy would simply die. David, barely lying on the ground, began to little by little reach for his bow. But as soon as he succeeded, he squeezed it tightly in his hand and began to lift it. And after all, David did not inspire to remain in debt to someone. And now he shouted to Arthur so that he did not dare to die. And as soon as he fired his arrow straight at the Gargoyle King, Arthur noticed this and turned his head. He could not understand where he was aiming. The arrow still stuck right above the head of the Gargoyle King, and huge stones began to fall straight on his head, because of which the Gargoyle King began to experience enormous pain in his head. And noticing this, Arthur realized that he had managed to hit the head, and now this was his chance to attack the king. And having gathered all his strength, Arthur swung his blade again and was able to wound the Gargoyle King straight in his third eye, which was located on his stomach, and because of which the Gargoyle King began to growl very loudly, and with all its anger it still pulled the sword from its vulnerable spot. But Arthur didn't fully understand because he hit him in a weak spot, but he still stood on his own two legs, and he must stop him now while he is vulnerable. But with a strong attack, he dropped his sword, but in order to pick it up, he needs to come right next to the king. Now Arthur realized that he simply had no choice, and he would have to attack him with his bare hands. And bending down from his spot, he began to fly straight towards the Gargoyle King. And while he was in the air, he waved his hand, shouting that now everything would be over. And with all his strength, he hit the king straight in his weak spot of the eyes on his stomach, because of which, after such a huge and strong blow, his stomach began to glow with a bright color. And of course, in the end, the Gargoyle King was still able to fall to the ground, and Arthur realized that he was finally able to defeat him. Due to the fact that the Lord of the Land of level 30 was defeated, Arthur received his reward of 630 experience points. Her level was increased from 21 to 25. Dungeons are a place that attracts monsters, creating a wonderful place for them to live. And the Lord of the Earth is the very first monster that settled in the depths of the dungeon and became a kind of source for all other monsters and a source of enormous magical power. And now the boss is dead and the overpopulation will stop for some time. The hierarchy of monsters in his residential complex will begin to change and everything will return to normal. The question remains whether those guys saw his partial conversions during his fight with the gargoyles. But David at the moment understood that there were no doubts. This guy saved them, and the three of them, trained adventurers, could not cope with the boss of the dungeon, and he was able to defeat him alone, even delivering the final blow with his bare hands. And now, they were wondering who he was, but Arthur, standing in the same place, began to look at the notification window and saw that he had raised the level so well thanks to this battle, and he saved the guys from America, and it turned out great. And he became even closer to the stage of a new evolution. But suddenly Shelley began to approach Arthur and tell him that she was grateful to him for saving them, and without him, they would have lost. But Arthur still didn't know that she would approach him so abruptly, and he began to darken his window with a notice so that she would not see that he belonged to the monster race. And she continued to say that he could introduce himself as his name. Well, Arthur suddenly drew attention to his notification window and saw how much mana he had left, but it turned out that his mother was almost at 0, and a little more and he will turn back into a monster, and now he needs to run away as quickly as possible. Until the guys noticed this. But the girl still extended her hand and decided to ask him again what his name was. Well, Arthur realized that things were bad because she shouldn't see him in this form, and he could no longer maintain this form, and he began to run away very quickly. But the girl still couldn't understand that it was done wrong. After all, this guy ran away from her again as soon as she started talking to him, and David, standing behind, could not understand why this guy was so strange. And the fact that he didn't even take the reward from the boss, but simply ran away. And the fact that this eye is proof that overpopulation in the dungeons has been stopped, and he received a huge amount of money for it. But the girl also realized that he didn't take the award and didn't even say his name, and that he was such a modest person. But David could not believe that such fools existed, and what he was doing here alone, and how he was able to heal his mortal wounds. Could it be that the energy of the dungeon really affects the people like that? But the leader of the squad began to come to his senses and tell David that he was thinking a lot again. But as soon as David turned around and saw that his leader turned out to be alive, he was not that happy about it. But Frank began to say that this guy didn't abandon them and save their lives, and there was no point in looking for some kind of hidden motive. He saved them and decided to just leave, and that's his right. And at that very moment, David realized that he was right after all. And immediately after that, he began to approach the king to collect the reward. And as soon as he started, the leader began to tell him to act carefully and not to rush and to see the eye carefully. But Shelley still didn't fully understand and began asking her comrades if they were sure they hadn't killed this monster. But the leader answered her that they would need this eye as proof that this dungeon was no longer dangerous. If they met that guy again, they would give him an improved reward from the guild. But suddenly the girl thought about it. Will they meet again with this guy who has already run away from her twice? But at this time, Arthur understood that I would have given it a little more, and the action of the skill would have ended right before their eyes. And he would have held out a little longer, but frequent use of regeneration spent a decent amount of mana. But the good news was that he was now at the 25th level, and he now had 36 mana points. And if the reincarnation spends 1 unit of mana in 10 minutes, then he can last more than 6 hours. To restore half of the mana, then he will need linen, and if so, then he can provide himself with shelter and live with people in the village, and will finally be able to see her sister, who is now resting at home and thinking only about where her stupid brother went. And you need to try to get out of the dungeon in order to test his theory. And at the same time, in the city of the Kingdom of Liber, a guild of adventurers, a huge crowd gathered near the leader of a small detachment and began to ask whether they dealt with the overpopulation of monsters in the dungeon in the west, and that it was they who defeated the boss of the dungeon with just 3 of them. But Frank began to say that this was the pure truth, because it was the first time they had seen a boss of such a high level, and if it weren't for them, the Western dungeon would have turned into a nest of monsters. But the guild master Hans told him that it was hard to believe that only 3 adventurers were able to defeat the dungeon boss, to which Frank replied that there were not 3 of them. But Hans didn't fully understand what Frank meant. But suddenly Shelley got into the conversation and started saying that in the dungeon they met a boy who would help them defeat the boss. Well, Hans couldn't understand if she really wanted to say that thanks to the help of some boy. And at the same moment, turning around, she said that apparently Shelley had been interrupting in the dungeon for too long, and her mind was clouded by magical miasma. But Shelley still stood her ground and said that it was true, and a gray-haired and pale-skinned boy with a menacing look and with a mask on his head, she saw him with her own eyes. Well, David, standing behind her, began to think that she was praising him too much. After all, he had flabby cheeks, a lifeless look, and a creepy aura and painfully pale skin. And at the same moment, David turned around and told Shelley that she was overpraising him, but she still had her turn. Turning around to him, she said that he was belittling his merits. But Frank suddenly began to say that maybe Shelley was describing him too colorfully, but without this boy they would not have left the dungeon alive. But the guild master, who was standing nearby, still said that he could not take their word for it. But at the same moment, Frank took out the eye of the dungeon boss and said that whoever talks about blind faith, they brought him the eye of the Gargoyle King. Funny proof. And the other guys suddenly came to their senses, and you didn't see that you were emanating from this bag. Without a doubt, strong magical energy. And so that means it really helped them and didn't even take away the reward. But other adventurers standing nearby could not believe that they could defeat such a boss and not even take the reward. And this is nonsense. And why should he seem to have a lot of money? But other adventurers thought that maybe he was simply a village fool and, more likely, just a fan of waving his fists. And Shelley still decided that he was probably a bodyguard from the royal family who invented it in the dungeon in order to sharpen his skills on local monsters. And he looked like a man from a noble family, and definitely not just a real one. The leader said that she was already completely daydreaming. And now, because of his unfortunate story, everyone thinks of him as the village fool. In this huge crowd stood Arthur's sister, who began to think about how to remove a boss of this level, and this guy must be an incredibly experienced fighter, and the Western Dungeon is the place where she last saw her brother. And this is the place where an unknown person saved her life from a ferocious ogre. And just like that, the boss itself was defeated. And now, the hierarchy of the dungeon will change, and the monsters will weaken, and this dungeon will no longer provide a strong threat, and at least several years must pass before the birth of the new boss. And now this place will be much safer than before, and she will again be able to go in search of her missing brother. And a little later, Frank began to tell his comrades that this was the promised reward, and for the sake of such a mountain of gold they were worth risking their lives. But David said that half of the money would be spent on treatment, purchasing new weapons, armor, and also rent. And was this mountain of gold really worth it? But Shelley suddenly thought about what they would do with the boy's share, but Frank replied that he himself ran away and thereby refused the reward. And to begin with, they would need to divide this mountain of gold into 3, and holding out the bag of gold to David, he said that he would do this. And Frank handed over another bag and said that this was his gift for Shelley. But she suddenly couldn't understand why he was giving her this money. But Frank answered her that she wanted to return to her homeland, and the fact that the path will not be easy, so she should be more careful. And at the same moment she bowed to her leader, thanking him for helping her, and she will definitely thank him tenfold. To which Frank replied that he was taking her at her word, and Shelley waved goodbye to her friends. To which the leader of their team, Frank, together with David, said goodbye to her. But suddenly David began to tell Frank that these were donations that he received from the church as an orphan who lost his parents during the monsters. And didn't he think that he was wasting this money because Shelley found out who would read him for such stupidity? Well, Frank answered that every year the number of overcrowded dungeons increases significantly. And scientists believe that in hundreds of years their kingdom will turn into a huge nest of monsters. So these donations are worth nothing, no matter how hard they try to clear the dungeon of monsters and help the Greys who suffered from monsters. It all ultimately comes down to one thing. And only people are fools by nature and will do even meaningless things. That's what David did, without throwing them to the mercy of the monster. But suddenly David asked, does he even know where he sent Shelley to the city that suffered from the overpopulation of monsters in the destroyed city of Field? Shelley should forget about him, but she still returns there time after time. But at the same time, Arthur was destroying the monsters in the dungeon by doing so, pumping up his level the higher, because his dream was that he would quickly turn into a human and get out. And as soon as he received his 36 experience points, he spent the whole day clearing the dungeon of the remaining monsters in the hope of raising his level at least a little. But as it turned out, this did not help him. And the fact that after the death of the boss, new monsters were no longer born in the dungeon, and in a couple of days a group would come here in search of ingredients from the corpses of monsters. There was no point in him staying here anymore. And the fact that Arthur searched the entire dungeon for monsters in order to increase his level, and before he will go out to the village to the people. He wanted to raise his level a little to increase the amount of mana, since he could use transformation for much longer at the current level in the city, he cannot. And his original goal is to return to the capital to his sister. However, there are too many people there, and behind the darkness of the dungeon he could hide his fangs and bruises, but in the capital this will not work. And since this is the situation, Arthur nevertheless began to think about where it would be better for him to settle. But at that time one of the adventurers began to say that he would never go to the city of Votfield, and he would not go there for any money. But the other guy couldn't understand why this city was so bad, to which the other guy replied that he was really joking and really didn't know what was going on there. And the fact that after the attack of monsters, this city turned into a real ghost town. Even if there will be floats of monsters, robberies, and murders, no one in their right mind will go into this damn city, and lawlessness reigns in this city. So Arthur's appearance there does not raise many questions, and he will turn to a person with the help of transformation, and during the day he will wear a cloak with a hood to hide his fangs and pale complexion, and he can stay at a hotel and restore his mana behind closed doors in order to become a human again. Also, thanks to the ingredients, he will be able to earn a little extra money. This will be enough to find a place to live. And Arthur's next stop is the town of Hotfield. And soon Arthur arrived in the city. And as soon as he was there, he began to think that this city had become a haven for the dregs of society after an attack by monsters from the dungeon. And there are rumors that this is one of the most dangerous cities in their country. However, people still live here. And thanks to his reincarnation, he was finally able to go out to people, and no one here was looking at him. It was such happiness. However, caution will not hurt him, and at first he realized that he needed to buy closed clothes, and he also needed not to smile widely, otherwise his fangs would be noticed, and now he is able to maintain the transformation for about 6 hours. And until he turns into a monster, he needs to find a cheap hotel where at night he can restore mana. But first, he needed to look at the guild headquarters. And as soon as he discovered that very sign that announced that this was the guild headquarters, and went inside again, he showed the seller 3 stones of monsters above level 20. But the seller began to ask Arthur how he was able to get such stones without any equipment, to which Arthur replied that thanks to his skill, he was able to get all this. And with the help of these eyes of the gargoyles that he collected before leaving the dungeon, and for these stones he can get enough reward to live in the city for some time. And at the same moment the merchant began to say that for this he would receive 500 gold coins. But Arthur couldn't understand if he was joking, because in the capital they would pay 20 times more for such ingredients. But suddenly the merchant answered Arthur to go there and go since he wanted to get a sufficient amount, and continued to say that they are not in the capital, but in the forgotten city of Otfield. And maybe he actually stole these stones from somewhere. He doesn't know. And in this guild headquarters, they don't check the level of the Iran adventurer, and also he doesn't care how he got these stones legally or not. And if he comes even completely covered in blood, no one will look at him with a scythe. And if something doesn't suit him, then he can leave and look for a buyer who will pay him more and ask reasonable questions. Having taken those 500 coins, Arthur began to leave with the words that he was simply cheated, and this money would be enough for him in, at best, a couple of days. And he doesn't know the locals at all, so he doesn't really know how to bargain. But as soon as Arthur came out of the door, some guy met him with the words that the new guy forgot. But Arthur turned around and started asking that guy what he wanted, to which that guy began to say that his name is Jeff, and he is a local adventurer. So everyone here knows him, and there are a lot of new people here, and he would better learn the local rules. But Arthur didn't understand what rules he was talking about and whether this guy could be trusted at all. But suddenly that guy started smiling strangely, and at the same moment he pressed Arthur to the wall. But Arthur could not understand what he wanted from him and why he was doing this at all. But Jeff started telling Arthur to give him the money for the stones he stole, and he would still cover his back. Well, Arthur didn't like the fact that this guy was going to blackmail him and what other people would be waiting for him in such a city, and suddenly Arthur told him to back off because he didn't need his words. But Jeff believed that a weakling like him wouldn't last a minute here. But Arthur hit that guy with a slight movement of his hand, causing him to lose his balance and begin to fall face down into the ground. Or on the ground, he began to shout at Arthur how dare he hit him. But the guys who were standing next to him started laughing at handsome Jeff because he couldn't cope with the walking skeleton, or maybe he just slipped. But Arthur didn't want to waste much time and started asking Jeff that he really has about the 20th level. But Jeff began to take out his sword and speak towards our hero so that he holds on. He will answer for everything. But Arthur could not understand that he was seriously planning to attack him with a weapon, surrounded by witnesses. And at the same moment, other guys began to approach Jeff and tell him to calm down and cool down. But he still did not want to retreat, shouting that he would teach this kid a lesson. But now Arthur realized that he needed to act, and ran up to that guy. With the help of jumping blows, he knocked his weapon out of his hands. But Jeff couldn't believe his eyes that he had such strength even though he looked like such a small and thin guy. But Arthur decided that it was time for him to look around before it was too late. And after him, Jeff began to shout where he was going. He is a coward, and next time he will kill him. But after running a few blocks and turning the corner, Arthur decided that he could defeat him. But he didn't want to waste extra mana on this stupid mana. Otherwise, his disguise would quickly be revealed, and apparently living here would be much more difficult than in the dungeon. And as soon as it got dark, Arthur was already in the nearest hotel and sitting in the room. He began to think about the fact that even in the dungeon he was not as tired as he had been today. And in the end, he was able to pay for the hotel, buy a sword and a cloak, but it felt like these things had already been used before him. And he was able to find the cheapest and simplest room in order to restore mana overnight. People for some more time, but he will have to collect information about the city, and then go hunting in the dungeon again. And thanks to his skill, he was still able to settle among people. And the next day, in one of the churches, the priest began to ask Shelley if she was sure that she should give them how much money she could spend on her needs. But Shelley, holding the child in his arms, began to answer so that the Holy Father would not worry, and she would definitely earn even more money when she returned to the capital. But the Holy Father replied that although they were grateful to her donations, she could spend the money on her needs, and she should forget this city, a terrible memory. But Shelley couldn't understand what he was talking about because she would never forget this city. After all, after the attack of the monsters, they were the ones who raised her in this church. And her younger brothers and sisters live here, and she will definitely take care of them. And at that moment, a little boy approached Shelley and began to ask whether his sister was a famous adventurer in the capital, to which she replied that naturally his sister was one of the cool adventurers. But the boy hoped that the capital would help them deal with the disaster hole. But Shelley answered so that he could be sure, because they would definitely sort it out. And a little later, Shelley began to tell the Holy Father that she would go and they should all take care of themselves. But the Holy Father answered her that he also asks her to take care of herself because she is, after all, an adventurer. But at this time, Arthur was walking along the street and began to think about the fact that, in the end, he could not talk to anyone. And as soon as he tried to start a dialogue with someone, they looked at him like an idiot and maybe he should collect more stones from the monsters and sell them in the capital, but still decided that it was too risky and there was a lot of security around the capital. Yes, and he would spend a lot of money just to get there. And in the capital, they will quickly catch him if he seems suspicious to them. And here he can walk around and no one will look at him askance. And even more so in the capital, he may stumble upon acquaintances with whom he does not want to intersect, and they will suddenly start shouting that he died in the dungeon and that he scored in the capital. But still, in this city, Arthur realized that he would not earn much money. But suddenly, walking down the street, Arthur saw that some girl was standing in front of him. And as soon as she noticed him, she began to smile strangely. But Arthur, standing in front of her, could not believe his eyes that he met this particular girl here. And Shelley began to say that he was the same boy who saved her life. But that same panic was clearly written on Arthur's face because he didn't understand what she had forgotten here. And with a shining look, she began to ask Arthur if he remembered her. After all, they met in a cave, and he heroically saved her and her comrades from the Gargoyle King, and she could not think that they would see each other so soon. But Arthur did not plan to see her again at all. But she was glad to meet the hero who saved life in her hometown, and this was fate no other way. But Arthur began to remember what this girl's name was. But suddenly, he remembered that her name was Shelley, and in their squad she had the lowest level, 18th. As far as he remembers exactly. After all, he was still able to spy on her from behind the stone. But still, Arthur could not understand what she was doing here. These guys do not create the impression of criminals, and they must have arrived from the capital. If Arthur now stands and remains silent, then he will arouse even more suspicion, and he needs to somehow escape from her as soon as possible. But Shelley began to ask that time he never introduced himself and what his name was anyway. But suddenly, Arthur turned around and began to run away, saying that she would forgive him, but she still made a mistake. But Shelley screams at Arthur to stop, and suddenly she remembered the leader's words that he said that he had a lot of questions for this guy because he could be an escaped criminal, and the fact that maybe Frank was partly right in that he could be ordinary. That explains his stay in this place, but still, after all, she was not going to delve into Arthur's past. She just wanted to thank him for saving her. Arthur didn't understand why she was chasing him, and did she really guess about his true nature? But not a long pursuit led to the fact that Shelley still lost Arthur. I stopped. She could not understand where he had disappeared because, although she is fast, he turned out to be much more agile. And the fact that she found herself in some alley and could not understand which way he had fled. Well, Arthur, while running away, still found himself in some kind of dead end. But it turned out that in this place it seemed that there was no one else or that girl. And now he wants to break away from her by hiding behind the wall. But suddenly Arthur began to climb on the wall. He still had a little more to climb to the very top. But suddenly he noticed that his sword began to fall out of his cloak and fall to the ground. And Arthur could not believe that his sword, worth as much as 240 gold coins, was slipping from his hands. He didn't have to do anything but jump after it, but still he couldn't catch it, just as he couldn't group it properly to land. He began to grab the ground behind his back and talk about why he even jumped from such a height. It was some kind of recklessness. But suddenly, it turned out that Shelley's girl had found him and started asking where he said he jumped from. But Arthur realized that right now he didn't want to. But suddenly the girl began to apologize for the fact that she chased after him and apparently scared him. After all, she didn't want this at all. But Arthur replied that she should not take it into her head because he himself began to run away from me. And suddenly he asked Shelley that she really wasn't going to dig into his past. But Shelley replied that of course not. She just doesn't care what he did in the past. But the important thing is that he saved her and her friends in the dungeon. Arthur began to think that he was afraid to meet his friends because they could see a monster in him. However, this girl is the only one of all the local residents who wants to talk to him, and she is so kind to him compared to those around him. But still, Shelley asked again if she could find out his name, to which he already replied that his name is Arthur Clink, to which Shelley replied that it was a very beautiful name, but Arthur still hoped that he would not regret calling himself by his real name. And yet her name is Shelley, Arthur asked. But what is she doing in this God-forsaken city? But immediately after these words, Arthur apologized because he didn't think maybe it's none of his business. So she may not answer, but Shelley replied that everything was fine, and in fact, she lives in the capital and comes here to visit her family. After all, this is the city in which she was born, and she visits her family once a year, and with each departure, the city becomes more and more dangerous. Shelley's hometown was filled with monsters after the nearby dungeon overpopulated, and then Arthur realized that he had made this city a haven for criminals. Arthur began to say that in fact it was his first time here, and this city had always been so dangerous. He asked a question, to which Shelley replied that in the past it was a prosperous city. Of course, it cannot be compared with the capital of their kingdom, but life was in full swing in it, and the townspeople loved this city with all their hearts. But near this city there was a dungeon where there was an overpopulation of monsters in those years. She was still a child, and the locals were unable to prevent the developing threat. And at one point, monster camps formed on the outskirts of the city and on trade roads. Trade gradually languished in this city, and all the nobility dispersed to other cities. And ultimately, many players left this city and were replaced by criminals who began to protect this city from monsters, making the answer a place of thieves and lawlessness. And although criminals protect civilians, they do not consider them to be people. They are always extorting money from them. The townspeople already have little money, and she dreams of becoming a first-class adventurer and bringing peace and tranquility to this city by reviving it again. But Arthur was completely shocked by this story because he could not even imagine that such horror was happening here. And at this time in the church with which Shelley recently left, the boy began to tell the Holy Father that as soon as he becomes an adult, he will also become interesting there and will protect their city together with his little sister. After all, he now also has a very useful skill in the form of fire, and he will work hard and will give all the money he earns to the church, helping his family and the Holy Father. The Holy Father saw that his desire would touch Shelley to the depths of his soul. But suddenly, some guys started approaching the church entrance door, and the Holy Father noticed these balls but began to think that they were not expecting anyone else today. And suddenly the door swung open very sharply in different directions, and some guys started to come inside with a red dragon on their cloaks. And the little boy began to ask his Uncle No who they are. But those guys began to say that in this city they know how to surprise, and they could not think that this church, which had been destroyed into rubbish, was still working. The Holy Father immediately drew attention to their symbol on the cloak. I didn't understand that these people are representatives of the Red Dragon gang that controls the city. And the bandits began to ask Grandpa. After all, they have fewer and fewer workers every day, and they are not under Saber, or he is against them. After all, they have a lot of capable kids here, and they have orders from a corner gang here, and there is no way to get out. After all, he understands what will happen if he refuses to cooperate with them. Well, the boy had never met them before and could not understand why, when he looked at them, he could not stop trembling throughout his body. But still, he gathered his strength because he understood that he also had strength, and he wanted to become strong like his little sister and fight with the strong and protect the weak. But suddenly one of those guys began to tell this father that children are so troublesome, but he copes with them alone and he can give them to them and simplify his life. But the Holy Father began to kneel down and ask them not to involve the children in this. And if he wants, they can take him, and he will do anything to protect the children. But the other guy answered the Holy Father not to be stupid. Why do they need a decrepit old man, and they need new ways, and he will only cause more problems? But at that very moment, the boy began to shout towards those guys and that he would not allow them to mock other people. The Holy Father noticed this and knew that this would lead to trouble and began to ask the boy to stop. And at that very moment, the boy began to use his magic and release a fireball at those guys, to which one of the guys began to smile strangely and say that he really has the skill of fire magic. And as soon as the boy's magic ball flew into one of the guys, he replied that it was mine that was too weak for now. But the boy himself could not understand why it didn't work, because he put all his strength into this blow. But the guy responded by saying that he lacked the skill to use his skills correctly. And raising his hand, he began to conjure his ball lightning. And at the same moment, the wall near his hand began to melt from strong pressure. And the other guy answered his partner that his skill is something with something. But the boy standing on the baking sheets realized that he could not defeat them now. And as soon as those guys noticed this, they began to tell the boy that he finally understood it. But they will be able to develop his abilities to the same level. And at that very moment, the Holy Father realized that they could kill the boy, and he decided to act. We noticed that his stick was lying near the wall. You took your finger now before the Holy Father fought monsters, and yet he can do something. On the other, the guy noticed this and began to block the Holy Father's attack, and asked the old man what he is doing. Does he really want to say goodbye to his life? But the Holy Father began to shout to the boy to quickly run away from here while there is such a chance. But the boy began to have tears in his eyes, and he did not understand what he should do at this moment to help the old man or run away. But still, he decided that he could escape while he had such a chance, and sooner or later he would still be able to take revenge on these guys. And another guy noticed that the boy began to run away and shout to him to stop, but his partner answered to calm down. And before you chase after that boy, you need to do one more thing. Is to put this old man in his place and teach him manners. And as soon as they started beating the old man. But hearing some noise, the three children approached the entrance to the room and saw that the Holy Father was being beaten by some strange guys. The Holy Father noticed that because of such grave sounds, the children noticed something and came to see what was going on here, and he began to shout at them to run away as quickly as possible. But the children still could not believe what they had just seen and began to cower in fear. But one of the guys who was beating the old man began to tell the guys to stand still. If they move even a step, they will kill this old man. And holding the Holy Father by the head, one of the guys began to say that the more ball lightning accumulates energy, the more destructive it will stop. Either he will smear his head or he will give him these children, and now it's up to the old man to decide. But at this time, Arthur thanked Shelley for leading him onto the road. Otherwise, he would have easily gotten lost in these purchases. But suddenly, Shelley started telling Arthur that if she could help with anything else, he could let her know, and if she could give him a mini tour of the city or the surrounding area, whatever. But Arthur just thanked her. But suddenly, Shelley remembered the leader's words about when he said that this guy himself didn't take the reward for the killed dungeon boss. And Shelley suddenly began to tell Arthur that he would forgive her because she gave all the money for the victory over the king of the gargoyles to her family in the church, and the rest of the proceeds were divided by Frank and David. But Arthur replied that everything was fine and he still had money. Let's take a second too. Arthur changed his mind and asked if she could give him 200 gold coins, to which Shelley began rummaging through her purse. And Arthur also asked if she could tell him about the dungeons in more detail, and he would be very grateful. But suddenly, there was a scream as someone was calling Shelley. It was a little boy who ran away from the church, and as soon as he ran up to her, Shelley began to tell him not to walk the streets alone because it was unsafe. But the boy suddenly, with tears in his eyes, began to say that bad people had broken into the church and they were going to kill the Holy Father. But what she heard plunged Shelley into misunderstanding. Is it really true, she thought? And at the same moment, Shelley began to apologize to Arthur and say that she must urgently return to the church. But Arthur suddenly realized that these guys had come not only for the Holy Father, there should also be orphans there. And at that very moment, he told the girl that he would go with her. And Shelley is most likely his most reliable source of information in this city. And the fact that he now needs to help this father and the orphans who are in danger. And he is now obliged to repay her for the kindness that she gave him. And not far from the place where Arthur stood, there was a church, with which those two bandits were tormenting the Holy Father with their lightning skills. And after several attacks, one of the attackers realized that this old man was very stubborn. But continuing to kick her, one of the guys began to speak, that he absolutely does not want to be a killer, so he must be obedient and finally give up. And why does he need these homeless children from them? After all, there are so many problems, or the old man doesn't want to give them to them because of his pride as a priest, and this is just ridiculous. The old man still held on until the end, and he understood that let these guys say whatever they want. But he loves these children very much and will never betray them. And if he has to endure all these tortures in order to prove all his love for them, then let him never give up to be torn to pieces by such a thug. But these same words of the Holy Father greatly angered one of the thugs. On the other, the thugs were already starting to get tired of it, and he started telling the kids to watch carefully. And he raised his hand. He finally said that their defender would die the most stupid and pathetic death of all. But at the same moment, one of those attacking the old man noticed that someone was approaching them. And as soon as they turned around, they saw Arthur and Shelley burst into the church, saying what they were doing here. But one of the criminals began to say that they should not make so much noise hungry because everyone knows that in this city you shouldn't poke your nose into other people's affairs. But suddenly one of the criminals began to look closely at Arthur and realized that he had already seen this kid somewhere. But who would have thought that a few days ago Arthur met with this scumbag near the trading floor of the Adventurers Guild? But Shelley, standing next to Arthur, looked at these guys and realized that they were with the Red Dragon Gang, and they had terrible rumors all over the city. And at that very second, one of the criminals simply follows the laws of their city. Then he will show him what happens to those who go where they shouldn't. Well, at the same time, the Holy Father, who was lying on the floor, began to experience pain in his back due to large wounds. And one of the criminals standing next to him began to say that he remembered Arthur because he was the brat who ran away from him in fear. But Arthur also understood that he had already met this guy in the guild. And the guy took out his sword and began to tell Arthur that no one would stop him here. But the Holy Father began to shout to Shelley, "I told this strange guy that they needed to run away quickly. These guys from the Red Dragon Gang came, and if they stayed, the gang would chase them until they killed everyone else." But as soon as Arthur took out his sword, his opponent asked where he got this rusty toothpick from. And he understands that Arthur felt the strength to protect the girl, but was he too arrogant? And he began to ask, "Do you want to fight? Do you know how to fight?" But still, Arthur understood that this was not the first time for him to fight tooth and nail. And he started telling that guy to cheat, but he wasn't as scared as he was. But his opponent could not fully understand what Arthur meant. But at the same moment, Arthur hit his sword with his blade and a bright green light appeared. And the same guy realized that Arthur was so fast by choice. He began to wonder what level this guy is now. But Arthur, standing in front of him, began to look at his blade. And I realized that now he simply would not spend a lot of time and effort and would finish him off on the spot. But Arthur's opponent began to get angry and shout that how dare he look down on him. But before he could even finish speaking, Arthur had already begun to act, and this went straight to his chest. And that guy began to lose his balance and fall on his back. But as soon as he stood up, he began to realize that if he had not jumped away, he would have been pierced right through his chest. Well, at that very second, Arthur approached him, pointed his sword at him, and began to speak. That it seems that he is trembling with fear and would never have thought that he would meet people that would be ugly, bloodthirsty monsters themselves. And that guy realized that he was cowardly from fear. And paying attention to his hand, he saw how it was fluttering in different directions, and he did not understand where he had such fear of some ordinary guy. That he was trembling with fear because of this brat. But still this guy could not believe it. But at this time, another villain began to raise his hand again, activating his skill. But Arthur noticed this in time and began to come up with a plan to avoid such an attack. But the thunderclap was already ready, and as soon as that guy activated it, he pointed his hand straight at Arthur and began to summon huge lightning under his feet. And immediately after, he took out his sword and began to run straight towards Arthur. And as soon as their swords clashed, the guy started talking. That Arthur can and will be able to defeat Jeff, but he will never be able to defeat him because he is on a completely different level. And doesn't he think that he is acting a little unreasonably by protecting this dilapidated church and fighting with representatives of a powerful gang? But Arthur still realized that things are very bad now because he can't fight this guy at full strength in the presence of witnesses. And the fact that this guy can calmly use his skill in the guise of a person and he is now losing to him. And that guy was confident in his strengths and skills and continued to attack Arthur, who was gradually retreating back. On the other, the bandit standing in the country began to think that this brat would never stand up to his brother Ride. And now he will seize the moment and be able to stab this upstart in the back. And as soon as such a moment came up, he began to walk straight behind Arthur and deliver the final blow. But as soon as he swung, Shelley arrived in time and blocked the sword of the enemy who wanted to attack Arthur in the back. And Shelley began to tell the guy that now she would be his opponent. But that guy didn't understand why this brat was always lucky. In attacking Shella, he began to say that he would make her regret that she got into something that was not her business. Due to numerous attacks, that guy began to step on the girl, continuing to attack harder and harder, which is why she began to gradually retreat back. But Shelley realized that this guy is fast, and his level is much higher than her. But her opponent also thought about the fact that he is much stronger than this girl, and especially since she is just an adventurer and has never fought with people seriously. And after all, killing monsters is much easier than killing people. And the fact that he is higher than her in level and much more experienced. And now he decided that he definitely would not lose to this girl. And as soon as Shelley stepped back a little, the guy began asking her if she was exhausted or if this was her first time fighting with a man and all she could do was kill stupid monsters. And the fact that this is a very big pity is that he is now much smarter than the monster from the dungeon, and maybe spare her and give him a couple of lessons in real combat. But at this time, on the other side of the room, Arthur was fighting against another bandit, and after several attacks, Arthur decided that he needed to retreat a little, and he jumped back to the wall. And that bandit began to tell Arthur that he saw that he was strong, but with the sword in his hands, he will not be able to cause him any harm. Well, having lowered his sword, that bandit began to tell Arthur that he himself was perfectly aware of everything and he was not able to defeat him because he was much stronger than him, and plus he had a much better weapon. And let's assume that they won't leave after this battle. But this won't change anything, and unlike his partner Jeff, he hates it for mere showing off, and so he offers him the following. He will give up and calmly leaves this church, and they haven't seen him, and he hasn't seen them either. The bandit who asked this question decided to find out what Arthur would say, whether he would save his life or prefer to die for the sake of justice. But Arthur began to answer him. What if nothing changes, then what's the point of agreeing to his proposal? After all, he did not want to become the same person as him, and even though he is a weakling and this does not concern him, he does not give up his bee and eventually became an adventurer. And after everything he's been through, he's definitely not afraid. But Arthur's opponent just said before the start of the battle that he was simply a fool for not wanting to agree to his terms, and the fact that he was not going to fight at full strength. But Arthur's childish cries had already gotten to him, and at that very moment he began to activate his Thunder Sword skill. And noticing this, Arthur was afraid that he had cast magic on his weapon. But Arthur's opponent finally said that he hoped that Arthur was ready for the consequences of his words. And having swung, that guy was already ready to finish off Arthur in the same place. But Arthur noticed this swing of the sword and began to jump to the side. After all, if he tries to parry such an attack, her sword will immediately break, and attacking in this state is not an option for him because he will simply die. And he will not be able to evade forever. Even he has his limits, and if this continues, he will soon turn into a monster and everyone will see it. But as soon as Shelley saw that Arthur had problems, she turned her head to see what was happening there. But her opponent took advantage of the moment and began to say where she was looking, and then he pounced on her and their swords clashed. But that guy couldn't believe that the girl reacted so quickly and realized that it turned out she was faster than he expected. And the fact that he has a higher level and plenty of combat skills but he cannot attack her and she easily parries all his attacks. And the fact that he was very tired from this battle and at that very moment he jumped back to catch his breath. But Shelley began to ask him, has he already given up and why is he looking at her like that? Didn't he expect that she was so strong? And the fact that his sword does not have will and determination, and all that he is capable of is thoughtlessly waving his sword, and with such intentions he will not defeat her. But these words really angered that guy, and without any hesitation he began to attack her. But she began to understand that because of these guys she dragged Arthur into yet more trouble. After all, initially Arthur had no connection with this church because of it. He is now in danger, and she should finish with this guy quickly and help. But Arthur understood that he could not even survive his direct attacks if he pressed him against the wall. And with his skill, he will not be able to get closer to him in order to deliver at least one blow, and now he needs to think about what to do next. But suddenly his opponent began to ask Arthur what it was and why he didn't show what he was capable of. But Arthur decided to think about what he should do. And does he really have to take off his mask now to transform into a monster? But looking at the fact that in front of him stood the children who were watching this battle, then if he turns into a monster, it will only scare the children and the priest. And Shelley, as soon as she sees him, will not be able to fight due to shock. And then if he takes off his disguise, there will be no way back. And he began to wonder if this is the only way out. After all, in the dungeon he could still save those three from death. But now, everything is different. If he turns into a monster in front of them, they will unite to kill him. And maybe the destruction of the church will allow him to escape. But Shelley and the children will never look at him as a person again after this. And he would still remain a monster in a holy disguise. And now he could not understand why he was resisting. And at the same moment, Arthur's opponent began to say that if he doesn't want to, then nothing can be done. If he wants to die without even trying, then he will arrange it. And holding his sword in his hands on which he cast his spell, raising his other hand up, he began to summon another ball of lightning. And seeing this, Arthur couldn't believe his eyes that he was using two spells at the same time. And at that same second there was a huge explosion from ball lightning that hit Arthur. And as soon as he flew a few meters back, he noticed that his arm was wounded. But after that, Arthur saw that immediately after that attack, that guy began to approach him with his sword. And as soon as he approached, he began to say that Arthur's reaction was normal, but this would not be enough to defeat him. And now he will simply come to an end due to the fact that he has already decided that he will not feel sorry for anyone here. But holding his battered sword in his hands, Arthur still risked taking the full blow. But that guy continued to shout that this rusty sword could not help him. And as soon as Arthur covered the blow with his sword, he began to crumble into several pieces. But the enemy's sword, nevertheless, he flew on and he was able to pierce Arthur with his weapon from which lightning seethed. And at that same moment the Holy Father began to come to his senses. And raising his head, he saw that the boy who had come to their aid had been wounded. And the sword that he tried to block simply pierced his stomach. And that guy noticed that Arthur decided to substitute his god and thought that if he substitutes non-vital organs, he will avoid instant death. And the fact that this is a pathetic attempt and he will die anyway. But suddenly that guy decided to pull his sword back but realized that he couldn't do it. The fact that he can't pull the sword back out because it's as if it's stuck in a rock. But Arthur still took advantage of this moment and regenerated the wound, and the sword simply grew into his flesh. But this still was not the end because Arthur was able to turn part of his body into a monster, and with the help of his hands he grabbed the sword and began to tell his opponent that he had finally fallen for his trick. But that guy couldn't understand why Arthur was so calm and the fact that his hand was wounded and a sword was sticking out in his stomach, but he still smiled. But for Arthur everything went perfectly because he simply needed to point his sword at the point he needed. And before that, he weakened the effect of transformation in the abdominal area, made his skin stronger, and then used regeneration. And that guy couldn't understand who it was that could withstand such powerful attacks. But now Arthur didn't want to listen to him and waved his hand. He hit his opponent right on the chin, causing him to fly back and lose consciousness right in the air. And at that same moment, Arthur realized that it was all over, and he could now reincarnate back into a human. And while lying on Earth, that guy realized that he had lost, but still could not fully understand how this happened. And at the same moment, Arthur began to take out the blade that was in his side. But the Holy Father, who was watching this battle, could not understand that this young man was able to survive the lightning strike and also his opponent. But suddenly the losing guy's partner began to turn his head around and couldn't believe that this dead guy had won. Arthur did not want to waste a minute, and picking up his sword, he ran to his partner and started asking the other guy what he would do now because his brother would no longer help him, and the fact that he cannot stand against the two of them. And as soon as that robber realized that he couldn't win, because now there were two people standing against him, and he couldn't cope with one, and now he took it by the throat. He realized that there are no elections now. He needs to use it, and activated his skill. He began to release his poisonous mist, and Arthur and the girl Shelley could not breathe normally and began to cover their mouths so as not to inhale this food in this fog. Moreover, they did not see anything. And as soon as he realized that he had a chance to escape, that guy broke the window and started saying that they are idiots for the sake of protecting this church. They can forget about their quiet life, and the fact that the Red Dragon dictates the rules of this city, and violators of the order are usually severely punished, and jumped out of the window. He finally said that they would see each other more than once. They should look around before entering the city. And Shelley, sighing, began to say that it was lucky that he still decided to flee. And Arthur, using his healing skill, realized that this time he was lucky and no one revealed his true identity. But one day the moment will come when he will not be able to remove the enemy in the form of a man, and he did not understand what to do. But now it did not matter. And a little later, when the Holy Father was able to bandage his wounds and he sat down insistently, and the children ran up to him, he began to speak, Shelley and Arthur, that he is grateful to them for coming to his aid. But what was unusual for Arthur was that he was being thanked for his help, because he had been sitting in the cave for so long and had almost no contact with anyone. And the Holy Father continued to say that, thanks to them, no one was seriously injured. And the Holy Father also began to ask Arthur if Leon was okay, because he was pierced with a sword. Well, Arthur answered him so that they should not worry, because he had already healed his wounds with the help of his skill. And due to the fact that he spent too much mana on regenerating the transformation, he will not last long, and he needs to return to the hotel as soon as possible. And the girl Shelley began to tell the Holy Father that it was no longer possible to stay in this city, and the fact that the city was unsafe before, but bandits from the Red Dragon may come here again. And she suggests that they all go to the capital together. But the Holy Father replied that he cannot do this because living in the capital is incredibly expensive. They will need to pay for housing and taxes. It's not easy, but they will need money and will need to look after the children for the trip. Shelley still didn't understand that these bandits could break out here again and take the children, and she would help them, and she would give them as much money as they needed. And now she asked them to urgently leave this city. But still, the Holy Father stood his ground and answered the girl that they could not take care of themselves on their own. And what's more important is that they need to get out of the city as soon as possible. After all, that bandit definitely remembered their faces, and soon he will come with support and will look for them. But the fact that, as he said, it is customary to punish violators of the order severely, and the fact that they force them to avoid putting their tail between their legs, they won't just let them leave. And yet, these words of the Holy Father made Arthur think about what would happen in the future. He should be more careful. A little while later, when Arthur went outside, Shelley began to thank him for helping them today, but also apologized for getting him into trouble. And suddenly she started asking Arthur what he was going to do now, to which she replied that first he would like to take a little rest at the hotel and then think about the situation. But as soon as he wanted to say something to Shelley, she looked at him somehow strange, and he thought that maybe he shouldn't have said that. And yet, she is worried about her family and will not be able to leave the city after everything that happened, but because of today, they have become the main target of the Red Dragon gang, and they can easily lure them out by coming to church again. And then they will come not together, but with a whole detachment, and then Arthur and her will no longer be able to cope with them together. And even though the Holy Father said that they couldn't take all the children to the capitals, but if he doesn't do anything, the bandits will come for them. But still the girl Shelley could not understand what to do in this situation. Just like Arthur, who stood still, could not understand what he should do next, and suddenly he asked the girl that she told him that this city was flooded with criminals, and after the overpopulation of the dungeon, but where is it located? And Shelley replied that he could be found in the northern part of the city, but she did not advise going there. And once upon a time in the capital, an entire expedition was assembled to clear out this dungeon, and a well-prepared detachment of 20 people was completely defeated by the local inhabitants of the dungeon. But Arthur could not believe that the capital sent an entire expedition, and they were all defeated. And since then their city has no longer received any support. But Arthur thought that even though he had decided what to do next, he needed to cleanse this dungeon and put an end to tyranny in this city. He originally came to this city in the hope of living among people, and for this he needs to raise his level. Inevitably, he looked in a dungeon with a bunch of monsters to level up, and since even the royal expedition could not cope with the monsters, there he could find worthy opponents. And yet, anarchy reigns in this city, organized by a gang of the Red Dragon. If he remains inactive, they will continue to terrorize the world against the inhabitants and then kill him and the girl he recently met. And if he kills the boss, he will thereby stop the overpopulation in the dungeon, and the capital will pay attention to this and send royal guards to the city in order to stop this chaos. And in the guise of a monster, he can easily survive in the dungeon. And for the sake of saving this city, he himself must become. A little later, the guy who fought in the church came with a report to his master Gareth in the hideout of the Red Dragon gang. And he began to say that while hunting for slaves, they were attacked by a couple of brats, and they were even able to defeat the ride, and he was defeated by a boy named Arthur, and they shouldn't leave it like that, and they need to teach this brat a lesson. And the fact that that guy Arthur is of course strong but impossibly thick-headed, and he will also regret that he dared to disgrace him. But the leader of the Red Dragons began to ask the other guy. That is, he left his bro and ran away to ask him for help. And the head of the Red Dragons, who took the weapon in his right hand, began to ask who he thought he was. But the guy Jeff, who was on his knees, began to answer in his head that he was a wonderful and strong leader. But at that same second, the head swung his huge axe, which flew right next to that guy's head. But the head of the Red Dragons answered that he did not understand him and who, in his opinion, is more terrible than some brat named Arthur or him. And Jeff began to answer that, of course, that Mr. Chief. But the head of the Red Dragon said that if so, he should think twice before leaving his bro and cowardly run here for his help, and next time he will personally finish him off for such a prank. And the head of the Red Dragons turned around and began to leave, and his subordinate Jack began to answer that he understood everything perfectly. And the fact that Mr. Gareth, thanks to his cruel character and his cool skills, was able to put together a gang that rules this city. And the townspeople called him the monster of this city, and he himself likes this nickname, and all his words are not just threats. Next time he will really kill him. A little time later, the head of the Red Dragons began to tell the girls in the canal that lately there had been less overpopulation in the nearby dungeons, and asking the captain of the defensive units of the Red Dragon gang whether he gave such an order. And if she doesn't have a compelling reason to ignore his order, then she can say goodbye to her life. But the channel just wanted to tell him urgent news. The fact that their reliable sources in the city for several days already had a sharp night of the royal order, and they found only a couple of such soldiers, but there are probably many more, and all their forces are aimed at patrolling the city and not at the dungeon. And after hearing this, the head of the Red Dragons began to get angry because he heard about these stupid knights from the central city. They again decided to take power in the city for themselves. And these soldiers do not learn at all from their mistakes, and the fact that they will have to be taught a lesson. But the captain replied that she shared his feelings but advised him not to enter into direct conflicts with them. and it seems the capital still wants to find out the reason for the occurrence in their glorious city, and they will deal with them, but it will take some time. But at this time, when the sun set below the horizon, Arthur, standing on one of the houses, realized that this was the northern part of the city, and he didn't have to look for a long time to take action. Because of this dungeon, this whole city suffers, and he properly prepared for the trip to the dungeon, slept in the hotel and had a hearty breakfast, and now he is ready to kill any monsters. But suddenly, his gaze fell on the people who were standing on the road, and he could not understand, because the sun had not risen, why there were so many people here. And suddenly a huge one-eyed monster appeared with a bright fire in his hand, and he began to attack the nearest houses with his fire. And people realized that the monster had crawled out of the dungeon again and began to call for at least someone to come to their aid. And at the same moment, Arthur moved from his place with the thought that the Red Dragon Gang was not going to protect civilians. But suddenly a girl appeared and started saying that she could remove it. But she doesn't have time to sit behind every civilian, so they should grab both children and women and run away from here. And the other man who stood next to her began to take up his sword, saying that he too could fight. But the huge monster continued to run towards the adventurer and smile terribly. And immediately after that, he threw his fireball straight at the man, who was completely blinded by such a bright flash. But the girl standing next to him began to use her holy shield, holy magic skill, and immediately she began to pull out her sword and attack only the monsters. But the monsters still managed to block the girl's blow and jump to the side. But the girl immediately began to tell the man that he was too weak and it was better for him to go away. And at that moment, Arthur ran up because he wanted to attack that monster while he was distracted. The monster nevertheless noticed that someone else was approaching him and began to turn towards Arthur, who ran straight at him with great speed, and swinging his sword, he was able to wound him right in the chest. And the girl turned her head and noticed another guy who came to help in the fight against the monster. And Arthur pressed to say that he too can fight against this monster, and he will help her well. But that girl couldn't believe her eyes that he was able to hurt the Calamity Hole monster so badly. And she didn't know that there were still strong adventurers left in this city. And he doesn't seem to look like a bad guy, but he might seem like a red dragon bandit. And suddenly she turned around and began to say that he would serve as bait while she attacked. And at the same moment, she began to run straight towards the monster and attack him. But having swung, she immediately saw that the monster had repulsed her attack. But the girl realized that this was not enough, and she began to activate her holy sword, which began to glow with a bright light. And Arthur immediately noticed that she could cast magic on her sword, just like the guy he fought with recently. And the fact that holy magic is considered the most effective weapon against monsters from the dungeon. And as soon as she swung, she was able to cut the monster in half. Immobilized, he fell to the ground, and there was no longer any danger from him. But Arthur, who was watching this, I realized that everything was as expected, and St. Mary is one of the most powerful of all. And if this girl attacked him even in her true greatness, he would have died immediately. And at the same moment, other townspeople began to tell the girl that she defeated him with one blow, and she was just something. And the fact that they had never seen her in the city before. And is she really traveling? But still, the girl thought it was somehow strange because her holy magic reacts to the monsters next to her. And she was sure that during the strike, her sword reacted to this guy who was standing next to her. But Arthur, smiling stupidly, realized that in any case, in the guise of a man, nothing threatens him. And it's good that no one was hurt to hide the fight with the monster. But at that same second, the girl began to take out her sword and think about whether she should activate her holy magic on this guy. But Arthur, standing next to the monster, began to understand that he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. I wondered what his level was, and how he was even able to sneak into the city undetected. And the fact that the Red Dragon is supposed to protect people from monsters, but none of the gang showed up this time. And the fact that these fools from the Red Dragon are not watching this area. But the girl watching Arthur began to understand that this guy dealt with this monster so well compared to ordinary townspeople. But she was still bothered by the fact that her holy magic reacted to his presence. But while Arthur stood near the monster, He thought about the red dragons and their recklessness. The girl standing behind him began to decide that adventurers with a high level that live in an abandoned city and are very suspicious, and she should make sure for sure. Arthur stood rooted to the spot and thought that it seemed to him that no one was hurt. And this monster didn't hurt him, although maybe he's missing something. But at the same moment, one of the townspeople approached him and began to thank him, which made Arthur very scared. But the man continued to talk about something nearby. This monster would have burned the entire area in an instant, and the fact that all the townspeople are grateful to them for their salvation. And the man began to tell everyone else to listen carefully, and they should thank these two properly. But Arthur told them that they shouldn't do that. After all, they didn't do anything like that. But Arthur understood that entering into this battle was too risky, and the more people saw him, the more his appearance would arouse their suspicion. But at the same moment, a little girl ran down the alley screaming that her daddy was alive. And as soon as she ran up to her father, he hugged her tightly and began to say that he lived thanks to those guys of yours, and she should thank them for saving their house. The girl was so happy that she seemed to glow in the night sky and tell Arthur and that girl that they were like heroes from a fairy tale. But after these words, Arthur became a little embarrassed because the words hero were too loudly said for him. But suddenly the girl started shouting towards Arthur so that he would pay attention to her. But Arthur couldn't understand what was wrong and why she started screaming at him so sharply. But at the same moment, the monster they supposedly destroyed opened its eye, and a huge magical red fire appeared in his still intact hand. And other townspeople noticed this and began to shout that this monster was still alive. Well, the girl noticed this and realized that she was too focused on this guy and did not notice at all that the monster was still alive. But using her St. Mary's account, she realized that it wouldn't be long now that she would completely finish him off. And now she was ready for that monster to attack her, and she would immediately pierce his eye. But suddenly the monster realized that he had no need to shoot directly at the one who defeated him, and he immediately switched to the little girl who was standing next to everyone else. And with a smiling look, he realized that he would now attack straight at that girl, which stands opposite him, and it costs him nothing to simply wave his hand to throw his fireball. But the girl stood rooted to the spot due to the fact that she was too much afraid of the monsters. Out of fear, she could not move from her place. But the girl standing near her realized that that monster was planning to attack the child in order to weaken her defense. And at the same moment, Arthur moved to protect the girl. But suddenly he realized that he was not in time to get to her because he was too slow. But if the monster can attack him in truth, then he will be able to save her, and he will have to reveal his true nature to all these people. And then if they see it, he won't be able to show it to people in this city again. And the fact that he will no longer be able to stay in the city of Otfield, and he will no longer see that girl Shelley. And suddenly Arthur began to reflect on the fact that he was still simply a fool, and he wanted to rid this empire of evil and monsters. That's why I wanted to become an adventurer in order to protect everyone, protect the weak, and always be ahead. But as soon as the monster threw his fire step towards the girl, Maria's father, standing nearby, began shouting for her to run away. But it was already too late. After all, Maria could not move anywhere because of fear, and the fireball was already flying straight at her and closed her eyes. She was already ready to say goodbye to her life. And as soon as the huge fireball reached the target, it exploded very loudly. And after a bright explosion, the monster who threw into his magical fireball could not understand what had happened. After all, he saw in front of him another monster who protected the girl. And the fact that thanks to him the girl was not harmed in any way. There was not the slightest scratch on her body, and protected her with his body. Arthur stood on his own two legs and was at least a little wounded. And as soon as Arthur realized that he was still alive, he sighed loudly. Well, the man who was the father of that little girl could not imagine that he would be able to see this with his own eyes. But Arthur still didn't want to waste a second. You simply immediately moved towards the monster that attacked him. And as soon as the one-eyed monster noticed this, he began to cower with fear because he realized that now the end would definitely come to him. And at that very second, even the hero cut him in half again, thereby definitely finishing him off. And immediately after this, Arthur was able to gain 38 experience points for destroying the monster. Well, the townspeople couldn't understand where another monster came from because only one monster had entered the city. But Arthur remained standing in the same place where he killed the monster, and the girl who stood behind him could not believe her eyes where he came from. But at that same moment, all the people who were in this vicinity saw that a brain was standing in front of them, and they all began to move in different directions in an instant. But Arthur remained in the same place and understood that they had led to regret. His disguise has come to an end, and he no longer knows what will happen next. But turning around, he looked at the girl whom he saved, their happiness. He was very glad that she was not hurt, but the ungrateful father began to shout at Arthur so that he would not approach her. And at that very second, Arthur unconsciously began to get angry, but he could not even imagine that the girl standing next to him would begin to attack him. Well, for a second, the girl was already thinking about doubting her abilities or not. But still, she was right from the very beginning, and the fact that he really turned out to be a monster, a mimic monster that takes on human form, and she began to tell the townspeople that he was much more dangerous than the Cyclops that they had defeated earlier. But the townspeople could not understand why the monster was walking through the blood in the guise of a man, and how this was even possible. And most importantly, where are the Red Dragon Gang looking? But Arthur understood that their reaction was completely justified, and that he did it to save the life of another person, and does not regret that he revealed his essence. And at that very moment he began to run away from these people, even though the townspeople shouted at him to get away from the evil monster and never return. But one of the townspeople threw a stone at him, hitting his mask. But then the girl started telling those thick-headed townspeople to stop throwing stones because they couldn't anger him. What surprised the girl more was that he was unusual and he knew human language, and the fact that intelligent monsters are especially dangerous, and he was even able to penetrate the city without arousing suspicion among the townspeople, and she must find him and kill him before he penetrates human society again. But suddenly the little girl started talking to her sister. Is she really going to kill the one who saved her life? But the girl replied that this guy is not a person, but simply a monster. And suddenly, the dad with a stupid head approached the little girl and began to say that that boy was simply deceiving them, and he was a monster that was hiding behind the mask of a man. Well, the girl began to answer that everything was very strange and that it was her father, and the fact that all the other stupid townspeople, they were afraid of him as soon as they saw his true appearance, but he fought with the monster to protect them all, and the fact that he saved her. But the thick-headed dad couldn't stop and started telling his daughter that it was she who didn't understand, to which his daughter replied that she didn't understand how the boy who saved her could be bad. And these stupid townspeople finally began to think that most likely the girl was right. And yet the girl decided that she would rush after Arthur and be able to catch up with him. But suddenly she realized that someone had put a hand on her shoulder and thereby stopped her, and the man who stood behind her began to ask what she was doing here. After all, he asked not to attract much attention to himself. But Maria began to answer the captain that he did not understand what happened here. But the captain still answered her that in any case, it was time for them to move out before anyone from the Red Dragon Gang noticed them. But Maria still said that they had to deal with that mimic. But the captain immediately put her in her place with the words that their mission was to investigate the situation in the city on the orders of the king, and they knights must be careful after the appearance of the disaster hole. The Red Dragon began to rule this city, and their mission is much more important than chasing some monster, and she must report the situation now. To which Maria replied that she obeys her captain, and as soon as they went around the corner, Maria began to say that a Cyclops had come to the city about them and began to attack the townspeople, and also in the middle of the fight, a mimic in the form of a man appeared to protect people. And although he is a monster, he could freely communicate with people, and his intelligence turned out to be much higher than that of an ordinary monster. But the captain didn't understand why she even got into this fight because he asked her not to attract attention to herself. To which Maria replied that people could have died, but the captain replied that their mission was much more important than saving some area of the city. And after all, they can save not only this city, but all the same. And for this, they must merge with the crowd and find out as much as possible about this ghost town. If through her fault this mission fails, then he will personally decide her life. But Maria began to ask for forgiveness for not obeying the captain's order. But as soon as the captain lowered his sword, he told her that next time she should think before doing anything. But Maria still stood her ground and began to say that an intelligent monster had appeared in the city. To which the captain replied that this engine is one of many, but she must imagine what will happen if there are more people like him every day. And the fact that this city was a ghost town that the authorities left and their investigation was not only about finding information about the Red Dragon Gang, and their goal is to find the culprit in the occurrence of the gifts of disaster, who is planning an even more monstrous catastrophe capable of engulfing the entire continent. And the fact that this mission is codenamed Red Reaper. So she should forget about her heroism even for a second if she continues to do something like this. Their country could disappear from the face of the earth. And clenching her fist, Maria finally understood what the captain was trying to convey to her. But still there is no soul in the depths. She could not simply let go of this thought. But at the same time, Arthur finally reached the disaster hole. This is the same dungeon that destroyed this city. And after revealing his identity, he cannot return to the city even in human form. But now it was not so important. Arthur thought that he would clear the whole of disaster from all the monsters. And this city will no longer live in fear of monsters, and then the power of the Red Dragon will fade away. And besides, in the dungeon he will finally be able to pump up his level to achieve a new evolution, and will even be able to go live in the capital. But at that time, the Holy Father ran out of the church and began telling Shelley to stop because it is dangerous and she should not do it. But after apologizing to the Holy Father, Shelley said that she had already decided everything. And the fact that she can't take everything from the city to the capital means she needs to protect them here from the Red Dragon Bank. After all, if she doesn't do anything, it's unknown when these bandits will be, and she must do something. And the fact that the Red Dragon must leave this city forever, and for this she must clear the disaster hole from monsters. And after a few hours, Arthur still found himself in the hole of disaster. Once upon a time, an entire expedition consisting of royal knights died in this place. And now Arthur realized that he needed to be as alert as possible. After all, it will take several days to conquer the dungeon, including rest. And the fact that in the dungeon he can calmly move around in his monster form and maintain a human form on a constant basis is very tiring. But the structure of this dungeon is so strange that there are so many passages that it is impossible to understand which specific path leads straight to the boss. And to get to him, he needed to go down as deep as possible, but Arthur still didn't understand where he should go. After all, there were two options, left or right. But without thinking twice, he still decided what to do in such a situation, and place it horizontally in my sword. And raising his hand, the sword began to fall in the direction he wanted. After all, adventurers have a sign where the sword will fall, then yes. And the way to go is not the most effective, but surprisingly, it always works. And how good it is that he took the sword from that raid bandit. Well, as soon as Arthur walked in the direction where the sword fell, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that he had tripped over something, and immediately fell to the ground. I don't understand what happened, but as soon as Arthur turned his head to see what was there, he realized that something had tied his leg, and it was somehow strange that he saw a web on his leg. After all, he had never met such giant spiders that could weave such a trap. But at the same moment, two huge spiders, or rather demonic spiders whose level was 23rd, jumped from the ceiling in front of him. Well, one spider was level 23 and the second was level 22. They were like a couple in love. But Arthur didn't want to meet any of the monsters now because he had not yet gotten comfortable in this dungeon. But it was already too late. After all, those spiders of yours began to cast some kind of spell. And Arthur, who turned his face, realized that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But the problem was that the web that was wrapped around his leg seemed to be stuck to it. And two spiders immediately began to call the magic of the earth to me. Hail and huge pieces of stones began to fall from the ceiling straight onto Arthur. But then he realized that he had nowhere to go because he was too close to me near his face. And crossing his arms, he realized that now the best thing to do was to block at least half of them. He needs to wait until they come closer, and then he will be able to get out of this web. With the help of his sword, he can chop them into small pieces. But suddenly, one of the spiders began to spit out its sticky web. And as soon as it reached Arthur, his hand was tied and he could not understand what kind of sticky garbage was on his hand. And now Arthur realized that he was in trouble for the most part, in the literal sense of the word. After all, those two spiders were too insidious and they were able to tie his hands with their sticky web. And the spiders were very pleased that they were able to catch such a huge dinner. But then Arthur began to smile all over the place, as if he had come up with some new plan. And taking the sticky web with both hands, he began to pull it towards himself and tell those stupid devilish spiders that they fell into his trap. And with all his strength, Arthur pulled the web and those spiders moved and began to fly straight towards him. But he was already ready, and as soon as they hit the air, they started making stupid noises as if they were in a lot of pain. And that huge sound of ding seemed to echo throughout the entire cave. And as soon as the spiders realized that they were about to come to an end, they opened their eyes and did not understand that in front of them was a terrifying monster who at that very second wanted them into different pieces. And at that very second he swung his huge claws. Arthur was able to cut these spiders into several pieces. And as soon as they flew away, the notification system began to show that Arthur was able to get 108 and 138 experience points. And looking at the notification window, Arthur realized that he had finally raised the level, and now the proficiency level had been raised from 25 to 26. And what does this mean? At the beginning of the dungeon, he will meet with an enemy at approximately level 23. But the lower he goes, the higher the level of his opponents will be. And the fact that until the next evolution, he only has 24 levels left, and not so much as it seemed at first glance. But he would like to evolve before meeting the boss of this dungeon, because the higher his level is, the easier it will be for him to cope with him. And whoever evolves, he will receive new abilities. And while the local monsters do not cause him any special problems, by destroying them he can increase his level. So he needs to engage in battle with everyone, even if the opponents have a level slightly higher than himself, and then the pumping will go much faster. And after wandering around the cave a little, Arthur came around some strange corner, and suddenly he heard some kind of country sound and turned his head. He saw some kind of monster begin to crawl out of the darkness towards him. And this was the demon spider queen, and she was level 37. And then Arthur realized that he had rushed to conclusions. And as soon as the six-eyed spider queen saw Arthur, she immediately began to run straight at him with all her speed in order to stab him with her huge horns. Well, Arthur reacted in time and was able to jump to the side, and the spider queen crashed straight into the wall. Or on Earth, Arthur realized that he was in a bad situation because he did not think that he would meet such a strong opponent so soon, and that it's time for him to get out of here as quickly as possible. After all, he won't be able to do anything against a monster of the 37th level, and no matter how smart and agile he is, he won't be able to overcome such a giant alone. And it was not surprising that a whole expedition was sent to conquer this dungeon. Only while running away, Arthur realized that the Queen of Demon Spiders was pursuing him, and such monsters should not live at the very entrance to the dungeon. She must have crawled out of some kind of passage in which there are a lot of people here, sensing someone else's presence. And now Arthur needs to find a passage as quickly as possible, into which her carcass cannot squeeze. Well, having reached the nearest passage, Arthur dove straight into it with all his speed. But suddenly, lying on the ground, Arthur noticed something strange in front of him. What happened was that in front of him there was a very huge amount of cobwebs that blocked his path. And he realized that there was no way he could get through here, and did she really take him here on purpose from the very beginning? And Arthur turned his gaze and realized that he had gotten it right behind his back and was behaving somehow strangely. And then he realized that it was obviously true that the spider had lured him here on purpose. And taking out his sword, Arthur realized that this was what he had planned and he needed to fight strong opponents. And if he cannot conquer the whole of the abyss, then all his efforts will simply come to an end. And now it will be clear which of the two will die first. The demon spider queen continued to look at Arthur, but suddenly she moved from her place and, jumping, began to fly straight towards him. But Arthur was lucky that there was a huge rock between them and she crashed into it, because of which huge pieces of stones began to fly straight towards Arthur. And with this movement she was able to break through a gap between them and make it larger in order to go inside. And as soon as she was in front of him, she began to swing her huge paw. But our hero still managed to react, and began to jump to the side and escape the attack of the queen of demonic spiders who, with all their strength, hit the hamster near his feet. But Arthur began to analyze the situation and understand that at least this spider was fast. But it is easier to hit due to its huge dimensions. And as soon as he got the picture in his head, he bent it down on one paw and jumped into the air. And in the air he began to take out his sword and fly straight to her head. But as soon as he swung and hit her huge thick head, the queen of demonic spiders began to growl very loudly. And as soon as Arthur jumped back to the side and landed on the ground, he began to realize that he was able to wound her, and now she would not be able to move as quickly as before. At the same moment he realized that in close combat, this thug would not be able to interfere with him, and he would be able to defeat her. But it turned out that not everything was as simple as we wanted, and Arthur saw that the queen of demon spiders began to open her huge mouth, and immediately activated his bloody path skill, and a huge red web began to fly straight towards him. And for Arthur it was too fast, and he could not fully understand what kind of bloody substance this was and whether this was its special skill. And the fact that he needs to hide and figure out the moment to attack, and she won't be able to spit at him forever. But still, the demon spider queen continued to spit out her red web. And as soon as the web flew near Arthur's head, he suddenly understood. The fact that it was the web that was able to cut a huge stone, and the fact that the cave began to collapse due to the fact that her attack was so strong that she simply cut all the stones above our hero's head. If she hits him with this, he will die immediately. And now our hero had no choice. He would have to shorten the distance to attack. And the fact that it takes a few seconds for her to activate her special skill, and Arthur realized that this was enough to get close to her. But suddenly the demon spider queen began to use her spider web, and Arthur definitely didn't expect this. He looked up. He saw another web, and the fact that she threw this same web to stop it and then fill it with that red liquid. And now he won't be able to get close to her. He needs to come up with a new plan. After all, she was still able to squeeze him straight into a corner. And as soon as she activates her special skill, Arthur will be a corpse. And the fact that because of the adult mimic, Arthur realized that he could not evade this attack in any way. But suddenly Arthur realized that it was as if he had been hit on the head by the fact that he had come up with a plan on how he could still defeat this huge monster. After all, his whole problem was that he was tall, and seeing that the queen of demon spiders did not stop and continued to throw her web at him, Arthur realized that he could change his height, and about 3 he decided to act. And as soon as the bright light came on, Arthur began to use his transformation skill. And yet, he managed to avoid that bloody attack, and he was glad that he was able to show this monster such a wonderful trick. But the demon spider queen never expected such a trick from Arthur's performance. And as soon as she raised her huge head and with her 6 eyes, she saw that Arthur was already right above her and was ready to destroy her. And before she had time to react, Arthur was already near her head, and with the help of his sword he could not thrust it straight into her eye. And at the same moment she began to make a huge sound due to the fact that she was experiencing terrible pain in her head. But our hero did not stop attacking her. And he began to use his plans that he would bite out all her eyes, and then she would definitely not be able to do anything to him. But hearing a sound, Arthur began to turn his head to the side. And he saw that the spider was not going to give up, and she began to counterattack him with her huge paw. But in this position, Arthur still managed to block her attack at least a little. But still, due to the fact that the difference in their level and strength was very huge, he began to fly away at incredible speed. But still, Arthur was lucky that he managed to group in the air. And in such a situation, he realized that she could only defend herself or run away. But now Arthur cannot let her leave, because if he destroys her, he will be able to pump himself up well and raise his level. But due to the fact that he had been thinking for a very long time about how he should act, raising his head, he saw that the double web began to fly straight towards him. And as soon as it flew to his head, Arthur began to transform his body. Partially, his huge hand turned into part of the monster, and he was able to protect his head from this web. But still it was useless because the web of the demonic Spider Queen was very sticky and strong, and she was able to grab it and raised his sword. Arthur decided that he could cut this web, but after several attempts he could not cut it. And moving from her place, the Queen of Demonic Spiders began to pull Arthur in the other direction. And while in the air, Arthur realized that his affairs were now very bad, and he urgently needed to come up with something. Because right now in front of him, this huge spider was opening its huge one, and simply wanted to devour our hero Arthur alive. Well, whatever one may say, Arthur realized that this was great because this was his chance. And since this huge spider wants to eat, then he will immediately cut off her most delicious piece. And at first glance one could say that Arthur is a complete idiot, because he simply cut off part of his hand with his sword. But it turned out to be much smarter than at first glance. The Queen of Demonic Spiders began to pull the severed hand straight into her mouth. And as soon as the hand was in her huge mouth, the Demon Spider Queen noticed that something was wrong here. Well, our hero looked with a smile on his face at what the Queen of Demon Spiders did not know, that his hand was hard to live with because of the sharp claws, and those same huge claws began to make holes in her huge head. And after this, Arthur raised his sword with one hand, which was lying near his feet, and began to fly straight at her with the goal that she would now definitely come to an end. And with all his strength, he was still able to plunge his blade straight into her head. And the huge Demon Spider Queen began to lose her balance and fall to the ground. And as soon as Arthur threw his sword away from the immobilized demonic Spider Queen, the notification system began to show that he was able to gain 1,558 experience points. His level was raised from 26 to 33, and Arthur was very happy that he had finally won. But still he understood that even though he defeated the huge demonic Spider Queen, he was simply incredibly lucky. And thanks to such rash risks, he was able to greatly increase his level. And at the same moment he took his severed hand out of the monster's mouth, and attaching it to his shoulder, he began to heal her with the help of his regeneration. But suddenly he decided to sit down to rest, and began to think that after all, that monster had beaten him well, and he would have to rest so that the mana was fully restored. And the fact that he began to understand that some strange irony having got to this place, he experiences less stress than he experienced in the city, sitting in a hotel room. As soon as the mana is replenished, he will continue on his way. And a little later, our hero continued to destroy huge monsters on his way. And drawing on the rock those places that he had already explored and drawing an arrow on the path, he moved on. But after walking a few more kilometers, Arthur saw in front of him a huge owl with the body of a monster, and he immediately finished it off. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the wall. He saw 2 crosses that he had drawn earlier, and getting angry, he hit the rock with his hand because he had come to this place for the 3rd time, and more than 24 hours had passed since he entered the dungeon. But he never reached the lower levels. Well, at least during the search, going down he was able to raise his level, but not much, from 33rd to 37. So, on top of everything else during pumping, he increased his performance. But suddenly stopping, he realized that now he should have a snack. It's time to catch a couple of spiders. And a little time later, having caught several spiders, he decided to devour them. And although he understands that their meat tastes like rotten veal mixed with expired paint, only the name can remove his voice. But his feast did not last long because he heard some steps approaching him. And concentrating, Arthur began to speculate. Maybe it's a demonic owl or maybe Cyclops, but still he realized that they don't walk, but fly. And the fact that these are definitely not monsters, and the steps are much heavier, most likely because of the person's armor, and now he doesn't have time to think and he'd better play it safe, otherwise he'll enter into another meaningless battle. And starting to use his transformation skill, Arthur began to take on the image of a person. But the girl Shelley, going around the corner, couldn't understand what kind of sound that was. Was there a monster waiting for her ahead? Well, as soon as she took the firecracker out of her pocket, she decided that she would scare the monster, and she wouldn't have to fight him, and swung as soon as she began to throw it. She saw Arthur sitting in front, who was looking straight at her with misunderstanding. Where did she come from here? And Shelley was very surprised to see her old friend here with whom she had recently fought. But Arthur himself also couldn't understand where this girl was coming from. And getting up, he decided to ask what level she is at now. And a little while later, we'll talk for a while, Shelley took out a map. But Arthur could not understand what this map of the disaster hole really was. But Shelley answered Arthur that it is quite ancient, but you can still navigate it. And Arthur did not know that such a map existed, and his surprise was incredible. And Shelley decided to ask Arthur what he was doing here, and even alone. And he replied that he only came to raise the level, and that's all. If he could level up, he wanted to try to kill the local boss. And raised his gaze, Arthur looked at Shelley, and he didn't understand all the reasons. But going into this dungeon with her level is too reckless. But at the same moment, he turned to her with the words that she would allow him to borrow this map, because she remembered how to get out of the dungeon and he would return it when he finished here. But Shelley, looking at Arthur, realized that he had changed so much since their last meeting. The innovator understood that despite all his detachment right now, he felt how worried she was about him. And the fact that Arthur came here with the same goal as her to clear the dungeon alone, and she understood that with his level of skill he would succeed. But she clenched her fist and began to decide, and said that she would go with him. And they even tried to smoke this dungeon with the knight who came to them from the capital. But even they didn't succeed, and she knows that Arthur is strong, but he definitely can't handle it alone. Well, as soon as Arthur started telling her that even if she stayed with him, Shelley suddenly shouted for him to take her with him into battle against the boss of this dungeon. And although Arthur was not happy with such an offer, Shelley continued to stand her ground and say that she would not be a burden to him. And the inhabitants of the city devoted their whole lives to studying this dungeon. And demonic persons are afraid of the pollen of the colchis flower. But Cyclops are afraid of blue light, and she learned all this from the research of the townspeople of her city, and she bought everything she needed to fight back the local monsters. But Arthur began to understand that she was trying in every possible way to prove her usefulness to him. And she also knows how to defeat the local poser, and she is sure that her knowledge will be useful to him. And the fact that she is determined to stay here and fight together with Arthur, and she collected all possible information about the local monsters, even managed to get it into a map. And at the moment, he has 54 mana points in human form. He can spend 9 hours and together with the map. During this time, they will have time to get to the boss, and now information is much more important to him than mana. And at the same moment, Arthur answered her that he agreed, but if she was seriously injured, she would immediately go home. And as soon as Shelley heard these words, she began to glow with joy. But at this time, the captain of the Red Dragons began to report to her head that they had discovered knights from the royal capital, and it seems they were looking for a man who was nicknamed the Red Priest. Well, the head of the Red Dragons began to think about the Red Priest. Is this guy really from their gang? You also found out that the adventurer girl went alone to conquer the disaster hole. And what a pathetic attempt. And this dungeon cannot be captured alone. And she only doomed herself to an unenviable death with this campaign. But suddenly the head of the Red Dragons began to get terribly angry and release a huge aura and ask the captain, "Is this all?" But before she had time to answer that, she had some more information. As the head of the Red Dragon stood up from his throne and walked up to his captain, he took her head and lifted her into the air, and says that he has already ordered her to get rid of all the adventurers who will try to go out into the disaster hole, or her memory has been lost. And what if this girl was not an adventurer, but a knight in disguise from the capital, and they cannot allow them to enter there? and she must urgently gather everyone she can and head into the disaster hole. After all, he will not allow these knights to destroy his kingdom, and he will personally get rid of each of them and feed their flesh to the monsters. Well, at the same time, a huge number of spiders gathered in the cave and were approaching Arthur along with his companion. And taking up his weapon, Arthur realized that it would be troublesome to fight the monsters while looking after Shelley. But at the same moment, Arthur was dumbfounded because Shelley suddenly moved and began to run towards the spiders. And immediately noticing this, he began shouting for her to stop. But she decided to take out a small bag from her pocket and tell Arthur that there were demonic spiders. The herbal powder blinds, and with all her strength she threw the bag straight towards the spiders approaching them. And as soon as the bag opened, it hit the head of one of the spiders. Arthur realized that it really worked. And at the same moment, one of the spiders with all its strength crashed into the stone that was near Arthur and waved his sword. Arthur shouted to his partner that, with her drugs, it had become much easier for him to fight. With one movement, he was able to cut the huge spider into several pieces, and the notification window showed Arthur that he had received 78 experience points. And after a short battle, they finally destroyed all the spiders and Arthur's level was raised from 37 to 38. Shelley started saying that they were a great team, but Arthur himself did not expect that they would deal with him so quickly. And a little time later, Shelley began to show Arthur that they should always walk on the left side, and this way they would get to the local bosses much faster. Well, Arthur sighed heavily and told her that he didn't even think that you could buy a dungeon map in the city. And in the end, he wandered around in circles all day in the dungeon and didn't really get anywhere. But Shelley said that she didn't think he could get this card in the city, but Arthur couldn't understand why. And she began to explain that the bandits from the Red Dragon destroyed all the maps of this dungeon that the adventurers had. She got it from the abbot. And many adventurers laid down their lives in order to find out the right path to the depths of the dungeon. And it is not beneficial for the Red Dragon to get rid of the boss of the dungeon, otherwise they will lose their power. And if the townspeople had a map of this dungeon, they would happily go here to eradicate evil, and she wants to fulfill their desire at any cost. And the fact that this card is the hope of the residents of the city in which she grew up. But suddenly she apologized to Arthur for being a little carried away by stories about the past, and in any case she was able to get the map. Well, Arthur waved his hand, stopped her story, and began to tell her with a serious face the fact that they definitely removed the boss of this dungeon. Well, Shelley thought about the fact that Arthur said that he came here only to improve his level and that he is a liar. And a little time later, as Arthur and his partner went a little further, they saw in front of them a huge spider that looked at them with its creepy eyes. Well, Arthur didn't notice this, and suddenly he saw that someone was starting to attack him, some unknown monster. But looking closer, he saw human hands that hit him, and he flew with all his might into the nearest wall and hit it. Her partner, noticing this, began to wonder if everything was okay with him. But the level 42 arachnite monster didn't stop and continued to attack the guys. Well, Arthur saw that she had a 42nd level and such strong monsters were flying away in this dungeon, he wondered. But Shelley began to say that this is one of the most powerful monsters in this dungeon besides the final boss. And Arthur must stay away from her because her powerful legs are too long and he will not be able to close the distance. But looking at her, Arthur began to think about how he could defeat her now. But still, he would still have to fight. And with all his speed, he moved straight towards the monster standing in front of him. And noticing this, Shelley began to tell Arthur that if he decided to approach her, he should attack her from the right side. After all, her right eye sees almost nothing and he cannot injure her easily. And hearing this, Arthur began to squeeze the sword in his hands. And by swinging it, he was still able to wound this huge monster. And raising the magic stone, Shelley continued to say that they are afraid of fire, and throwing a firecracker which she shouted that it should take her by surprise. And as soon as the firecracker flew to the monster and exploded right in front of her eyes, she began to scream in horror. And suddenly the shawl realized that it worked because she was definitely afraid of fire. And if they can distract it, then they can get close to the human body. After all, it is much thinner than a spider's. And as soon as Artyom swung his sword, he was able to cut off her left hand, which is why she began to scream very loudly because of the pain. And as soon as Arthur jumped back to the ground, his partner began to praise him and say that he shouldn't let her use skills, and with such tactics they will quickly defeat her. And after about a few hours of stubborn battle, Arthur and Shelley were still able to defeat her. And sighing heavily, Shelley was not that glad that they had finally finished. Well, Arthur thought that with such a difference in levels it would be difficult for them to defeat her, but they did a good job. And the fact that he received his 1,280 experience points and his level was increased from 38 to 40 howl, and the fact that during the study, Arthur did not notice that there were only 10 levels left before his evolution, and the fact that he thought that he would not have time to evolve for the fight with the boss, but the leveling goes very quickly. And previously he was an ordinary lich without flesh. He couldn't even talk, but with each evolution he becomes more and more human. But now he wondered what he would look like this time. But now this is not so important in any case. And he began to tell Shelley that, judging by the map, they are already on the threshold of the boss's lair. But Shelley, looking at the map that was in her hands, said that everything was correct. And the demonic monkey Orbus is the boss of this dungeon that has superhuman strength and a lot of skills, and even the royal knights could not defeat him. But even someone like him has his weaknesses, and together with Arthur, they will definitely defeat him. And the fact that the demonic monkey Orbus, Arthur wondered if he could defeat him in human form. Well, at the same moment, Arthur sat down on the ground and began to tell his partner what to do before such a difficult battle. And after defeating the core, the red dragons will finally leave them for the city. And life and peaceful days will return to the city again, and this nightmare will finally come to an end. But Arthur and Shelley had no idea that they would soon encounter people, because a team of red dragons was already near the entrance to the dungeon. And the head of the red dragon swung his huge weapon and hit the ground with it. Began to tell her subordinates that because of their mistake, a little adventurer snuck into the dungeon. If she defeats the boss in the dungeon, they will lose control of the city. And he won't let some girl ruin what he's worked for so many years, and they need to find her, dead or alive. And the fact that she is called the hope of this city, and he will kill this girl and hang her body on the central city gate and prove who this city really belongs to. And at this time, inside the dungeon, Shelley began to show on the map and explain to Arthur that a demonic monkey lives in the deepest part of the dungeon. And for the dungeon, the boss is like the hearts that support the life of local monsters thanks to his own mother. If they kill him, then a new bridge and will stop being born. This city will finally be saved. But Arthur wondered if he, with his statistics, could defeat the dungeon boss in human form, and he planned to send Shelley home as soon as he discovered the boss in order to restore his mana to the maximum reserve. But according to her, the city and the capital could not defeat this monkey, and he will have a better chance of winning if Shelley stays. Here she also knows the weakness of the dungeon boss. And yet, Arthur began to ask if she could tell him all the loopholes in the boss fight and leave. But she prefers to stay here with him. Well, Shelley replied that yes, and those who were lucky enough to survive the battle with the boss came up with a special tactic in which they could defeat him. And although she is not as strong as Arthur, she will distract the boss, and he will put an end to this nightmare, and this is her decision. And since she herself made such a decision, there is no point in dissuading her. And Shelley at the same moment thought that the Holy Father and the guys would wait a little more, and she and Arthur were already close to the goal of their journey. And she swears that she will put an end to the existence of the disaster hole at any cost. If she has to become bait, she will unconditionally do so. And as soon as Arthur and his partner rested and gained strength, they decided to go in search of the boss of this dungeon, but they didn't have to go long. After all, after a few hours, they finally reached that very place. And Arthur, seeing the boss of the dungeon, began to smile strangely. And the demonic monkey, which was the boss but only in the dungeon and had the 52nd level, began to rise from its place. And the guys realized that this was without a doubt the boss of the dungeon. And for the sake of all the inhabitants of the city, they will put an end to its existence. But Arthur realized that they had a huge difference in levels. And according to him, he is incredibly fast, and his paws are equipped with sharp claws and in private combat. And even in human form, he will not be able to defeat him. But when Shelley went into the dungeon, she realized that she could not defeat him. And a little earlier, Shelley explained to Arthur that in a direct collision, they would not be able to defeat the King of the Monkeys, and all because of his unusual speed. And they say that he once killed an entire group of adventurers with one blow, and they simply could not oppose anything to him and died in the same place where they stood. But Arthur thought about what Shelley told her. He became interested if he had any weaknesses, but she began to answer that everything was banal. It's just that, basically, he moves relying on his front paws, and the hind legs are much smaller and weaker, out of proportion to his huge body. And they need to attack not head-on, but move in a zigzag, then the Monkey King will lose his balance and fall. And Arthur at the same time began to move in zigzags to confuse the dungeon boss, just as his partner told him. And jump near the huge monkey, Arthur realized that it worked. And the Monkey King could not understand what to do at this moment. But suddenly he turned around and started running straight after Arthur. And the fact that he clearly didn't expect this, but as Shell said, he moves too fast on his front paws. And turning around, Arthur realized that even though he was running according to plan, the Monkey King could still catch up with him. But Shella told him that the Monkey King does not know how to change the direction of his blow and only hits in a straight line. And as soon as he struck with his huge paw, Arthur moved from his place and jumped to the side. He managed to avoid his blow. And the fact that Arthur just needs to let him attack and only then continue to run. But the Monkey King began to growl very loudly, and it seems that he was already moving to the second phase. And jump eye from side to side, Arthur decided that with such simple tricks, he could knock the strength out of him. But if he did not have time to dodge, he would be seriously injured. And he is grateful to fate that he met Shelley in the dungeon. After all, without her advice, he would have died long ago. But at the same moment, the Monkey King swung his huge paw again. But Arthur ran at all his speed and still managed to jump to the side. And the huge paw of the Monkey King stuck straight into the rock. And Arthur noticed that his claws were stuck in the rock. And turning around, he began to run towards the Monkey King. Because now is the time to hit him on the weak spot that Shelley told him about. And swinging his sword, Arthur aimed straight at his legs. But after a strong blow, Arthur noticed something strange, and the fact that there was only a small scratch on his leg from his sword. And he couldn't understand what it was because he hit with all his strength, but he only managed to scratch it slightly. And what Shelley said was that if he managed to damage his legs, he would significantly lose speed. But Arthur didn't understand why his blow only slightly scratched him, and there is absolutely no sense in this attack. But at the same moment, Shelley began to scream so that the Monkey King would not forget about her. And while he stood with his back to her, she hit him with all her strength straight in the back area. But suddenly she noticed that her blow did not harm him one bit. And the fact that she seemed to hit the stone with a sword, her blow did not hurt him at all. And at the same moment, the Monkey King began to growl very loudly. And immediately he began to turn around and switch to Shelley, who was standing behind her. And swinging his huge paw twice, he threw Shelley aside. And it also caught Arthur, who did not expect such speed. And having made several somersaults on the ground, Arthur began to release the sword from his hands. But Shelley, noticing this, began to shout to Arthur whether he was okay, to which Arthur replied not to worry because he was just hooked, and now he will quickly heal himself with the help of his regeneration skill. But looking at his notification window, Arthur realized that regeneration consumes too much mana, and at this rate he will not be able to maintain the appearance of a human. But still he decided that he needed to calm down because the plan remained the same, and they still just need to run, and if possible, attack the legs of the Monkey King, and the fact that they still have a chance to win and none of them, and they need to repeat this trick again. But still, they were not prepared for the fact that the skin of the Monkey King would be so durable, and in human form Arthur would not be able to inflict enough damage on him to weaken him, and the fact that his claws will be able to cut through his skin. But unlike the battle against the Gargoyle King, now he can clearly see each other from the street, and he will not be able to pull off a partial transformation. And if the shawl sees him, she will panic, and most likely she will run away out of fear of seeing his true appearance. But if they continue to stick to their original plan, then they can kill the Monkey King. And while here, he cannot fight at full strength. But suddenly, the Monkey King turned around and turned his gaze to the Shelly girl standing next to him. And with his terrifying gaze, he began to watch her closely. But Shelly couldn't understand why he was looking at her because it was somehow suspicious that he and Arthur were fighting and suddenly switched to her. But Arthur understood that Shelly would not be able to escape if the Monkey King attacked her. And deciding to divert his attention, Arthur threw a stone that lay near his feet straight at his head. But still the Monkey King continued to ignore Arthur. But Arthur, unable to bear it, rushed straight at him, shouting that he was his opponent. And swinging, he injured the tail of the Monkey King. And at that same moment, the Monkey King began to turn around in terrible pain and pounce on Arthur, who stood behind him. And although Arthur understood that the tail was not his weak point, but according to Shelley's stories, if you wound the tail of the Monkey King, you can distract him. And as soon as the Monkey King turned around and began to attack Arthur, he realized that he needed to run away. And running away in different directions, jumping in a zigzag. Arthur was already accustomed to his movements, but he could not guess the moment to attack. Well, the expression on the Monkey King's face immediately changed, and he began to use his skill of the poisonous breath of the beast. But Arthur knew that the Monkey King's special skill was. And after exhaling, it covers the entire space surrounding it, and I give it smoke, and now Arthur has no point in running away. And the radius of this skill is too large, and if he manages to activate it, they will not be able to get close to him. However, even this skill has its weaknesses, and at the same moment Shelley moved from the spot, taking a bag from her pocket, and threw it straight at the Monkey King. And suddenly the Monkey King noticed that some kind of bag was coming straight to his face, and at that very moment it exploded into many small pieces. But the Monkey King could not understand what had just happened. But Shelley started telling Arthur to hold his breath for a couple of seconds. And at the same moment, the Monkey King began to inhale the substance that scattered from the bag. But it turns out it was powder from poisonous mushrooms, which is why the Monkey King began to experience enormous pain in his throat. And the fact that contact with a living creature, the powder can corrode soft tissue. And for some time, the Monkey King will not be able to use his skill and will have difficulty seeing. And now is their chance to counterattack. But Shelley started telling Arthur to run away. After all, she decided to use the Firestone to completely disarm the Monkey King. And at the same moment, she threw the Firestone straight towards him with all her strength, and as soon as it fell right next to the tail of the Monkey King. Its tail is capable of finding prey based on the heat emanating from living creatures and from the firecracker, so the tail will perceive it somehow more. And the Monkey King himself can't see anything right now, so he will easily fall into such a simple trap. And as soon as the tail of the Monkey King began to creep towards the trap, the Monkey King immediately screamed all over his mouth, and the little prey that the Monkey King noticed. And to catch it, he will have to bend down a lot. And the fact that his leg was slightly injured, he could not stand normally in a standard position. And with this, the guys had a chance to hit him in the legs again. But Shelley did not want to waste even a second, and swinging her sword, she was still able to wound him in the leg. And Arthur, who moved from his place, began to understand that no matter how hard they tried, the Monkey King's skin cannot be pierced with an ordinary sword. And once he decided that he would use his fangs, and this way he wouldn't have to turn into a monster, and the shawl wouldn't notice anything. And flying up with all his strength, Arthur began to bite the Monkey King's legs. And he realized that he was doing great, and now he needs to hold on longer. And as soon as he bit off part of the Monkey King's leg, the boss of this dungeon began to scream horribly in pain. And at that very moment, Arthur realized that he had finally succeeded. After all, the Monkey King still fell on his back due to the fact that he could not stand on his own leg. And Shelley, who was watching this, was glad that they finally succeeded and were able to weaken the Monkey King. And thanks to Shelley's strategy, they were able to achieve this result. And now the Monkey King will not be able to see and use his skill. And also because of the wound on his leg, he will no longer be able to move. And Shelley, with all her speed, began to move straight towards her opponent lying on the ground. And together with Arthur, they began to understand that victory was almost in their hands, and continuing to beat the Monkey King who was trying to somehow escape from them. And Arthur realized that now that he had lost all his advantage, finishing him off would not be difficult. Well, suddenly Arthur noticed his leg, and saw how it started to glow brightly early, and he couldn't. But it was regeneration, and Arthur realized that he also had such a skill. And he realized that if they didn't stop him right now, then all their efforts would go to waste. And as soon as Arthur ran up to him to deliver the final blows, the Monkey King raised one of his arms and was able to successfully block Arthur's blow. And after that, he began to look at Arthur with a strange look. And clenching his huge paw, he swung, and striking from Arthur with all his strength. But Arthur still managed to react and put one of his hands in front of him. And Arthur's partner noticed this and began to worry about whether he was okay after such a blow. But Arthur understood that if it weren't for his monster's body, he would have died from such a blow. But now there is no way he can lose to this monster. And if he dies, the days of the city will be numbered. And what happened many years ago will happen again, and the terrifying monsters will come again to kill everyone indiscriminately. And so that people don't go through the same hell that he went through. Arthur became an adventurer because of this. And now, he will not be able to simply give up through everything that he has gone through, and this is just the beginning. But his partner, looking at how Arthur was acting now, couldn't believe where he got so much from. And the Monkey King did not want to simply give up and began to attack Arthur in response, but striking several times with the huge hand of the Monkey King. He knocked him off balance, and the Monkey King could not stay on one leg and began to lose his balance. But Arthur still continued to attack, clutching his sword. He began to fly at all his speed straight towards the head of the boss of this dungeon. And there was only a little time left for our hero to end this long confrontation. And Arthur gathered all his strength and still managed to deliver his strongest blow to the king of the monkeys. And his partner Shelley saw this and froze in place, because she couldn't believe what she had just seen. The fact that Arthur was still able to defeat the Monkey King. And at the same moment, Arthur received 5,678 experience points, and his level was raised from 40 to 47. And he realized that if he increased his level, then the boss in the dungeon was definitely dead. But Shelley looked at the dungeon boss and realized that they were finally finished with this painfully long battle. And Shelley, falling to her knees, finally rejoiced. Because finally Lord Melio is dead, and after so many years the city will finally find its freedom. Well, when Arthur saw this, he began to approach Shelley and ask if everything was okay. But Shelley first wiped away her tears and tell Arthur to ask her because she didn't believe until the very end that they could handle it. And she realized that she could not cope with the king of the monkeys, and understood how stupidly she was acting, going into the dungeon all alone. But she simply could not turn back, and she wanted to save them all, her brothers and sisters, the abbot and the inhabitants of the city, even at the cost of her own life. And only thanks to the fact that she met Arthur on her way, they were able to defeat the boss of the dungeon, and peace and quiet would finally reign in the city, and all this thanks to his strength. But Arthur replied that this was not true, and if she had not risked her life when she came to the dungeon, he would never have known about the weaknesses of the dungeon boss and died at his hands. And the fact that he defeated the boss is only thanks to her. Not that the capital stopped supporting the city due to the overpopulation of monsters, but now the dungeon boss is dead, and the Red Dragon Gang will soon lose power over the city. And remove your wound using regeneration. Arthur suddenly looked at the notification window and realized that he had almost no mana left. And at this rate he will soon turn into mimicry, and Shelley will be very scared. And although it was not enough, these points should have been enough for him to leave the dungeon in the form of a man. He should save face at least in front of Shelley, and there are only 3 levels left before his evolution. And if the evolution of monsters depends on their desire that at the next stage of evolution he will become closer to human form. But suddenly the Shawl came up to Arthur and began to ask if everything was okay with him. But Arthur was so glad that when he killed the boss, he received so many experience points, and Shelley also raised her level. And the fact that she came to the dungeon with level 19, but after defeating the boss, she leveled up to 28. and she began to understand that when she returned to the capital, her friends David and Frank would be surprised when they found out. Although she has the feeling that she doesn't deserve these points at all because Arthur did all the work. But our hero replied that he didn't think so because, thanks to her tactics, they defeated the boss. And hit myself in the face, Shelley began to tell Arthur that she had done almost no damage to him. And suddenly she seemed to switch and she began to say that she was already too relaxed, and that although they defeated the boss, she took on all the monsters on the way. Arthur was probably tired after such a protracted battle, and they will return to the city immediately. She will write a report on the dungeon and send it to the capital. And Arthur, who sat down on a stone, began to understand that, after all, his partner was right, and the fact that he is really very tired in transformation is eating up his last strength, and now he only relies on the strength of his partner. But Shelley answered Arthur that he could count on her and she would protect him until he left. But suddenly she noticed that something was approaching them, and with all her speed she moved straight towards Arthur, shouting for him to jump aside. But Arthur didn't understand what happened and why she was so scared. And at the same moment she jumped from her seat straight behind Arthur, who was attacked from behind. And after a strong blow, Shelley fell to the ground and lost consciousness. But Arthur, turning around, could not understand what it was and where this attack came from. And Arthur raised his head and saw some guys who started saying what a stupid girl covered up some wimp and what a selfless girl. And she felt a little sorry for her. And Arthur, who lifted Shelley from the ground, looked at the guys who stood directly opposite him. And he couldn't understand what the Red Dragon Gang was doing here. From afar, the silhouette of the head of the Red Dragon began to be seen, who began to say that they thought that the two of them would go so far. And on the way here, they saw the corpse of Ricketts. And if they were alive, that means they managed to kill the boss in the dungeon. And the seriously wounded Shelley suddenly saw that it was the boss of a gang of red dragons. But Arthur, looking at him, could not believe that this huge guy was a man. But in a timid voice, the guy who recently fought against Adam in the church began to say that he met them in the church. He thought that they were just kind simpletons. But he was wrong, and they are thick-headed imbeciles, and at least they know what they did. Well, Shelley replied that, of course, the Lord knows the land is dead and they will no longer be able to rule this city. And the fact that they are adventurers who defeated the legendary demonic monkey, and it will not be difficult for them to deal with them. But the Red Dragon Gang started laughing because she said about the legendary monkey and answered her that they were just children and were just playing children's games. And she should be aware that knights from the capital once came to this dungeon. And what if he says that they were not killed by a monster at all, but by ordinary people? But Shelley couldn't understand what he was talking about because it was impossible. A whole expedition of knights and the capital was sent here. They couldn't lose to simple bandits. Well, one of the Red Dragon guys began to say that it was true that the Red Dragon Gang had fooled the capital's knights around their finger, and they spread a fake dungeon map throughout the city, setting many traps on the way to the boss. They killed those lucky ones who were still able to reach the depths of the dungeon with their own hands. And the capital's knights are the same stupid-headed adventurers as they are, and they couldn't even cope with ordinary bandits. But Arthur began to get very angry after the words were spoken by one of the Red Dragon guys. And suddenly the head of the Red Dragon began to say that the children, like these knights, would meet their end here. And he is not going to deprive him of his kingdom even if the dungeon boss is dead and no one knows what happened here today. And they will still not allow adventurers to enter here, and will release a couple of monsters on the outskirts of the city and spread rumors about their heroic death. And all their efforts were simply in vain, and they came down here in vain. But Shelley couldn't believe it because he said and started talking about the head of the Red Dragons that he couldn't do it. To which the head of the Red Dragons replied that they could do as much as they could. And now his guys will have fun with the girl while she is still alive. But they can simply feed the boy to the monsters. And the fact that all the efforts of these losers will simply be destroyed now. Because now a gang of red dragons will be destroyed and no one will even know about them. But Arthur began to think that his partner was now wounded and she could not fight. Yes, and he is now at the limit, because the indicator showed him that he had 38 hit points left out of 223-7, and his mother had almost none left. The gang, were the ones who alone were able to cope with a detachment of knights from the imperial capital. And if this is true, then it was not enough for them to kill the boss, let alone them. But at the same moment, Shelley began to apologize to Arthur because she still simply wanted to save the city from evil. But in the end, taking advantage of his kindness and because of their selfish desires, now they will both die here. But Adam did not want to simply give up, and he began to clench his fist. After all, he understood her feelings and the very birth God awarded him with the most useless skill of all. But he still dreamed of becoming interesting to help other people, and where this led him, he became a monster, lost all his humanity. But even after such ups and downs, she is still driven by her selfish desire. And he still wants to become human and live normally. And this body has already met death once. So the second time he won't let himself be killed so easily. But his partner still could not hold back the tears on her face, and she began to look at Arthur. But in turn, Arthur told her to forgive him because of his inattention, she had to expose herself to attack in order to protect him, and he should repay her in the same coin. But suddenly, one of the gang of red dragons began to attack Arthur with the words that he spoke like that, and he should not underestimate them. But as soon as his sword rose, Arthur immediately took out his own and began to parry it like that. Iranian Arthur, he began to ask, is this all he is capable of, and this is such a pity? But Shelley, lying on the ground, understood that if she stood aside, then Arthur would die. But at the same moment, a guy with a weapon in his hands appeared in front of her and began to say that the end would come for them. And he admits that their levels are higher than the rest of the Red Dragon gang. But in this state, they will not be able to cope against the crowd. And after their death, he will feed them to the monster and return to the Holy Father to get even with him. And they should not have crossed the road to the Red Dragon. And everything that is happening now is entirely their fault. And the fact that he promises them that he will tell the abbot how they died in the smallest detail. But Shelley, holding her head, began to whisper under her breath that she was apologizing to the abbot and the children. And at the same moment, Arthur gathered all his strength and swung at his opponent. But suddenly his partner arrived and blocked Arthur's blow. And after this, the archers who stood behind began to shoot with their bows. And 4 arrows flew straight into the target of Arthur, who began to fall off his feet. Well, the guys who stood next to him began to say that it was too early for him to die, and they just want to watch the monsters eat him alive. But still, they really want to deal him the final blow. And as soon as one of the attackers swung his sword at Arthur, a bright light appeared that illuminated the entire underground room, and suddenly, a huge monster's hand appeared in front of them and blocked the sword. But when the guy saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. And what just happened now? But suddenly he thought that this was Arthur's skill, and for him, it seemed an abomination. But Arthur got fed up with this empty chatter and struck back. That guy in the face, because of which he began to lose his balance and fall to the ground, and the fact that he could not understand where he got such strength from. And at the same moment, Shelley could not understand that Arthur had the skill of regeneration, and people only have one skill for his entire life. And if that's exactly the case, then what's happening to Arthur's hand now? And at the same moment, the head of the red dragons began to look at Arthur, smiling strangely. But our hero, in the same turn, began to take arrows out of his body and throw them at his feet. And remember those words that the shawl said, that there are no absolutely bad people, especially since one look at him can determine that he is a good person or not. But still, Arthur turned to his partner and began to say that she was the first person in his entire life who showed sincere kindness and compassion to him, and therefore he wanted to save face at least in front of her. And he never expected that they would meet again. But he is happy that he was able to make friends with a person like her. But what a pity that he met her only when he became a monster. But now there was no difference. And raising his huge hand, Arthur began to speak to the red dragons why they are not going to attack. To think that all this time he has not used his skill and he has no idea what he is even capable of. But suddenly he said that if he thinks that at the sight of his new appearance they will be afraid, then he is mistaken. But Arthur decided that they would check it now. Putting on his mask, he will now check whether he will be scared. And at the same moment, Arthur began to use his transformation skill and turn back into a monster. Well, the guy who was approaching him didn't want to stop for a second, and screaming for him to die, he attacked Arthur. But at that very second, Arthur swung his hand and, with the help of his claws, cut it into several pieces. And as soon as he destroyed his opponent, he received 567 experience points. And the other guys from the gang of Red Dragons could not believe that he was not a person. And the captain of the Red Dragons began to say that this is no skill at all. All this time, he was a monster. But Arthur, looking at his bloody hands, realized that this was the first time he had killed a person. And the thing was that he didn't feel anything, although it was in the order of things, because he is a monster and not a man. And staying in the same place, Arthur began to slowly turn towards the group of Red Dragons, who stood in fear in front of him, and began to say that they had never seen such monsters. But the other guys standing behind began to shout, "Why are they all standing? Because they need to kill them." And the badly wounded Shelley, sitting on the ground, could not say a word at the sight of Arthur's new appearance. Well, Arthur apologized to his partner and said that he had been deceiving her all this time, but he is now asking her to allow him to protect her just this time. And moving from his place, Arthur began to run straight towards his opponents, who froze right in front of him, but suddenly they began to grab their weapons. After all, they didn't care whether it was the person in front of them or the monster. They wanted to destroy him right on the spot. But as soon as they fired from their weapons, the arrows fought off Arthur. But the guys realized that Arthur's skin was too thick and the arrows simply didn't hit him. And throwing their bow to the ground, they began to draw their swords. After all, thinking that they would simply chop him into pieces. But Arthur at that time realized that he still had some mana left for regeneration, and this skill will not save him from a direct blow with a sword, and their boss stands behind, watching him come, and they do not try to finish him off. And against such an armed crowd, all he has is claws and brute strength, but this will not be enough because Arthur is stronger than ordinary people. And as soon as one of the attackers ran up to Arthur and swung his club, Arthur saw that his face was distorted with fear and anger that even this would benefit him. And at the same moment, Arthur blocked his blow. But the other guy saw this and started running from the other side because he realized that Arthur was finally distracted and he needed to be there right now. But at the same place, Arthur stamped his foot and began to scream with all his strength, and his terrifying pressure began to spread throughout the cave, and thereby instilling fear in their enemies who stood and cowered in place. And at the same moment, Arthur turned around and with his claws removed the weapon from the hands of his opponent. And with the next movement, he dealt a crushing blow to the enemy, causing him to die. On the other guy who was standing behind Arthur, he began to see how Arthur turned sharply and ran towards him, and hit him with all his strength, causing him to fall to the ground. And he was destroyed in the same way as the previous member of the Red Dragons. And for this, Arthur was able to receive 474 and 388 experience points. His level was increased from 47 to 48. Well, as soon as he raised his head, he saw the expression. The leader of the Red Dragons who looked at him and got angry. But the other guys realized that their opponent was very strong and they didn't understand where such a strong monster came from in this dungeon. The captain also realized that this was bad and the guys were too scared and could not concentrate on the battle. And the fact that this monster seems to know this and does everything to make them fear him more. And the captain could not understand how this was even possible. But suddenly, the guys from the Red Dragon gathered their strength and started shouting that they were not going to lose to some monster. And at the same time, a circle of power appeared under the captain's feet because she realized that she had to take control of the situation. Otherwise, they would all die. And as soon as the guys ran up to Arthur and began to attack him, he in turn dodged all their attacks, and they began to surround him from different sides. But the real magician behind him began to see that his guy was too close to the target. If they used mine, they would get it too. But Arthur saw that behind these guys the mages were trying to strike him. Still, Arthur decided that he had no need to risk it, and he deliberately allowed himself to be surrounded so that they could not strike him from the rear. And at the same moment, our hero noticed that the two real red dragons next to him were much stronger than the others. So, on top of everything else, the magicians finally decided to make their move. And the fact that Arthur is already at his limit and he has dealt with only a couple of bandits. And ahead of him lies a more serious battle with the leader of the Red Dragons. And as soon as Arthur hit one of the attackers and finished him off, he received 396 experience points. But another guy immediately ran up to him from the side and struck him with his sword. And with the words, "How do you like such a monster?" he still wounded Arthur. But here is our hero turning around, was able to strike back and finish off the attacker. And as soon as our hero grabbed the bandit, he threw him to the ground and was able to finish him off for sure. And the two magicians who were watching him could not believe their eyes. And the captain girl began to cower with fear after what she saw. But her partner started shouting at her. What is she doing? Because she now has to shoot at the monster. After all, if they don't do anything, he'll simply come up and kill them. But it turns out that guy was still alive and began shouting to his comrades not to attack while she was nearby. And as soon as the mage fired his fire skill, Arthur managed to turn around and defend himself with the help of the enemy. And holding it in his hands, he began to run straight into the fiery attack. But the one who fired the fire attack was standing in the same place. But suddenly he saw the very thing that he could not imagine. The fact that his fire attack went straight to his comrade who was suffering while lying on the earth. And as soon as that guy died, Arthur received 856 experience points for destroying him and was able to increase his level from 48 to 49. But the magician began to see that the monster was still alive. And the fact that this monster is finally right in front of his nose, but he doesn't even have time to cast a spell. And at the same moment, Arthur began to take out the sword that was behind his back. And waving it, he finished off the guy who had recently thrown fire at him, for which Arthur was able to get 674 experience points, and immediately his gaze turned to the head of the gang. After all, he understood that if he finished him off, the Red Dragon would no longer exist, and the city would finally gain its freedom. But the captain standing near her was neat. But the leader of the Red Dragon saw that an angry monster was running towards him. And swinging his axe, he said that he had never fought such a smart monster in his life. And as soon as he hit the ground with his weapon, it shook and a bright red color appeared. But Arthur still managed to jump to the side, thereby avoiding the attack. And immediately after this blow, the leader of the Red Dragon smiled and told Arthur that he was very curious and he was already inflamed. And his surviving comrades looked at Arthur in surprise. After all, they could not believe that this guy and he would be able to kill the leader of the Red Dragons alone. But Arthur understood that in such a state, could he really defeat such a strong opponent? And now they stood opposite each other, and the leader of the Red Dragons decided that they would fight to the death. Well, as soon as the leader of the Red Dragons jumped up and swung his axe, Arthur managed to duck down and thereby dodge his quick attack. But this was still not the end, and our hero raised his head and saw the axe approaching him again. But due to the fact that our hero was still very fast, he was able to jump back, and a huge axe flew straight near his head. And jump back a few meters, Arthur began to understand that just a little more and he would have smashed his skull with his weapon. And the fact that the leader's level is too high and he will not be able to defeat him in this state. But still, he has no choice but to fight. Otherwise, he will not be able to free the city from the fire of the Red Dragon, and he needs to disarm it. And then he will be able to equalize his chances to win and survive. And for this, he will have to cut back so that he has more chances. Well, Arthur, just in case, decided to use his regeneration, and after completion his mana reached 0. But he understood that if something happened, he would be able to restore his left hand. But then the leader began to shout to Arthur, is he really scared and he shouldn't waste his time and attack already? And the leader of the Red Dragon swung and hit Arthur's hand straight. Well, the leader of the Red Dragon saw that Arthur stopped as soon as he struck. But now Arthur had a great chance to disarm his enemy. And jumping up to him, Arthur began to put his plan into action. But the enemy already noticed that Arthur was very close and he was able to jump to the side. But our hero was already able to grab his opponent's weapon with his sharp teeth and throw it away so that he cannot use it or quickly run up and pick it up. The leader of the Red Dragons realized that Arthur was not aiming at him, but at his weapon, and starting to attack, Arthur realized that he no longer had any mana left, and now this is his only chance to end his reign. And now nothing will stop him from finishing him off with one blow. But suddenly the Red Dragon leader began to use his Diamond Fist skill, and with all his strength he hit Arthur, who did not even expect such an action from his opponent. And after such a strong blow, Arthur flew several meters to the side. And he did not at all expect that the leader of the Red Dragons would have such a dangerous thing. But smiling, the leader began to ask Arthur how he liked his skill, and the fact that even if he doesn't have a weapon, he can smash his head with his bare hands. But as soon as our hero began to come to his senses, and he looked at his opponent, he could not understand what it was. And this skill is good, and not only in defense but also in attack. And now he couldn't understand how he could defeat someone like him. But the leader of the Red Dragons thought that even this monster already seemed to have seen his skill, and his parents were real scum when his father beat his mother, and she could never understand why he beat her. But he didn't want to listen to her because she was muttering under her breath and kept saying all the time if she said one more word he would kill her. And at the same moment the father switched to his son and began shouting what he was looking at and that he was already a grown-up kid and wasn't doing a damn thing for the benefit of the family. And grabbing him by the neck, he began to call his son that he was worse than a leech. And at that moment he stood on the threshold of death. But he still wanted to survive for himself and for the sake of his mother. And he didn't know whether God saw his suffering or did it himself. But he gave him a chance to survive that day. And on that same day, he killed a person for the first time. This is how his incredible ability appeared. And turning his head around, he began to tell his mother that now their tyrant was already dead, and he would not touch them anymore. But he saw his mother run up to his father. But the boy could not understand what he did wrong. After all, he just wanted to protect himself and his loved ones. But his mother began to say with tears in her eyes that he was a monster. And suddenly that boy began to look at his mother strangely. And after he smiled, he realized that from that very day he had decided that this power was given to him to command people. But currently, Arthur was lying on the ground and realized that he had no strength left. And the fact that he no longer has enough mana for his regeneration, and is this really the end, he wondered. But suddenly he realized something and began to look closely behind the back of his opponent who was approaching him. And what Arthur saw was a sword that was lying near the feet of the leader of the Red Dragons. And at that very moment he had an idea. And as soon as the leader of the Red Dragons swung at Arthur with the aim of destroying him, with a quick movement Arthur did a somersault and was able to dodge this attack, and reached the sword that was lying on the ground. He still managed to take it with his hand, and he squeezed his hand very tightly with such force that he could not imagine that in extreme times he would have it, and stand behind their opponent to deliver the final blow. But then the leader of the Red Dragons began to turn around and smile somehow strangely. And does he really think that they can really defeat him with this sword? And the surviving one of the guys from the gang of Red Dragons began to shout that his boss was cool as always and he had no equal, and the fact that his boss will definitely finish him off now. But Arthur did not want to waste a second of his time and began to throw the sword straight at the leader. And as soon as the sword flew to the target, the leader successfully blocked it. And then Arthur began to say that he would really come to him and would even be able to evade this. Child. Well, Arthur wasn't lost in it at all, and the sword flew straight at the guy standing behind him, and that guy began to writhe in pain, telling his boss that he was really going to die. And as soon as he fell to the ground, Arthur saw a notification in front of him that he had received 101 experience points, and his level had been raised from 49 to 50th. But the leader of the Red Dragon suddenly thought that this ball hit Jeff exactly. But he didn't understand why he should kill him. Isn't he his main goal? But at the same moment, Arthur saw another window notification in front of him that the maximum level of the mimic race was still available, and the next stage of evolution was available. And evolution brings the monster closer to its ideal form based on its desire. But the fact is that Arthur no longer wanted to be human, but the fact that he simply wants to destroy all his enemies. and protect the man Shelley dear to him and save this city, and become strong enough to finally finish off the leader of the Red Dragons. And at that very moment, a transformation began to occur, and Arthur began to scream at the top of his voice. But the Red Dragon leader standing opposite him could not understand. What is this happening, and why is this guy emanating a terrifying aura? But a bright light illuminated the entire cave, because of which the leader could not see anything normally. And after a bright flash, another creature with huge paws began to emerge from the shadows. And this was a new stage in the evolution of the shadow that Arthur acquired. And as soon as the evolution was completed, Arthur turned into a new shadow monster. This monster drove its victims crazy by turning to their deepest fears. But the leader of the Red Dragons realized that this creature had evolved. But he didn't care and began to tell Arthur that if he grew horns and thinks that he can cope with him, then he is mistaken. And as soon as he swung his diamond fists at Arthur, he managed to block his blow by grabbing his hands. And raising his two hands into the air, Arthur began to use his skill, Magical Devourer, and waving them he wounded his opponent. Well, the Red Dragon leader jumped back and thought about why he couldn't move and what kind of weakness this was in his body. But he realized that Arthur had sucked out his mana and began to use regeneration on his body. And Arthur realized that thanks to the Magical Devourer, he was able to restore mana a little, and with its help he had already taken advantage of regeneration. And now he will be able to defeat his opponent. But the leader of the Red Dragons, lying on the ground bleeding, began to think that he had never met such terrifying monsters. And at that very moment he began to shout to his comrades, why did they get up, and at that very second they should finish him off as quickly as possible. And those guys began to obey the orders of their leader, and the captain began to use his magic to attack Arthur with his fireballs. Well, Arthur raised his 4 hands to the top and began to say that it was useless, and in his hands the eyes began to open, and after that his phantom skill was activated, which allowed him to create a general hallucination and avoid damage of any type. But suddenly an arrow flew straight into his shoulder, and immediately followed by a huge fire-type explosion. And the captain of the Red Dragons was glad that they finally succeeded and got in. But suddenly they saw a hallucination in front of them that gradually began to disappear. And as soon as the captain took a closer look at the place where she had just thrown the fireball, she saw that the arrow of her attack flew straight to their leader. And at the same moment, the captain's hands began to shake because she didn't understand that she was aiming straight at the monster. But the leader of the Red Dragons could not understand what they were doing. And Arthur, who was standing nearby, began to attack the leader of the Red Dragons by jumping on him. And Arthur suddenly thought that even though they are strong, but that his subordinate is that he himself. They are simply on edge, and now they have nowhere to go, and all that remains is to resign themselves and die right in this dungeon. But the leader of the Red Dragons did not want to give up and began to shout to Arthur that he was the storm of this city, and he should not dare to mock him. But as soon as he swung, Arthur ducked and escaped his blow, and after that he began to attack him with his huge hands. But the leader noticed that a strange blue glow was emanating from Arthur, and perhaps it appeared when skills were activated, and he specializes in mental attacks, turning their own fears into weapons against themselves. He has nothing to fear. There is no one he cannot defeat. And at that same moment, Arthur began to raise his hands and activate his phantom skill. But the Red Dragon leader did not want to succumb to this attack. But suddenly he saw something strange that appeared from the shadows. And this was his father, and he could not understand how this creature knew what he looked like. And starting to get angry, the leader of the Red Dragon shouted to Arthur that he was a brat and how dare he use his father. And immediately after that, the leader heard the words that he was a scab, and how dare he kill his own father, and his legs immediately began to cower from fear, and waved his diamond hand. He screamed that he was not the weak little boy he used to be, and Arthur must go to hell with his magic and hit him with all his strength. The leader of the Red Dragons began to say that he was not afraid of anything and he could not scare him with his tricks. But suddenly he saw that this was some kind of illusion that began to disappear from his sight, and looking closer, he realized that he had already seen this fragment in his childhood. This was the moment of his mother's death, and he, holding his head, could not understand what was happening to him and why he was so dizzy. But suddenly he saw his hand, or rather a child's hand, and telling Arthur that he thinks that he can fool him. After all, he knows very well that this is all an illusion and this is not true. And at that very moment he saw a terrifying shadow in front of him that began to tell him that he knows what parents do with naughty children, and the fact that he will still pay for this and soon he will feed it to the hungry dogs from the gateway. But the Red Dragon leader couldn't understand because he couldn't activate his skill, and waving his hands at the shadow that was approaching him, and shout that she should not come near him. And a moment later it turned out that this was not a dream at all, and the leader of the Red Dragons was defeated lying on the earth. Fog enfolded the morning streets of the city, holding its breath in anticipation of the changes heralded by the recent tidings of the Fira of Calamity. In a secluded tavern, echoes of the coming events were already reflected in the lively smiles of friends basking in the promise. We have already sent a letter to the capital. A new ruler of the city will be sent to us very soon. Their glasses rose up like symbols of hope and camaraderie in the golden light of morning, anticipating a new chapter in the history of their home. The young warriors banter, their laughter echoing in the stone walls, unaware of the chilling news their shadows carry. Loneliness and confusion are reflected in the girls' eyes as the heat of battle fades, leaving room for the cold reality of betrayal and impending trials. In the shadows of the past, amidst the scattered light, a woman with a piercing gaze turns back to where the dim echo of the Red Dragon still trembles in the air. The sun bathes the celebrants with light, their hearts full of hope. At this rate, the opening will once again become a city to which everyone will want to return again. Through the cheers, one figure stands aside, her words only a whisper amidst the clamor. I don't deserve all this praise. Chrome, where are you? Far away from the triumph, on the battlefield, the grim words sound like a sentence. Chrome, it is only because of you that this city can live in peace. And a shadow thickens in the corner of the tavern, a lone watcher against the wall, his silence deep and full of mystery, while the warning on the wall only adds to the questions. A cheerful woman offers to have a drink together, receiving the reserved response, I'll pass. Her astonishment could not be hidden. I have never seen a man who refuses to drink beer so easily. The owner always forgets to tear down the old flyers. What are you looking at? She looks around the warning poster, recounting rumors about the monster, from its attack on the boy to its ability to communicate in their language. Continuing to drink, she crumpled the glass in her hands. What kind of monsters are not born in our God-forsaken little town? While the mysterious figure silently stares at the table, a woman's appealing cry fills the space. Excuse me, a girl's worried voice rang out, addressing the wrapped figure. Crom, you're Crom, right? Tension rises as she cautiously approaches the stealthy stranger, touching his shoulder. Suddenly, the young man turns around quickly, his gaze full of vigilance, and the girl recoils in fright. Ah? The girl says with softness in her voice, I'm sorry, I mistook you for my friend. The cloaked figure moves away, leaving behind only a whispered, Sorry, Shell. A mystical light flashes in the shadows, revealing an unexpected truth. And here he is, the one who was hiding behind Chroma's mask, confessing, I just used the phantom skill. In the whirlwind of battle, the hero confronts the ghosts of the past, explaining, After all, it was because of her act that I had the courage to go to Carmilla. After revealing his ability to reincarnate, he speculates on its cost and the possibilities that allow him to go unnoticed. Under the glow of magic, he confesses to using his powers to their fullest potential, and his penetration of memories thanks to the magic greaser. Relieved and hopeful, the girl hugs her memory tightly, confident in her ability to see Carmi thanks to her undaunted labor. With firmness in his voice, he says, I will return to my hometown of Rockdut. Next, in the throne room, a man recognizes the visitor. So it is you. Summoned Orbus in A Beer of Disaster. A man of impressive power stands before him. That's right, Mizo-san. I am the head of the research alchemical organization Cotes Distinct. He asks the question with a slight reproachful tone. That's quite a useful discovery, but why didn't you go straight to the king with this news, but came to me, to a common feudal lord? He explains his motives with confidence. Because my research is taken for granted by the king, I am doing my best for the good of the kingdom. He continues, revealing the depth of the problem. For in his mind, it is natural. But the truth is that he doesn't care about the people or the calamities terrorizing our world. Contemplating the city from his window, he muses on the opportunities that have opened up before him. And having learned all the secrets about subduing monsters, I could be easily disposed of. He concludes that he is not interested in honor, but in the practical application of knowledge. I am only interested in that, not in honor from this true king, he says frankly, but I can't do it alone. Mizo-san looks at him with interest. But you, Mizo-san? He expresses his vision for their future together. Thanks to your support, we have the power to change the world. Just imagine, if we join forces, you could be king of a new world. With a sly smile, he concludes, "Haha, you are so interesting, Lord Asher." Lord Asher is critical. Instead of saving people from monsters, you want to take control of them like a true devil. Mizo's smile hides a slyness. Rescuer, Lord, those words sound similar to him. What if we could save the world? However, Mizo-san, manipulating monsters is not as easy as you think. The ambitious plan reveals all the conditions must be created for this to happen. Enough dark magic deep within the dungeons. In the gloomy study, Lord Asher regards Mizo's promises with disbelief. I don't doubt your research, but I need to make sure it's worth the time, he says, with a note of doubt in his voice. Mizo smilingly smooths the pages of the book, his actions emphasizing the certainty of his words. Of course, he replies, as if knowing the answer to an unspoken question. Your city of Haven is in an ideal position, right? Mizo points to the map on the table, emphasizing the Lord's geographical superiority over his rivals. What if I help you get rid of your neighbor, the city of Rokaata? Mizo offers, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as if he's anticipating the taste of victory. On the map spread out before them, Mizo points to Rokaata. And then the money will flow to you in rivers. His voice is confident and seductive. Lord Asher nods. It's all set. All you have to do is give your consent. Mizo holds out his hand, waiting for a decision. Lord Asher laughs to himself. I don't see any reason to refuse you, Lord Asher. Night falls and the thin sickle of the moon rises in the sky. The silence of the night is abruptly broken by the howl of a monster lurking in the darkness. Race, Weasel Hound, level 1620. The creature growls, ready for battle. A swirl of green light bursts out of the darkness, illuminating the silhouette of the pursuing hound. The hound's silhouette was the silhouette of a stalking hound, and when it encountered an invisible obstacle, the beast let out a menacing growl that reflected its insatiable rage. The stealthy hooded wanderer assesses the situation, his eyes glowing red like embers. Level 16? Flashes through his mind. His fingers fold into a sigil, summoning a new wave of magic. The sound of the tearing fabric of reality mingles with the howl of the beast. The hound, covered in a magical glow, leaps, ready to attack, but the wanderer is ready to take the fight. The mysterious hooded wanderer clenches his fingers in a mystical gesture, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. Level check, he whispers, and darkness gathers around his hand. The force explodes, and a wolf covered in a blue glow bursts out of the shadows, roaring and full of rage, ready to attack the wanderer, whose face expresses cold determination. Twilight descended upon the land, and in that twilight the wanderer and the beast clashed in a magical battle. The wanderer, referred to as the Magic Eater, swung his hand, and luminous power erupted from his palms, meeting the fury of the wolf. Tension hangs in the air. The hound with the magical glow rushes forward but stops suddenly, as if struck by an invisible wall, emitting a muffled growl. The clash of energies exploded into the silence of the night, the outgoing wave of power throwing the hound back. The air smelled of ozone from the magical discharge, but the wanderer remained calm despite the power of his opponent. "I can passively siphon mana from my opponents," the wanderer said coldly as he prepared for his next spell, the elusive light of his eyes promising further battle. The traveler said he could also tap into their memories, but something went wrong. In a battle between magic and animal instinct, the wolf, illuminated by an unnatural light, directed its anger at the wanderer. "Can't hold back. Have to stab myself in the head now and then," the wanderer muttered, dodging the attack with a powerful spell. The wolf's voice echoed in the silence, and the wanderer recognized that he could use this power only in extreme cases. The wolf's voice echoed in the silence, and the wanderer recognized that he could use this power only in extreme cases. A flash of light, a magical explosion, and the wolf was on the verge of defeat. The wanderer, focused and unwavering, already saw the path to victory. The mage in the dark cloak looked around, his eyes burning with the cold fire of knowledge. To ignore the difference in levels is to ignore the basics of magic, he pondered as he thought about his strategy and the power of his spells. He grew stronger, each new test adding to his confidence in his own abilities. "I have indeed become stronger," he confirmed to himself, not expecting his magical experiments to yield such results. But doubts tormented his soul. "I've grown up in Rokadata since I was a child, but never faced such monsters," he recalled, staring into the darkness where his memories mingled with the shadows of fear. Lowering his eyes, the mage looked at the glowing orb in his hands. "This is suspicious," he whispered, pondering the mystical energy that pulsed in his palms, reflecting a sickly light in his pale face. The tension in the air was rising like the harbinger of a storm. Suddenly, the wooden logs burst into flames, casting shadows of struggle and destruction on the mage while he stood motionless, petrified with surprise. "I'll be in town by dawn," he decided as he looked out at the passing night. His gaze was hard and determined, ready to face the unknown that awaited him ahead in the darkness of the passing night. In the darkness of the night, the mage gripped his cold fingers tightly, pondering each step. "Along the way, I will drain the mana from every monster that catches my eye," he whispered, planning his journey to the city where his magic should shed light on the secrets and fears hidden in the shadows. The light of the orb in his hand shone like a star in the night, a reminder of the power he possessed. "My mana should be enough for a full day in the city," he thought, but he also realized that he would have to hide his true nature from the townspeople. His eyes were staring off into the distance, and he clenched his fist tightly as a promise to himself to be strong and unyielding in the face of the challenges ahead. Under the cover of night, the mage felt vulnerable, as if his strength was drying up with every step. "Wait a little longer, Carmea," he whispered, waiting to meet the inevitable while his thoughts wove plans for the future. The tavern was buzzing with activity, conversation flooding the silence. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted the serenity. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the whole tavern held its breath. Words of comfort echoed between the tables, attempts to drown out the inner anxieties and weariness of days full of danger. "There are plenty of guides we can hire in Rokadata," it sounded reassuring, for hope still warmed hearts. Tears fought the anger on the warrior's face while he tried to hide his vulnerability. "It's not about that, maiden." His eyes spoke more than words. A sudden bewilderment swept over the man, as if the question, "What?" was hovering in the air, waiting for an answer that could explain them both. A shadow from the past came between them, embodied in the girl whose address, "You guys are the last people," carried the weight of indelible memories and unforgiven resentment. The surprise in the warrior's voice echoed in the darkness. "What are you implying?" he said. A sincere misunderstanding flashed in his moist eyes. The girl sighed heavily, as if preparing herself for the burden of conversation. Let me guess what happened. Her gaze slid away to the shadows of the past. You took my lowly warrior brother into a dungeon that was clearly beyond you. Her words sounded confident, but there was a hidden reproach in them. The warrior exclaimed loudly, tears welling up even more. It's all because of her. He was sure she was the one who had spread the rumors. Right, it was her. His voice shook with anger and resentment, his fists clenched in impotent rage. The woman in white only squinted skeptically, as if to warn, "Hey, you're getting yourself worked up, nobody." With mug in hand, the warrior seemed to be searching for answers in it. "That's all anyone talks about," he said, his voice filled with resentment and bewilderment. "But it's not my fault," he assured, trying to convince not only those around him but himself as tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. He was willing to prove his innocence, even if it meant exposing himself. He took the job himself, he insisted, ready to stand to the end. The traveler's cloak hid the secrets and burdens of the past, his words a load of guilt, not his own, but a heavy burden nonetheless. "I'm innocent, do you hear me? I didn't kill him," exclaims the warrior in despair, ready to defend his honor to his last breath. "I did everything right, every man for himself," he said between tears, knowing in his heart that the truth was not so simple and unambiguous. Her gaze, dark as the night sky, hides a storm of feelings like storm clouds ready to rain down. "I won't let," he begins, but the words are drowned in a flood of emotion, his voice shaking with anger and resentment. Shoes tapping the rhythm of the departing footsteps echoed in the void, leaving only traces in the memory and soul. Hidden in the shadows is a figure clad in a cloak of darkness. Her every step is filled with determination. The sinister glow of the wolf's eyes reflects the depth of his animal soul, ready for destruction. "And you've grown a lot in 100 days." The words, full of coolness and confidence, sound like a sentence promising an inevitable fight. The wolf's rasping growl breaks the silence, its eyes blazing with the promise of true chaos. A mysterious cloaked figure with a sneer in his voice reminds him of loyalty and service, as if ironizing the beast's devotion. In her hands shimmers a sphere, the bloody world within symbolizing the bloody bonds and the battle to come. Deep in the gloomy forest, a wolf with a glint of rage in his eyes emits a disgruntled growl, unwilling to accept his circumstances, his body enveloped in a dark aura that foreshadows a storm. The girl with a smile on her face, taming the dark forces, confidently states that her master told her not to kill the wolf and promises him a tempting sanctuary where he can enjoy humanity. With a smirk that shimmers mischievously in the darkness, she convinces the wolf to follow, anticipating the coming adventures in the city of Rockdat where their journey now lies. The man walked through the dark streets, hiding his face under his hood, his gaze hiding his displeasure. Beneath the ancient facades of the houses, his figure shimmered with a ghostly glow. "I have enough mana now," he thought as he bypassed the guards, "but if the guards delay, I'll have to use illusions." "It's going to be okay, I can handle it," he called out with self-assurance while he ineptly tried to hide his fear by covering himself profusely with spray. "Who's that suspicious-looking guy? Looks like a criminal," thought a passerby, noticing his clumsy attempt to remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, the girl was immersed in magical texts sparkling with runes, unaware of the approaching storm outside the walls of her shelter. In a room where the knowledge of magic was frozen in the air, an ice bird was born from the energy of runes, its wings sparkling with frosty light. "Too slow. It won't work that way," she whispered to herself, realizing that her abilities were not yet perfected. Carmea sits up late into the night, practicing her magic as usual, unaware that her solitary occupation has attracted unexpected attention. "So, what am I supposed to do?" pondered the young man, looking at the glowing portal that flickered before him like an invitation to the unknown. "How do I explain all the things that have happened to me?" His gaze was full of doubt, but a spark of determination warmed his heart. "Just walk in, explain myself, and say, 'Well, I'm off.'" He smiled, pushing aside his doubts. That sucked. But it was the beginning of a new chapter in his story. "It's been so long since we've seen each other, and we haven't even really talked. I'm so shaken up in my work," he muttered thoughtfully. Icebergs like a dance of frozen nature shone in her room, embodying the magic she knew how to create. "Ugh!" The girl sighed, flicking her hair back from her tired face, remaining unaware that her quiet world of magic was about to change. She sits at practice longer than usual, immersed in magical spells and formulas, polishing her skill. Suddenly, her attention is caught by something, a soft light and the shadow of a figure that watches from the darkness. "You?" Puzzled, she lifts her head, not expecting to see anyone. She seems to have stumbled upon a forgotten artifact that was once given to her. A magical light envelops her, heralding new discoveries. As she picks up the forgotten sword, she feels the waves of the past encompass her. "Wait for me," she whispers, preparing for the inevitable meeting. Her gaze goes through the window pane, full of understatement and languid anticipation. A cry of "Carmia" cuts through the air as he finds her with sword in hand in a frenzy. "Kaya!" her reply, filled with consternation and bewilderment. She stands at the foot of the old house, gazing up at the dark figure in the window that seems to be part of the night's darkness. "Be, brother?" flies from her lips as the unknown silhouette cuts through the silence. Her eyes went wide with horror and bewilderment. "You're alive?" She can't believe the return of someone she thought was irretrievably lost. The silhouette in the window, pale with moonlight, addresses her with unprecedented seriousness. "And what do you mean by that?" His words are full of hidden meaning, and she feels in them the weight of the past and the new reality that she must accept. "Shit," she whispers to herself as she realizes that a confrontation with the past is inevitable. He looks at her remorsefully, and the words, "I'm sorry, Carmia," fall quietly into the space between them, filled with tension and unspoken shadows. Her gaze, full of anxiety and question, slides into the silence, genuinely wanting to make sense of what is happening. Carmia hesitantly squeezes his hand tightly, a spark of hope flickering in her eyes, but unsure whether to trust this moment of reconciliation. "You've been worrying about me and looking for me all this time." His words are filled with regret, and she can feel the stirring of his soul's fading light. Her gaze glistens with tears. They are not just water, but crystals of pure sincerity and genuine feelings, breathing heavily in the air with words of forgiveness. Her embrace grips him tightly as if afraid to let him go, and there is genuine relief in her voice. "You're a fool after all, brother." A note of surprise and warmth lingers in his eyes as he gently hugs her back, as if he's afraid of waking a long-forgotten dream of home. They sit around the table. The real conversation between the souls begins with the simple words, "Carmia, please listen to me." Everything around them comes to a standstill, waiting for redemption. She tries to understand him, head tilted in thought. "But I don't understand. Where are you going again?" He looks at her uncertainly, as if at a crossroads. "I'm sorry, but I can't say." He confesses his true feeling, immersing himself in his own reflection. "I am a monster." And his words ogle the space, describing his torturous journey. And as practice has shown, living among humans is hard enough. "I'm still sticking to my goal." You can hear the hope and determination in his words. "I had to evolve into a monster, but I think with the next evolution I can get closer to human form." He stares off into the distance, thoughtful and focused. "And for that I need to raise my level." In the cemetery, under the bright sunlight, stands a young man, his eyes fixed on a child mourning a loss. Tears roll down her cheeks, and her quiet whisper breaks through the silence. "Mommy, Daddy." Her gaze rises to the heavens, sincere sadness reflected in her eyes full of tears and sorrow. "Carmia," the word is heavy and full of promise. Courageously she touches his hand, seeking comfort and strength. Words that break off in the wind bring hope for healing and peace. One day, your brother will be an adventurer, he says, eyes full of determination. There is a promise in his voice to change the world, to banish darkness and despair. Her eyes meet his, a glint of hope and an oath in them. I promise, Carmia. The words echoed in her heart, a promise of protection and light in a world full of shadows. His gaze is hidden by shadows, but the fire of determination burns in his eyes. And it is up to me to stop the spread of monsters in our world, he whispers to himself, preparing for the inevitable. He squeezes his hand in a parting gesture. I'm sorry, Karma. The softness in his voice contrasts with the menacing smile. But I need to get stronger, and so I need to leave. Her gaze is full of alarm as he turns away, backing toward the door. What? Where are you going, little brother? She shouts, and the door slams shut, separating them from each other. Her hand reaches out in a final gesture of farewell, as if trying to grasp the last echoes of the departing warmth before she vanishes into thin air. The girl's dark hair swayed in the wind of the night, her gaze staring into the emptiness of the narrow alley where her brother had gone, the stars twinkling high up as if they were witnesses to their separation. The girl stands on the threshold, her silhouette carved against the light from the door, and anxiety creeps into her heart, a premonition of inevitable change. She swallowed, tears glistening in her eyes like stars in the night. He never listens to me and does things his own way, she thought, her hand pressed to her lips in silent pleading. Sitting alone, she hugs her knees to herself, lost in thought. And how can I not worry about such a fool, she whispers, cursing herself for her powerlessness. I did what I needed to do. His silhouette looms sharply against the night city, his eyes glowing with determination, surrounded by the magical light of the portal that leads him to the unknown. A new chapter opens before his gaze, exciting and unknown. And now we can go to another dungeon. An encounter with a stranger makes adjustments to his plans. Excuse me, are you hurt? Concern in his voice. Asshole, watch where you're going. The stranger's shout cuts through the night, filling it with tension and anticipation of conflict. His eyes widen with horror, reflecting the bloody glow of the unpredictable battle that is bearing down on him. A silent fall scene where time stands still and drops of blood soar into the air like the grim sparks of his fate. A stoic figure in a robe stands above it all, shrouded in power and shadow that promises new challenges. Isn't that you, Ash? She exclaims, recognizing her friend's face in the mysterious figure, but not believing her eyes. Bastard, you! His voice shakes with betrayal and pain, drops of sweat mixing with the blood on his anger-distorted face. And night envelops the city, the mysterious silhouette of the tower rising above the fates of those left below, in the darkness where every choice changes their path. He rests his head tiredly on his hands, exhausted by the whirlwind of events and battles that have been left behind. With the dawn also comes relief, his face lighting up with a smile at the sight of the first rays of sunlight, as if welcoming a new day. I've never heard a demonic censer make such a loud sound before. His voice is quiet and full of amazement, and his eyes are fixed on the glowing artifact that broke the silence of the morning with its mysterious sound. He peeks out cautiously from around the corner, tense and wary, ready for whatever trials this day will bring. His eye catches movement and an uneasiness arises in his heart, a premonition of something inevitable and dangerous. Our city is being invaded. The echo of his thoughts are lost in the night as dark forces gather, preparing to descend upon the world he knows. The huge, toothy monster seems invincible, its scream echoing with horror. How is this possible? Where did they come from? The unanswered question hangs in the air. I need to contact the chapters immediately, or we will all die. Determination and fear mingled in the man's voice, ready to assume leadership in a moment of crisis. Take that. The time of battle has come, and every warrior, every mage, every citizen of the city must be ready to defend their home. The monster's bloody roar echoed in the silence, and lightning bolts of its fury cut through the air. Her speed and agility leave the enemy without a chance. Her strike is fast and accurate, and her determination is unwavering. How soulless you are! Her voice is calm, with a cold determination and a willingness to accept the challenge. Her smirk epitomizes confidence, and even the darkness around her seems lighter from her presence. It's no use, no matter how much you beat her. Kevin's musings don't look good. Her eyes sparkle in the dark like stars. The difference in strength is staggering. The sharp blade in her hand and unwavering determination is what stands between the monster and the city. Kevin looks on with horror and despair. If we don't hurry, a lot of people could die. Her smile is calm and knowing, as if she holds the secrets of fate itself. I know. His eyes widen in surprise, drops of sweat sliding down his face. He realizes that the situation is getting out of control. You brought monsters. Everything around him seems crazy, and he can't believe it. How did she... Who in their right mind would do something like that? She waves the banner and declares with a smile, "So don't get in the way." He looks up, determination in his eyes. "I need to... but get a grip. Everyone has a weak spot, and since that's the case..." His hand grips the spear shaft tightly. "My job is to protect the people of this city, so I..." His voice trembles, but his will is unyielding. "There's no way I can lose to you." She looked at him with boldness and confidence in her power. They start to fight, but nothing succeeds. He watches with fear in his eyes and realizes she's too fast. He tries to resist, but the force of the blow is incredible. His defense won't hold. "If you're so strong, why didn't you kill me from the beginning?" He lies on the floor, stunned and powerless, and she, hovering over him, mockingly suggests, "Well, that wouldn't be any fun at all, would it?" She leans over to him like a cat and mouse and says, "If you answer my questions, maybe I won't kill you." She holds his face and looks at him with a very inquisitive look. He's shocked, perplexed. "Are you trying to torture me?" She only laughs in response to his question. His fists clenched in impotent rage, surrounded by a red glow signifying an impending threat. He screams in despair as blood streams down his face, and she stands over him, smiling in victory. He whispers to himself, recognizing his own powerlessness, I don't want to die," as the blood continues to pour. Her grin reflects ruthlessness and control while he loses strength and hope. He lies on the ground, illuminated by the golden light of falling sparks, while she looms over him with a smile that foreshadows something sinister. Her face lights up with confidence as she greets him with a look full of challenge, inciting him to dialogue. Sparks of despair ignite in his eyes as he realizes that her grace does not guarantee his salvation. In his eyes is a reflection of fear and bewilderment as he desperately tries to push away the imminent threat. She stands, clad in a red cloak, scythe in hand, over him defeated, in a pool of blood, reflecting equanimity and control. She leans toward him with a smile, promising life for answers, playing a devious word game with him. His hand, outstretched in pleading or desperate defense, freezes in midair, his eyes full of terror and disbelief. Tears streamed down her face while she stared at him silently, mixed feelings slipping into her gaze. She, with indifference in her voice, condemns him for his lack of struggle, standing over his lifeless body. Stepping away from the body, she leaves him alone, his last words lost in the silence of the empty room. In his last breath is a prayer for the protection of the city he was never able to provide. He called for help and asked for someone to protect the city from the monsters. On the streets of the night city, under the blue light of the street lamps, a young man shouts into the void with despair in his voice. "You were eaten that day." In an underground passage where the shadows grow thicker, he addresses the mysterious cloaked figure. "Then why the fuck are you alive?" The unexpected answer echoes off the walls. "This is not normal." The face of the mysterious interlocutor is illuminated by a soft blue light. Tears are on his cheeks, and he whispers, "How troublesome." The story ends with the image of an ominous smile in the dark green sea as if a harbinger of unknown events hidden in the depths of the plot. A mysterious blue-haired character with bloody tears says softly, "I just didn't expect to meet anyone else besides Carmilla." In response, another character whose eyes are full of fright and bewilderment cries out in despair, "Did he really survive? Because of his skill?" The scene changes to three characters surrounded by sinister tentacles in a gloomy dungeon, with the caption, "Even if he were resurrected, he wouldn't survive a day at the bottom of the dungeon after all." And the tension reaches a climax when a character in a cape with a smile on his face asks the question, "And why did I meet him today?" Kaya admits with anxiety in her heart, "Anyway, I need to get out of town as soon as possible." His gaze settles on the familiar and he notices, but he looks somehow painful. He is dressed in white, his eyes read determination, but at the same time there is also anxiety. And suddenly the action cuts off at a moment of impending danger, a desperate hand trying to hold back the inevitable. Kaya realizes the threat with terror in her eyes. "Hey, what are you doing?" The red-haired warrior seemed to have lost control of himself. You turned into a monster and came to take revenge on me, didn't you?" The blue-haired man desperately objected. "Whoa, it's not like that, though you were close to the truth." The conflict reaches a climax when Yesh shouts an accusation. "Then why did you come here? Clearly to finish me off." A confused, he's not himself, is heard in response. Kaya, squatting down, addresses his opponent. "People may come to the noise, and I'm quiet people, and I don't want to draw even more attention to myself." The opponent, with sword in hand, accuses him. You pulled the sword out. I knew it. I knew you wanted to kill me." In response, Kaya, rising up, desperately tries to explain. I'll send you back to hell." Yesh, holding his sword to his opponent's throat, shouts, "You think you become a monster and you can overpower me? You low-level moron." Kaya, crouched down, weapon in hand, prepares to fight while his opponent says, "Used as a battle toy, dumping all your bad moods on me." Yesh, pointing his finger at his opponent, shouts with resentment, "But now he's no match for me." The battle escalates and Kaya confesses, "I really wasn't ready to face him," confirming the seriousness of their moment of conflict. In the tense atmosphere, Kaya, with sword in hand, hurries off thinking, "The last thing I wanted to run into in Rockdat was Yesh." He wonders about his adversary and how do I appease him. Quick movements, sharp sword, and Kaya doesn't realize, what's wrong with him? Why is he moving so fast? Yesh, seized with rage, questions, "You think you've become a monster and you can defeat me?" In the heat of the battle, Kaya deflects the attack and Yesh exclaims in surprise. Suddenly, Kaya's sword illuminates the darkness, leaving his opponent bewildered and striking. Yesh couldn't believe it. He looks wistfully at his opponent, defeated and tired, and thinks, maybe after a fight like this he'll calm down a bit, and Yesh sits on the floor in the shadows and dreams of peace after the battle. Ash looks at the white sheet with a smirk and a sly glint in his eyes, where the word "ha ha 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 ha" is playfully painted on it. His laughter echoes through the drawing as an echo of his confidence in his invulnerability. He, shrouded in the blue of night, tensely addresses his unseen opponent, the timbre of his voice barely audible through the writing. "I wonder if I can kill you. Will you come after me again?" A challenge that cannot be tolerated. The flash of rage in the other man's eyes, the certainty that Chrome is dead. I saw it myself. These words sow doubt, for they are imbued with the conviction of a witness to the inevitable. And finally Kaya, his gaze under the cover of shadow and icy eyes full of determination, as if he were ready to face his destiny that hovered in the impenetrable darkness before him. Doubt torments Ash, his face lit up with the light of sudden realization. But why? Is he standing in front of me right now? The words, full of uncertainty, are cut off in midair. Fire coating. Ash leads the attack with power and confidence like a hero of an epic, declaring, "This is a blow you will not be able to block." The fire of his determination burns the air. In the next moment, Kaya, like a dancer on stage, dodges the fierce attack, his movements full of grace and precision, as if each step he takes is writing its own story in the dance of death. And so Kaya, with unwavering calm, answers the call, mirroring Ash's every movement like a shadow following its owner in the dark, mysterious and elusive. Ash lies on the ground, stunned, his eyes closed and his body relaxed in the unnatural posture of falling. Kaya's silhouette stretches above him, and in this grim moment, Ash seems helpless and Kaya seems determined. Ash's lone sword rests on the stone sidewalk, lost and forgotten in the midst of battle. Its shine and sharpness contrast with the cold stones, creating a sense of inevitability and loss. Ash stares in horror at his sword lying at arm's length. His face depicts despair and the realization that he has lost. "Calm down. I'm human," words full of acceptance of defeat and humanity in the face of the inevitable. Kaya stands looking calmly at Ash, who is trying to draw his sword. "And I'm not going to kill you, even after everything you've done to me." His words carry forgiveness and perhaps an offer of truce, concluding this chapter of their mutual history. Ash, with obvious disbelief and bewilderment, looks up at Kaya, crying out in reproach, "Why you wrong? Waiting for the opportune moment to devour me, are you?" You can sense the fear and distrust in his voice, even despite the forgiveness that seemed to have just been offered to him. The next shot shows Ash with shock on his face, his gaze filled with sudden realization, and the word "God" comes out of his half-open mouth, as if he has just realized the magnitude of what has happened, or an epiphany has come that completely changes his perception of the situation. Kaya looks down with a stern and impenetrable mask, his eyes appearing cold and detached. The tears rolling down his cheeks contrast with the indifference of his face, adding complexity to his inner state and motives. In the final scene, Kaya begins to back away, his hand gliding smoothly through the air, and the words, "I'll have to use a skill to escape," make it clear that he may be preparing a new plan or looking for a way to avoid the next conflict. In a world where the entities hidden behind the curtain of ordinariness have suddenly taken shape, the monster's fierce greed rips the silence. Its teeth and fangs cut through the air like knives, and its scream paralyzes the soul, promising imminent chaos. The armored warriors, facing the same direction, prepare for battle. "Monsters! Monsters, attack!" Their cry of warning cuts through the night, and tension and fear are visible in every movement, in every look. Kaya stares into the distance, his profile expressing deep thoughtfulness and concern. He feels the gravity of the situation, his eyes reflecting an inner struggle and a need to act. Kaya, standing alone in the shadows of the night, gazing up into the sky, wondering, is that howling of monsters? He senses something dark and inevitable approaching, something that will probably change his fate forever. Grim shadows of beasts filled with menace and primal fury loom over the helpless figure, their fangs and eyes gleaming in anticipation of attack, and the sky seems darkened by their ominous presence. Kaya, standing in the shadows, his words, "Monsters? That's nonsense. We don't have an overpopulated dungeon," express skepticism and denial of the obvious threat, while Ash, lying on the ground, seems immersed in his own thoughts about the impending danger. Then Ash, his face reflecting a sudden realization, the words, "but then," make you wonder if he has just come to some important conclusion that could change their current situation. Kaya stands, adamant and determined, despite the mounting tension. Ash, lying at his feet, looks up in bewilderment and surprise, saying, "And he doesn't think he's going to calm down." Q looked down with an impenetrable face while his lips stood out, saying, "I need to figure out what's going on. There's no time to deal with Iesh." His voice seems detached, reflecting internal conflict and focus on more important matters. He turns his head and sees the footsteps of a familiar girl. Kaya steps back and his quiet cursing, "Damn, I won't be able to use the skill in front of her," expresses the frustration and limitations imposed on him by the presence of another character, possibly limiting his abilities or freedom of action. We have before us the image of a determined and courageous woman stopping Yesh with her arm outstretched and determination in her eyes, saying, "P, wait." He wants to explain something urgent to this girl. Ash is on the ground, his gaze directed upwards towards this woman, mixed feelings reflected in her eyes, and her words, "What do you care? Get out of here. I'm in a hurry," suggest the tension and urgency of the situation. The woman turns to Ash with an urgent and demanding tone, and he wants to change her mind. "Chrome, this guy has brought monsters into our town. We need to kill him now." His words emphasize the criticality of the moment and the growing danger that demands immediate action. Kaya touches her head with a smile and a noticeable look of relief on her face, as if waving away the tension. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. My acquaintance has had too much to drink, so he's talking nonsense." The attention then shifts to the eye, expressing a mixture of surprise and delight. The raised eyebrow and glittering eye are frozen in a moment of reaction, as if someone or something has caused this character to make a sudden discovery. The two silhouettes collide in a heated argument. Yesh points reproachfully at the girl, his voice full of urgency and fear at the impending threat. The words, "We need to finish him now," echo in the silence, foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. Kaya stares thoughtfully at the stranger and can't understand his feelings. He feels a strange aura coming from her, awakening the monster in him. Kaya, with hair of a purple hue, decisively shouts, "Esh!" demanding her to step back. His gaze is stern and determined. A pale girl in a burgundy cloak stands nearby, seeming to retreat under his pressure, but her gaze is hidden and impenetrable. Ash screams, pushing away from Kaya, trying to defend himself against the one who raised a weapon against him. His eyes are full of anger and determination. He will not allow himself to be humiliated. The girl in red is unwavering. Her gaze is cold and her hand holds her sword firmly. The next moment is captured in red. Ash collapses to the ground, struck by the blow. Time seems to stand still as blood spurts through the air and the body falls helplessly. Kia looks up, his face obscured by shadows, his eyes brimming with fear and the realization of what has happened. As if in a slow-motion movie, he realizes the consequences of his actions. His exclamation of, "What are you?" is heard. He turns to the girl in red, looking for answers, but all he sees is her back going into the darkness. Ash, wounded and terrified, realizes that he is not just the girl in red, but the one who brought the monsters into the city. He collapses, bleeding, his eyes filled with uncertainty and fear. A girl with glittering eyes stands in the center of the purple mist, the smile on her face almost mystical. She is the one in control of the situation, and her confidence leaves no doubt of her power. Then, Kaya looks at the girl, his face contorted with horror, and she tells him that they need to get the Lord's creature to the center of the city. The implication is that they have a mission that is more important than any human life. On the city streets, where shadows and light weave together in a dangerous dance, Ash lies defeated. He looks broken, and his words, "I don't have time to play with you," sound like an admission of inevitable defeat. The next frame paints the image of a powerful girl in red standing imperiously against a purple glow. Her laugh of "he" echoes in a space full of magic and mystery. Ash, anxious and puzzled, looks around at his surroundings. His face expresses uncertainty and fear, as if he's trying to figure out what's going on when the world around him seems upside down. Suddenly the situation escalates. Swords flash, cutting through the darkness, and Ash lies on the ground while Kia and the girl in red collide in light and shadow, their clash foreshadowing further destruction. The girl in red, with a mysterious glint in her eyes, looks through the shadows, saying, "Oh, come on. I thought he was pissing you off. Let me finish him off." She stands motionless, like a lord of fates pondering the fate of a pawn. Kaya, turning his attention to the immobile Ash, utters words full of determination. "I can't stand by when others are in danger." His decision to become a protector is clearly reflected in his eyes and gestures. The scene shifts to the girl in red, shrouded in a mystical aura, while Kaya plots, "And I'm curious about the details, about the coming of the monsters." His interest in the mystery of the monsters seems as dangerous as the very magic she wields. Finally, Kaya, with a note of desperation and insistence, demands, "Tell me everything you know." His willingness to learn the truth is as sharp as the blade he wields. The girl in red, with a smirk on her face and a spark in her eyes, mockingly says, "Oh, another lunatic? You're not to be missed." Her confidence and authority are palpable in every word. She rebukes Kaya, "I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry." Her patience seems to be running out, and she has no intention of wasting time with long conversations. The scene shows Kia, stunned and perplexed, looking after the girl as she leaves. "I'm interested in learning more about the coming of the monsters. Tell me everything you know." His words hang in the air, cut short as his hope of understanding current events. The woman wanted to finish what she had started with Ash and finish him off quickly, and she proclaimed the cryptic phrase, "Come on!" In the midst of the battle, a cloaked silhouette rises up, speaking imperiously. "Let's finish this quickly." Words filled with menace and power. Tension vibrates in the air, foreshadowing the imminent finale of the clash. Ash, wounded and desperate, asks with concern in his voice, "Why won't you leave me here?" His eyes are full of fear and bewilderment, searching for answers that aren't there. Meanwhile, the shadows come to life around them, taking on an ominous shape. The moment when their fate hangs in the balance becomes even more tense and unpredictable. Ash, facing the inevitable, screams, "It's not my fault! His contaminants have taken over the bellies of men." He recounts the terrible fate that befell those who became puppets of dark forces, the animated dead who have lost everything but eternal agony. We see one such unfortunate creature whose existence is but a hellish legend, existing on the edge of reality and the horror of being possessed by monsters. The story cuts off at Kia's words. But then, why? Leaving room for unspoken questions and mysteries yet to be solved. Kaya is faced with a dilemma. His speed and power make it impossible to approach his opponent. With each passing moment, he realizes more and more that Ash, the red-haired man, is in a desperate situation. Ash, for his part, is gripped by despair. His eyes are filled with tears and his soul with a plea for salvation. The words, "Why won't you just let me die?" burst from the depths of his broken heart. Suddenly, a new chapter breaks into the story. A man with deep, dark eyes and a grim look realizes the advantage of his unapproachable opponent, recognizing that she is even better than the head of the Red Dragon. And now, this mighty warrior, hidden under a cloak of mystery, shows her power. She is not just a warrior, she is a storm, a thunderous whirlwind, the embodiment of the power that hides in the calm before the storm. Kaya, a man with white hair, prepares for the decisive blow. He knows that every move could be his last, and the determination on his face says one thing: be persistent to the point of deadly fury. The next moment, a desperate blade cuts through the darkness. "Open up!" echoed through the air like a spell, opening up new possibilities in a battle that seemed a foregone conclusion. The mysterious warrior in purple is now fully prepared for battle. Her gaze is cold and focused, and her willpower is felt in every movement. The conflict reaches a climax when Kaya and the enigmatic warrior clash in the blinding light of magic and steel, creating a whirlwind of emotion and energy on which the outcome of the entire story depends. Kaya, entangled in magical energy, fights an unknown force. He is toppled to the ground and his triumphant cry dissipates into the void. The warrior in purple, breathing heavily, feels the pain of her wounds, but her will to win is not broken. She knows that the power she holds within her can heal her, but only temporarily. Kaya realizes that he needs to evacuate Ash to safety, thus taking the monster's attention away from himself. He realizes that their confrontation has become part of something big. The warrior gathers a warm light around her that heals her wounds while Kaya looks on in amazement. Holy magic! That's her skill! His astonishment reflects the strangeness of what's happening. The warrior asks with a smirk what a daredevil is, implying that their fight is just beginning. Kaya realizes the gravity of the situation. His opponent is not only powerful, but also possesses a rare self-healing skill. He says that's too bad, and he can't hurt her with that kind of magic. Their swords meet again in battle, sparks flying in different directions. Despite his strength and skill, Kaya realizes he can't hurt her with such skill, making the battle even more intense. During the battle, the warrior realizes that she can't stay long. She senses that monsters have broken into the city and that many residents may die. She knows she must act quickly. Kia, thinking about the situation, realizes that in order to defeat the warrior and deal with the evil, he needs to take on the form of a monster. However, he realizes that this will attract even more attention, and the evil will be intensified by it. The illusions he uses have little effect on her, adding no confidence to the outcome of the battle. He knows he must find her weaknesses to overpower her, but to do so, he must act decisively and quickly. He prepares for further action, realizing that he doesn't have much time, and the monsters have already made their way into the city. This battle is not just a clash between two forces, but a race against time where every delay could cost the lives of the innocent. Kia decides that to defeat the warrior and hide from evil, he must use the same tactics that helped him defeat the Gadrith. He realizes that this will draw even more attention to him and the evil will intensify, but he's ready for it. He's about to discover the warrior's true fears so he can defeat her with a single blow. Kia is determined to achieve his goal despite the risks. The warrior woman notices his skill and notes his uniqueness with interest. She not only recognizes his skills but seems intrigued by them, which adds a new layer to their confrontation. The warrior confidently tells Kaya that although he may try, he still won't be able to hit her due to his lack of strength. She is overconfident and feels her superiority in this fight. Kaya, for his part, recognizes that he is unable to approach the warrior woman because of his fear. He feels an inner conflict and faces the limits of his abilities, but he is unwilling to waste his efforts, realizing that every action must be measured and precise to ensure victory in this critical battle. Kia concentrates, preparing for a decisive clash, and the warrior notes with sly confidence that he still doesn't have the strength to strike her. Her words come from a deep smugness and confidence in her abilities. Apparently not. However, despite his fears, Kaya decides that he will not give up without a fight. He realizes that he cannot allow the warrior to approach, realizing the gravity of the moment. Their swords converge in a fierce battle, sparks flying in all directions. In this dynamic battle, every maneuver can be decisive, and Kaya is determined to seize every opportunity to win. Kia's sword falls to the cold stone sidewalk, emitting a metallic clang. Its power sparks flying in the darkness, freezing the air as if time had stopped. The warrior watches Kia's fall with a smirk, her eyes sparkling with cold confidence. She speaks contemptuously of him as a weakling, emphasizing the distance between their strength. Suddenly, the warrior's gaze darkens with restrained surprise. "What?" is the only word she squeezes out, sensing an unexpected change in the course of the battle. Kia, overcome with pain, is back on his feet, his arm unnaturally transformed as if by an invisible force, causing the warrior to worry and ask, "What's wrong with his arm?" Kia, clenching her fist, challenges her opponent, stating that his weakness was only a decoy and his true strength had yet to be revealed. hinting at deep strategy and hidden reserves. A tense moment in the fight where Kia, using his unexpected and newfound power, delivers a blow that rips a bloody vortex from his enemy's body. This moment reveals his attack, dubbed Magical Eater. Kia looks up in utter despair, and in his voice is the confidence that he can now end this battle by reaching into the very depths of his enemy's soul. Filled with determination, Kaya prepares his next move. In his gaze is an unwavering intent to act despite the unseen threat and mysterious nature of his opponent. Kaya recalls his observations of Gareth and the monsters, penetrating their subconscious and seeing their pasts and lifestyles, which gives him the key to understanding their true nature and the possibility of defeating them. Kaya, shocked by an unexpected discovery, he is surprised and bewildered to discover that his opponent has no memories, making his task much more difficult. He is deeply thoughtful and concerned. He tries to understand how it is possible that humans have no memories and feelings, which calls into question everything he knew about human nature. A female warrior who finds herself caught off guard. She sits on her knees, surrounded by blood in a state of shock, perhaps from a wound she received or from a sudden turn in events she did not expect. Kia stands in utter bewilderment, his gaze lost and full of worry. Tears are streaming down his cheeks and his hands are trembling slightly. Something has deeply shaken his soul. The turnover shows Kiyu sitting on his knees, his back tense with grief. The sunset paints the sky in soft tones, contrasting with his dark figure and the shadow that stretches into the distance, as if to symbolize the length of his journey or the depth of his despair. He turns around, his face contorted with pain, his eyes full of tears. The agonizing question, why, hangs in the air, as if carrying the echo of his inner torment and struggle, which he cannot understand or accept. A close-up of Kia's eyes reveals a surge of his emotions. Despair and bewilderment mingle in his gaze as he faces a new, unfathomable, and possibly terrifying discovery. The blurry outlines of scissors and a kitchen knife colored in a bloody hue create a sense of violence and chaos, leaving questions about what might have happened. The face of a girl in semi-darkness, shining with a mysterious light framed by dark hair. She holds a dead rodent, her hands in blood. The scene is full of grim symbolism and vague menace. The boy, gripped by apparent terror and bewilderment, stares into the distance, his face scarred with tears and despair, which may reflect inner conflict or deep loss. A half-profile of a girl in purple tones, with a neutral but pensive expression, as if she is getting to the essence of what is happening, or pondering the consequences of her actions. The girl looks over her shoulder. Her gaze combines innocence and hidden knowledge. The purple hue and the contrast of light and shadow give her mystery. The squatting guy, his back to us, is drowning in his own thoughts or fears, with darkness and loneliness all around him, reinforcing his sense of isolation. The girl's closed eye and her tears betray an inner pain and frustration, as if she has lost something or realized something important that has affected her deeply. The guy expresses shock and bewilderment. He seems to have just realized something horrible or incomprehensible that has completely turned his world upside down. In a fighting stance, a girl with a purple glow in her eyes stands before her opponent, ready to clash, emphasizing the tension of the moment. The guy's gaze is hidden in the shadows, his eyes reflecting despair and fear, while his hand lies lifelessly on the stone floor, adding to the drama of what is happening. The girl, head down, seems crushed by the consequences of her action. Her silhouette in the semi-darkness evokes a sense of loneliness and sadness. A guy is thrown to the floor, his body curved in an agonizing grimace, and the lightning bolts around him create an atmosphere of chaos and destruction. The guy's closed eyes against the dark blue, softly illuminated by the light, create an image of weariness or deep sadness, emphasized by the trace of blood on his cheek. The girl looks up, Her face lit up with a mixed expression of amazement and schadenfreude, and she asks a rhetorical question that emphasizes her dominance of the current situation. The boy's face, hidden in the semi-darkness, has a heavy shadow of sadness on it. The traces of blood on his cheek seem to tell of a recent calamity that had left an indelible mark on his soul. The girl towers over him, the smile on her lips shimmering with a mixture of anger and triumph. Her words hang in the air like echoes in an empty room, a reminder of the power she now holds in her hands. Immobilized, the boy lies on the cold stones, covered with the shards of his last resistance. His posture speaks of utter despair, of a struggle that was hopeless from the start. She looks down on him, and her triumphant face is lit with the glow of victory. There is no regret in her gaze, no compassion, just the pure satisfaction of realizing her own superiority. Damn it! I could lose to her like this. The boy's voice, clenched in pain, was a desperate challenge, an attempt to gather his remaining willpower into a fist. I can't lure her into the illusion. He realizes that his art of deception will not work against this opponent, the blood on his hands like a seal of failure. And turning into a monster is not allowed. The mind rejects the last defense, knowing that the cost of such a choice is too great, even though all the people have been driven home by monsters. But I'm still conscious. A spark of hope sparks in his heart, in a last-ditch effort to resist the madness sweeping the world. It'll cause unnecessary chaos, and I won't be able to get out of the city alive. He realizes that any move he makes could lead to more chaos, and his chances of escape are diminishing by the second. Under the weight of the merciless gaze, he covers his face with his hands in despair, feeling the imminence of the battle and the defeat that seems so close. "It would please me," he whispers, breathing heavily under the oppression of the fear looming over him, "to chick her away from him, once and for all, but—" His voice trembles with gloomy forebodings. "If Crom dies, I'll be her next target, won't I?" My thoughts swirled in my head, weaving a web of fear and powerlessness that foreshadowed an imminent end. The shadow of the enemy's scythe looms over him like a sentence, and he, realizing his vulnerability, already sees himself next in its path. Drops of sweat slid down his face, reflecting indecision and fear as he clenched his fist, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. His hand clenches my fist tightly, and I gather all my strength to stand up and start the fight. His clenched fist suddenly engulfed in flames, passion and determination flashing in his eyes, giving him the strength to meet his fate face to face. He looks at the weapon in his hands, realizing that his duty to protect the appearance of man requires sacrifice. But deep down, he desperately yearns for another way. In the stillness of the morning, where dawn is just beginning to awaken, the knife falls to the floor, creating a barely perceptible sound, a harbinger of growing chaos. Beyond this quiet scene, in the purple light, the city is engulfed in flames and monsters, foreshadowing an imminent battle without choice or concession. The silver light of the sword meeting the pink glow of the attack comes from a girl facing an unseen enemy, ready to defend or destroy. The attacker is not going to give up and wants to finish his business to finish off those who stand in his way. Tears rolled down his face, reflecting the flickering light from the fading hope and inevitable struggle that was about to unfold before his eyes. Esh, knocked down, his gaze full of determination and fear in the face of the unknown that lurks in this gloomy dawn. The cloaked girl, like a messenger of doom, inquires about the fallen man's condition. "Bleeb T still alive?" But her eyes hide the weight of the choice that rests on her shoulders. She never left her intentions to finish the job and approached Ash, who was lying down and unable to get up from the floor due to his injury, with threats. In the blink of an eye, darkness envelops everything around him. Blood draws carmine marks on the cold stone, while a painful scream echoes through the soulless walls. He stands lost in confusion, his eyes two pools of despair. The words, "She's really going to kill him," hang in the air like a sentence waiting to be carried out. A hand lowered in helplessness, unable to even touch that small spark of hope that once burned so brightly in him. No choice is an admission of the inevitable. She rises, her figure cutting through the air as if fate itself were ready to deliver the final blow. The words, "No, I don't want to die," are cut short, as is the life that is so suddenly cut short just before death. One moment and his eyes flashed with purple fire, as if a door to another world had opened in his gaze. He stands before her, a creature shrouded in darkness, a grin that makes her blood run cold. His sword, glowing with an unearthly light, is aimed directly at her. Her face, illuminated only by the glimmer of that gloomy light, expresses shock and disbelief. What the hell is that thing? Sounds in her head, somewhere between fear and curiosity. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes who stands before her. Is it really that daredevil? Explodes in her mind, promising a new round of nightmares. The light of the sword pierces the darkness, illuminating the surprise and fear on her face. Facing an unexpected enemy, she prepares to fight. Her eyes were filled with fear and the realization that she had absolutely no idea how she was going to deal with this new monster she had never even heard of. Her opponent, a shadowy figure with demonic features, hovers in the air, preparing to strike. Her eyes, full of determination, do not avert their gaze. The deadly force of the sword cleaves the air, leaving a trail of destruction on the stone sidewalk while she dodges, turning the fight into a dance of death and survival. Against the gloomy sky stands a figure with silver hair, clad in a purple-colored cloak that flutters as if alive. Strong, much stronger than in his human form. The violet-eyed girl whispers faintly, her gaze full of determination and the air around her vibrating with latent power. And this is who? A man in white with red hair stares forward in consternation, his posture expressing shock and bewilderment. The energy seems to blast through space. This monster, it's like it came from the depths of nowhere, he thinks, fear stiffening his face as he realizes the magnitude of the threat. Her gaze through the darkness, full of incredible certainty, and the words sound like a sentence, his whole being, is incredibly frightening, and he's not only strong, he's smart like humans. The monster, like the epitome of a nightmare, stands against the stormy sky, and its voice inspires terror. The woman continues to think and realize, Master never told me about such monsters. If I don't get rid of it, our whole plan will be ruined. But it's not over yet. I have a solution for someone like you. She clutched her weapon tightly, preparing for a decisive confrontation. I plan to fill the city with monsters and feed them to all the townspeople. Her words of grand and terrifying plans break the silence. But you ruined all my fun! The girl's eyes sparkle with anger, and the energy of the upcoming battle vibrates in the air. The monster provokes with a smirk. Something there? Surprised? His dark figure pulses with energy as he says, My skill extends beyond just treating wounds. It's a special technique that accelerates the circulation of my life energy, making me literally invulnerable. But for that kind of power, I pay with my life, he admits, and his voice sounds like an echo in the abyss. Well, daredevil, let's waltz with death itself, the girl calls out, her eyes glowing with fierce determination. At the heart of the magical vortex, where purple and pink meet, an explosion of energy comes to life, scattering sparks around the edges of the frame. The girl's face is painted with a smile. Her eyes are two torches in the darkness, and lightning bolts of joy dance across her cheeks, foreshadowing the coming confrontation. We see only a fraction of the unknown creature, its blue muscles tense, ready for battle, making the anticipation of the inevitable clash all the more tense. The monster's grin angles in the shadow of his hood, and his words, "Gotcha," carry a double meaning, simultaneously threatening and promising. In the tension of anticipation, she closes her eyes and the tension around her builds, charging the air in anticipation of battle. He deliberately set himself up to get closer to her. The energy blast in full glory, piercing the darkness with its light, reflected on her determined face, ready to clash. The monster approached and struck the girl's face. How did he do that? Her gaze is hidden, but the confidence and control of the situation is palpable even in that calm. The creature with the wild shape raises its weapon, the power and menace of its stance making the world tremble in anticipation of the tumultuous developments. Facing the inevitable collision, she dodges the blow with grace, a powerful light splitting the darkness behind her. Confidence is written on her face, her gaze is filled with determination, and even the forces tearing the air around her seem to be a play of light and shadow. Her eye reflects courage and focus, her gaze piercing and wary, ready for any outcome. Gathering all her power, she prepares for a mighty spell, energy centered in her fingertips, a sparkling clue of an impending explosion of magic. The marks of battle reflected on her face, questioning and shock mixed with rage at the unexpected turn. The monster struck the girl with her own scythe. The hooded creature warped in a grimace, malevolence and satisfaction distorting its features, anticipating victory. Her figure is gripped by the dynamics of movement. With a powerful blow, she seeks to change the course of the battle. Concentrated and full of determination, she unleashes her full power in a retaliatory strike, posing a serious threat to her mighty opponent. The hooded girl, with a sly smile and a questioning look, expresses her surprise, as if waiting for an answer from her invisible interlocutor. She is in great shock that this monster is the first to make her feel so much pain. The monster, with energetically glowing eyes and a powerful halo around him, looks imposing, absorbed in his actions. A huge jolt of magical power from the hooded girl strikes the monster, emphasizing her determination and power. Magical energy radiates from the hooded girl against the monster, demonstrating her power and control over the battle. A girl with silver hair, waving a magic staff, shouts out, "I will not give up until my lies run out." Her eyes shine with determination, and the smile on her face expresses an unyielding spirit. The mysterious figure in armor accusing her opponent says, "But I don't understand why you, a monster, protect ordinary people." Despair and anger arise from her voice. Energy collides in the air where magic mixes with darkness. The silhouettes of opposing forces collide in an epic battle that will decide the fate of the world. The wounded man lying on the ground calls out hopefully, "He literally asked to finish you off, calling you a brat." His eyes are full of pain and hope. In the mysterious light of her magic, a girl with shining eyes smiles as if anticipating a victory or a daring plan she is about to accomplish. Ice crystals surged around the dark figure, creating a sense of cold anger and unstoppable power, the magical duel reaching its climax. The power of the enemy overwhelms the monster, its face distorted with despair and pain, as if it were struggling against the inevitable. The girl looks through the darkness, her face illuminated by a faint light, and she utters, "I am immortal as long as my skill is active," as if defying fate. The blade of the ice sword slams into the floor, exploding with the bright light of confrontation. Magical energy breaks the silence, and the heroes freeze in anticipation of the decisive blow. The monster, reaching forward, embodies tension and concentration, while the girl, retreating, prepares to counterattack. The girl turns around, her gaze piercing and her posture determined. She is clearly not going to give up without a fight. The ice weapon, like an extension of her will, is ready to strike again. The force of the blow is expressed in a powerful movement, the swing of his arm accompanied by a flash of icy light. It moves with such speed and precision that the opponent is unable to dodge. A bloody mist rises around the opponent, the magical attack reaching its goal. Despair and pain are embodied in every drop of blood scattered in the air, while the enemy's body is contorted in agony. An eerie silence enveloped the scene of the battle, with only drops of blood disturbing it like the quiet echo of the battle that had just erupted here. The monster stands over the immobilized girl, his triumphant silhouette towering over his defeated opponent. His posture is one of relief and fatigue after the battle. The monster's sharp profile is illuminated with an icy light. It stares off into the distance, perhaps contemplating the consequences of its act or the future it has yet to protect. The legs of the monster, stained with the blood of the defeated, symbolize the cruelty and inevitability of the battle, where the ruler of darkness has gained the upper hand. In an aura of purple magic, the creature declares with a terrifying smile, "Don't let your guard down, asshole!" Its posture is dominant and full of control, while the girl, though smiling, seems unprotected before its power. An explosion of rage and despair on the girl's face as she screams, "Unlike me, you are not immortal and every mistake could cost you your life." Her gaze burns with passion and defiance despite the threat in the air. Grief enveloped the girl. She hid her face in her palms, her shoulders shaking from the weight of defeat, or perhaps the consequences of her choices. The monster catches the girl by the neck and strikes. The monster's silhouette, elongated and full of determination, towers over the faded figure of the girl. Its power and determination seem to pierce the darkness, heralding the end of this battle. The girl sneers at her opponent with a slight smirk. "Ha ha ha! How pathetic you are!" The monster stands, brimming with confidence and power, and the girl says, "You're just incapable of accepting who you are. You're not human." The monster holds the girl by the throat and waits for her last words. She says that nothing he does will make him more human. She is not scared of the fact that the monster can kill her and starts teasing him even more. She says he'll be just a regular monster for the rest of his life. A monster stands before us, its silhouette looming against the light, forming an aura of power and menace around it. He confidently declares, "I'm fed up," as if his patience has run out and he is ready for the decisive blow. The monster, shrouded in blue, drives his bloody blade into the girl's body with a scream of might. His stance is unrelenting and his words are condemnation. The monster, surrounded by the darkness of night, realizes his isolation and loneliness. His words, "I don't care that no one will ever accept me for who I am," reflect an inner resignation to his role as an outcast, forever standing outside of humanity, in the darkness of his existence. Ash, wounded and lying on the ground looking at the monster, utters with difficulty, "Now, I knew it!" His voice weakens, reflecting his exhausted state and the realization of the inevitable. Ash is utterly desperate, his face filled with fear and helplessness. He screams, "You're a monster!" recognizing the horrible truth in front of him. The monster towers over the fallen Ash, who looks up, rejecting his presence and the possibility of his end. "And you came back to finish me off?" His voice is full of resentment and frustration. "Isn't that right, Chrome?" Calling out the monster by name, in a last attempt to find understanding or compassion. Ash, whose face is illuminated by a mystical blue light, looks tense and focused, as if on the verge of an important discovery or battle. In the shadows, surrounded by a mysterious glow, Ash stands in an isolated pose, as if hesitating in the face of an unseen threat or inner conflict, embodying the mystery and unpredictability of his next move. Ash's anxious and determined gaze, enhanced by the purple light, reflects his inner struggle and the barrier invisible to the eye that he may be ready to overcome or face the danger that threatens him. In the depths of his eyes, colored an intense violet, one can read the infinite depths of his soul, where passions and the struggle between light and darkness, between his essence and the trials looming over him, are simmering. The man has his back turned, frozen against the smoothly moving shadows that give the impression of an endless plunge into the depths of darkness. His silhouette cuts through the uncertainty and anticipation. Shock and incomprehension cuts across the man's face, his mouth open to a scream that does not utter a sound. The light washing over him colors everything around him in violet hues, emphasizing the dramatic intensity of the moment. The man's body lies on the ground, broken and passive, covered in a shroud of shadow and light, as if he has resigned himself to the inevitable outcome of his fate, and the darkness reaches out to him, promising oblivion. Kaya looks up at the man from his height of silent majesty. His gaze is hidden, but his eyes burn red, reflecting his unyielding determination and the power that may lie behind his calm exterior. There is determination in the man's breathless gaze, though he realizes his powerlessness in the face of unchanging circumstances. Drops of sweat emphasize his tension and anxiety. He realizes it hasn't made much difference. Even when Ash wakes up, he'll tell everyone that I've come to kill him. Artificial light filtered through his fingers, capturing his gaze with a violet eye, a symbol of his inner struggle and desire to change the past despite the weight of the memories. Kaya didn't want to do it, but he would have to change Yesh's memories. Lying on the stone sidewalk, the man is gripped by fatigue. His face, immersed in semi-darkness, expresses bitterness and recognition of his plight, leaving behind an invisible threat. The shadow looms, writing words of fatigue and half-sentences about what has happened in his absence. His gaze is filled with fatigue and questions, as the unknown gnaws at him from within. A palm with a purple eye on the back covers the face of a man hidden in the shadows. The inscription, "Magical Devourer," flickers mysteriously, foreshadowing an unknown fate. Further into the deep gloom, a figure clothed in white stands against a backdrop of pulsing red patterns resembling tentacles. Together with another warrior, they prepare for an unprecedented confrontation, as voices around them shout that they will fail. A flashback picture emerges in Ash's memories where he sees the cannibals. He stands with another man, their gazes wary and stern. They realize that they could not handle them on their own. Then, amidst flickering blue flashes, a sinister black monster with red eyes looms violently in the air, its silhouette filling the stage with menace and power. In a shadowy corner, a grim creature with many tentacles peers out menacingly while the warriors, diminished by its dark presence, freeze in anticipation. The next moment reveals a monster warrior illuminated by a glow of mystical blue light, the silhouettes around him seeming to become legend, while dark forces wait in the shadows. Then the tension-filled space is cut by screams and sudden movements, while two figures in white, surrounded by an unknowable threat, prepare for the inevitable clash. And at the end, an ominous creature shrouded in darkness, with red eyes, foreshadows the coming storm as the sword begins its dance in a final act of despair. Esh's gaze, filled with doubt and vigilance, slid into the darkness, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. Wait, who's that? The picture then moves to a warm room where two people are discussing recent events over a drink, a sense of relief and warmth in their words despite the hardships of the past. The man claims that the dungeon is beyond them. They are very lucky to have escaped. Ash is not left with doubts and strange thoughts. It's as if he couldn't remember some part of the events. He asks his interlocutor if he is sure it was just the two of them. And suddenly, the scene is enveloped in a flicker of blue light, creating a sense of mystery and the unknown, a sign of impending magic or uncharted technology. Ash, clad in white robes, addresses a figure in a dark cloak who seems to have a name that means more than just a personal designation. His words sound like the beginning of an important proposal or request, foreshadowing a serious matter requiring special skills. There is a note of confidence in his voice, and he seems ready to make decisions. Yesh asks if the man's name is really Crom, for he is looking for a guide to the dungeon. The shot opens to a view of the cityscape, misty and softly lit. Buildings blur into the calm of dawn or dusk, creating an atmosphere of calm before a possible storm. This tranquil city view seems detached from the previous tension, as if providing a respite in the narrative. Ash stands before Kaya, his gaze filled with seriousness and intent. There is a path or mission before them that requires Ash to be not only brave, but also prepared for unpredictable circumstances. Ash seems ideally suited for the task, but his interlocutor seems puzzled. not fully understanding the risks or goals to be overcome. Ash tells Kai that he has chosen a very noble profession, choosing to help adventurers. It's such hard work. Ash's open palm meets the dark background, emphasizing his words. He announces that he needs help, perhaps indicating his self-confidence or his unwillingness to put others in danger. Ash stands, turning to Kaya, his expression showing the firmness of his intentions. He seems confident that together they can overcome any obstacle, even in the dark and dangerous depths of the dungeon. Ash interacting with his companion, emphasizing his determination to go adventurous. He shares his motivation to prevent disasters due to family obligations and hereditary mission, making him a trustworthy and loyal partner. Kaya thanks but declines the offer, believing Ash will find a guide more suited to the role, emphasizing his modesty or realistic assessment of his own abilities. Ash, confident and determined, dismisses the doubts, stating that there is no need to talk nonsense. He seems determined, ready to face any challenge. Kaya, turning her back to Ash, thanks him for offering to go through the hardships together, expressing her appreciation for his trust and support in this difficult journey. Ash takes a decisive step, as if he already sees the path ahead of him. His action shows that he is ready for new challenges and adventures. His face reflects the inner tension and perhaps even the doubts he had previously tried so hard to deny. Ash has his head bowed, seeming tired or thinking about something important. The events take us back to real time, where Kaya protected Ash and tried to erase his last memories. Kaya looks confused and shocked, stopping and turning to the stranger. He seems stunned by the unexpected encounter. Kaya was carrying Yesha under his arm, covered in blood. He saw a man pass by. Kaya called him for help and told him that he had found Yesh at the south gate. He was very hurt and needed help. Kaya and the stranger stand face to face, Kaya looking directly into the other's eyes, their gazes meeting in a shadowy setting where every word is weighty. He seems to recognize Kaya, but doesn't have the ability to say anything. Kaya said a strange woman attacked him and knocked him out. Ash seems exhausted and wounded, with his head down and eyes closed, desperately admitting that he was attacked by some deranged woman in his words. Slightly disheveled and heavy-lidded, Ash gratefully tells his rescuer that he seems to have saved his life, while the assistant watches him puzzledly. Kaya, with a slight smile on his face and realization in his eyes, thinks it was the best decision of all. He erased all of Ash's memories that were connected to Kaya. Now Ash will finally be free from the weight of guilt and will no longer bother Carmilla and him. Kaya looked at Yesh and realized that this was his best decision. In the ominous red light, Ash's eyes are open. They are full of determination and anxiety, while the shadows and light create a tense atmosphere. Stunning red lines cut through the darkness, giving the impression of sudden chaos and danger, and the figures of Kaya and his companion are shrouded in shock. Ash falls to his knees, his back stained with blood, and he looks bewildered, puzzled, answering Kaya's question about what happened to him with, I don't know. He falls to the cold stone of the street, his blood dark on the light-colored fabric of his clothes. The words of forgiveness echo in his head, but there is a weight of guilt lurking in his soul that cannot be carried away. The poor man lies on the sidewalk, clad in a robe with a dark stain of blood on it. The silence of the night is broken only by his heavy breathing and the quiet footsteps of a young man passing by.